Volume 9 Chapter 1. Book 9 Chapter 1 Ambush on the Narrow Gorge. Xiang Shaolong and Lord Longyang rode out together out of the city, protected front and back by high-skilled bodyguards. After receiving the news that Xiang Shaolong was about to arrive in Handan, the atmosphere in the city had been very tense, like a tightly drawn bowstring, forcing everyone not to be able to take a breather. Even though everyone was itching for a fight, seemingly very confident, but everyone was afraid that they will be one of the unlucky ones. From this it could be seen that he had built a godlike reputation. No one dared to underestimate him. Lord Longyang brought his horse nearer to him and said, "Why haven't I seen Long Shan?" Xiang Shaolong secretly commended Lord Longyang for being observant. During this dangerous warring period, everyone was always vigilant. If it was any other influential officials, if they had someone as powerful as Tang Yi, they would want him close by to protect them 12 hours of the day. So when Xiang Shaolong went out without him close by was really something out of the ordinary. He smiled. "This is my first time to a big city. So with all the excitement to go shopping, I wouldn't feel right without someone to accompany me." Lord Longyang was only asking out of curiosity and not because of some suspicions. Changing his topics, Li Yuan sees Brother Dong as #1 rival in love. He has misunderstood your intentions. It's truly outrageous. Xiang Shaolong was confused. "My lord, why do you say this?" Lord Longyang smiled. "The person that Ji Yanran is in love with is Xiang Shaolong." "Oh. Maybe Yanran, herself, hasn't realized. The expression on her eyes when she's looking at Shaolong compared to when she's looking at others is totally different. Maybe at that time, she hadn't realized yet that she had fallen in love with Xiang Shaolong, but I had known for sure." Xiang Shaolong's heart trembled in fear. This Lord Longyang is definitely someone with sharp observation skill. If he's not careful, he might accidentally reveal his identity from the slight tip of his eyebrow. He must be constantly alert around him. Lord Longyang grunted. "I don't believe that Ji Yanran and Xiang Shaolong didn't already have a secret agreement. As long as we observe Ji Yanran closely, we can surely lure Xiang Shaolong out." Xiang Shaolong frowned. "Didn't you also want to take care of learned Lady Ji?" Lord Longyang sighed. "I have always viewed her as an irreplaceable friend. She fell in love with Xiang Shaolong as a natural thing. Mr. Dong hasn't yet seen Xiang Shaolong. He is someone with out-of-this-world talents. Regardless of his style of conversation, insight, heart or spirit, they are all distinctive amongst us. I, myself, would like to be his friend, if we weren't already standing on the opposite grounds as enemies. But now, I have to find any way to assassinate him regardless of how unscrupulous it might be." Xiang Shaolong intentionally probed him out. "Even though I know that I don't have an ounce of hope of attaining learned Lady Ji, but I felt that she has high regard of me." "Hey! According to your observation, how does it compare when she looks at me compared to looking at Xiang Shaolong?" Lord Longyang nodded. "She truly regards you highly. That's for sure. The problem is she is a once-in-one type of person, unlike that promiscuous lady Ya. Xiang Shaolong had the advantage of entering her heart first. You and Li Yuan would be better off to forget about her." Xiang Shaolong laughed. "The situation doesn't seem hopeless yet. We have someone as powerful as you here, my lord, to take care of Xiang Shaolong. We can already count down the days that he stayed alive. At that time, wouldn't learned Lady Ji need to start searching for another person?" Lord Longyang smiled bitterly. "The fact has proven that everyone who underestimates Xiang Shaolong will end up on the losing ground. No matter how the Zhaos try to arrange everything, I still believe that Xiang Shaolong would have an ingenious plan to sneak into Handan. With the craftiness of both Lu Buwei and Xiang Shaolong, how could they have leaked their whereabouts to the other hostile party in Qin? There must be some trap in there." Xiang Shaolong trembled in fear. He started to realize that this Lord Longyang isn't a simple person. No wonder he could become Lord Xinling's formidable adversary. Amongst all of the country's influential politicians here in Handan, beside the heavyweight class Tian Dan, Lord Longyang also needed to be counted in. But his weakness is, hey! It seems like he has fallen in love with himself, so he has confided in himself, hoping to win Xiang Shaolong's good favor. Oh my god! This is such a complete mess. Such complicated situation. At that time, they had left the Handan city far away, riding along the government road towards the hidden army valley, surrounded from both sides with tall mountains in the open countries in the autumn weather, with withered and fallen leaves. Lord Longyang's underlings were all seemingly like they have reached the countryside relaxing and stretching their muscles. Lord Longyang saw Xiang Shaolong was quiet without a word, knew that he was pondering his words previously, joyfully continued. "Xiang Shaolong has 3 important enemies, King Xiaocheng, Jiamu and Guizhong. As long as Xiang Shaolong is alive, I am afraid that these 3 people wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully." Xiang Shaolong was suddenly filled with uneasy feelings. This was called a soldier's alertness. It didn't need a factual proof for a reason. This time, they were about to enter one of the small narrow gorge towards the hidden army valley. Both sides were surrounded with dense thick forest. If there was an ambush, this would be the idealist place for it. Xiang Shaolong swiftly stopped his horse. Lord Longyang continued for another 10 or more steps before noticing it and looked back, filled with confusion. Is there a problem, mister? When the rest noticed that Lord Longyang had stopped his horse, they all followed his lead. Xiang Shaolong continued gazing towards the entrance of the narrow gorge, frowned. Have you and Xiang Shaolong ever celebrate a festival before? Lord Longyang was slightly surprised, turned his horse's head to follow his gaze towards the narrow gorge, ordered his underlings, go open the road for me. More than 10 riders rode out from amongst the crowd towards the narrow gorge. Those persons' shields were all hanging on the side of their horses. Apparently, they didn't believe that there would be someone waiting to ambush them. Xiang Shaolong was also extremely puzzled. Who would want to take care of Lord Longyang? Could it that he's being overly cautious, raising a false alarm? Lord Longyang relaxed a little as he saw his underlings entered the gorge, smiled. If Xiang Shaolong came to take care of me, then there must be some kind of misunderstanding. Otherwise, how would he know that I will go to the hidden army valley today? Xiang Shaolong's uneasiness was growing by the minute. After exercising the meditation method according to the Mahist addendum, his sixth sense had become sharper. It had repeatedly saved him from dangerous situations, otherwise he might still be nursing his grievances back in Xianyang. Even though the autumn sun was still hanging low in the sky, but he could feel the chill in the air. Lord Longyang shouted, have you clearly thought about what I told you before, Mr. Dong? Xiang Shaolong felt a headache coming, changed the topic. How come your underlings haven't come back yet? Even before the words finished spoken, crying sounds could be heard. One of his famous swordsman underling appeared from the gorge, waved from far away indicating that everything's alright. Xiang Shaolong was embarrassed for being overly suspicious. On the contrary, Lord Longyang consoled him, it's never wrong to be more careful. I admired Mr. Dong's alertness. Everyone continued riding towards the gorge. Lord Longyang spoke in his soft and sweet tone, Mister, have you ever pondered over our current war and what you would do to establish a long-lasting career for yourself? Xiang Shaolong was amazed at his craftiness. This person definitely has a sharp intelligence, something that most people have long been lacking in this period. He had seen that he's not the type of person who'd be happy raising horses his whole life. That's why he uttered these words. When they were about 100 steps from the entrance, Xiang Shaolong suddenly felt alarmed again. But he could only indistinctly catch a blurry shadow and nothing concrete. He casually replied, besides rearing horses, I know nothing about the art of war. Just based on fierceness, how could I lead the 3 armies through the desert? Lord Longyang smiled, Mister doesn't have to be modest. Just from looking at how you've been trained and that you have no fear of death, I know that you have the talent to be a famous general, otherwise, Tian Dan would have ignored you. Now, they were about 50 more steps from the entrance, the front guards had started to enter the gorge. An idea suddenly flashed through Xiang Shaolong's mind. He whipped his horse and shouted, quick! Turn around! Now he realized the reason for his uneasiness. Lord Longyang's underling that passed the safe signal before quickly returned the gorge after signaling. It just didn't make sense. Inside the gorge, there were 10 more Lord Longyang's personal bodyguards. As a reconnaissance team, they should have guarded the entrance and exit of the gorge, along with all of the strategic points inside the gorge until Lord Longyang passed through before withdrawing their position. Otherwise, if the enemies ambush from the entrance and the exit, wouldn't they be surrounded and died inside? Xiang Shaolong also wasn't basing this from the carelessness of Lord Longyang's underling alone but because he had been on guard the whole time. He finally realized that if his enemy was planning on ambushing them there, they wouldn't have placed anyone in the dangerous zone. That's why he quickly rushed back in. This time, Lord Longyang and his 4 personal bodyguards all frowned at him. They all felt that he's being too extremely cautious. The front guards ignored his warning and kept on riding into the entrance. Lord Longyang forcefully reined in his horse to be polite. As he was about to speak, a tragic scream could be heard faintly coming from the gorge. Everyone's face paled. Suddenly, a stream of enemies flow out from inside the gorge, each one of them was holding a crossbow and arrows, and stringing them on. The front group of 10 or more soldiers jumped off their horse and prepared a frontline defense. At the same time, killing shouts could be from all 4 corners. From both sides of the dense forest, the enemies flowed out. In an instant, enemies could be seen everywhere. All of these people dressed as common people. As far as the eyes could see, there must be at least several hundred people. Lord Longyang personal guards, even though they were elite soldiers who have experienced 100 battles, but there were many enemies compared to them. Crossbows were also hard to guard against. Without any time to prepare, they'd been ambushed and were now in complete disarray. Xiang Shaolong ducked down and avoided 2 arrows, but from underneath, he could hear a pitiful neigh and the horse reared up. He didn't even get a chance to see where his horse had been shot, both feet fiercely kicked off, forcing him to lean sideways and fell off the saddle. He leaped across towards Lord Longyang, held on his waist and leaped off the horse. Both fell on the bushes on the side of the road. Lord Longyang's saddle had long fallen off the horse, it was filled with arrows. Lord Longyang was the enemy's main goal. His number 1 underlings, Jiao Su, and other unhurt underlings all jumped off their horse and rushed in to protect Lord Longyang. Lord Longyang was about to join in the fight when Xiang Shaolong dragged him back to the forest. Surrounded on all 4 sides with battles, all around killing sounds can be heard. The enemies had finished their first batch of arrows and hurrying to reload their arrows. This was exactly the perfect time to escape. Wind of swords swished through. Xiang Shaolong's back was leaning against the grass. He moved his 2 feet, continuously pressuring the enemy's back. Those 2 people screamed in agony. While trying to scramble away, they rushed into 3 other attacking enemies. Clang! Xiang Shaolong pulled out his long sword out of the sheath, followed with 2 people spilled their blood. When he leaped up, Lord Longyang shook out of his reverie, pulled out his sword and sprung forward. Swish! His sword flew like a water dragon, slaying 2 rushing enemies instantly. Jiao Su and the other 10 more guards fought and retreated at the same time towards the forest while protecting them both. Xiang Shaolong knew that they were in danger just from looking that they were surrounded on all sides by the enemies. He quickly determined the best way to break out of the enemy's barricade, shouted, "Follow me." He waved around Bloodwave, leaving behind layers of the sword's shadows, leading the way out of the barricade and deep into the forest. His swordsman's skill was superb. His strength surprised others. Moreover, inside the forest, the enemies were unable to take advantage of their numbers to crush them. They were truly swept over by the wind. Dang! One of the enemy was chopped off by him to the point of scaring away all of the onrushing enemies. But this scene would only last for a second before the reinforcement arrived and countless enemies rushed forward again. Xiang Shaolong entered the Mahist's defensive mind, calmly leading Lord Longyang and the others deeply into the forest, even killing 7-8 enemies on the way. Xiang Shaolong took advantage of this time to observe Lord Longyang and the others. At this time, besides Jiao Su, there were only 7 people left following them. Every one of them was badly injured. The situation was extremely dangerous. But the enemies kept coming like tidal wave. Even though Lord Longyang forged ahead courageously, but he was covered in blood. Not sure though whether it's his blood or the enemy's blood splashed onto him. His right back shoulder was blotched bright red. Xiang Shaolong wildly shouted, swung his sword backhand and penetrated the abdomen of the raid soldier, followed with a flick of his wrist to fend off an attack from the left side. While the opponent dodged his attack, in that instant of gap, he continuously attacked, wildly stabbed, and hardly penetrated the enemy's chest. When the enemies saw how brutal he can be, they all retreated, allowing him to enter by several meters. Pang! Lord Longyang staggered and bumped into his back. It seemed like he'd been injured again by the enemy's poisonous hand. Xiang Shaolong shouted loudly, "Don't worry about me." He waved his sword, killing another attacker. Arg! One of the guard injured badly and toppled over. The situation had just become more critical. Xiang Shaolong's blood-wave sword was like a lightning. Within a move, an enemy instantly met with a violent death. He fiercely pulled Lord Longyang. At the same time, he called out to Jiao Su and the rest, "Follow me." Forcing his way into the left side of the enemy's net, he repeatedly waved his blood wave, forcing the enemy to retreat one by one. During this time when they were bathed in blood like the war, Xiang Shaolong displayed his boldness, strong stamina and his years of strict training as an elite soldier. He was like a never-tiring machine, moving freely amongst the enemy formation. Amongst all this, he still didn't forget to examine all 4 surroundings. He saw on the left-hand side, not far away, there was a slope road. That's why he called Lord Longyang and the others to follow him to break through the formation. One move of attacking to defend executed quickly and violently. Arg! The enemy's sword was split in half. While he was shocked, Xiang Shaolong moved sideways and kicked him, causing him to spew out blood repeatedly and felt on the big tree behind him. Xiang Shaolong dodged right and left, swung backward and stabbed the left chest of the enemy that tried to surprise attack him from behind. While at the same time, he moved and tackled the enemy till he tumbled down and met the earth. Up till now, he had succeeded in breaking out and killing all the way to the edge of the slope. The pressure had been reduced. Gazing downward, he saw a strong flowing river. Xiang Shaolong was overjoyed. He turned back, pulled out his sword swiftly and broke into the formation surrounding Lord Longyang, Jiao Su, and the rest. Amongst them, one was at the end of his life. Xiang Shaolong used his sword to forcefully sweep away his enemies, shouted, "Jump down. That's the only way to escape with your life." He turned around and pounced on Lord Longyang, grabbing his waist and rolling down the slope, not knowing how many branches and leaves they'd broken and smashed along the way. Zhao Su and the other 5 bodyguards dared not hesitate. All followed his way and rolled down the hills. Splash, splash, all 8 people fell into the river successively, instantly dyeing the river blood red. Xiang Shaolong grabbed hold of Lord Longyang and swam away following the river's currents. Before long, they had left the place far away. The enemy pursued by following along the river. Up the front, the water noise grew louder like an exploding volcano. Before anyone realized what's happening, the currents were moving faster and faster. Unexpectedly, they had reached the edge of around 7 meters high waterfall. They immediately fell onto the pool below following the waterfall. When everyone was still recovering from the high fall, the current brought them away again. The enemy's shout was growing quieter as the distance grew. When Xiang Shaolong, Lord Longyang, and the rest met the Zhao's convoys, it was already midnight. Means the time between 11 to 1 p.m. so midnight would closely reflect that in here. Even though the injuries had been properly bound up, but because everyone had lost a lot of blood and was tired, they all looked pale and exhausted. 2 amongst them even had a fever which required immediate attention. Zhao Mu, Le Chang, and the rest had already received the news and were waiting anxiously on the gate. Zhao Mu and Lord Longyang had always had a private agreement between each other, while Xiang Shaolong was his hope of ascending the throne. His heart was burning with worry. On the other hand, if Le Chang, acting as Han Dan's guardians general, allowed anything to happen to this important Wei's official, Lord Longyang, it would be hard for him not to get blamed for it. So, both of them were equally anxious and worried. Both Zhao Mu and Le Chang scrambled forward towards Xiang Shaolong and Lord Longyang's horse cart. When they saw both of their appearance, even though a little bit shocking, but since there wasn't any fatal injury, they were both able to breathe a sigh of relief. Lord Longyang was secretly watching Xiang Shaolong affectionately, strenuously uttered, "If it wasn't for Mr. Dong risking his life to save mine, I wouldn't have any left to meet you two anymore." Xiang Shaolong smiled bitterly. It could be said that Lord Longyang is his #1 mortal enemy, but at that time, there was no time to think about this problem. Even if he had this idea, he wouldn't be able to not rescue him when he saw it. This was so like what Tian Dan had analyzed, soft-hearted, is truly his biggest weakness. Le Chung heavily said, "Did you see Xiang Shaolong?" Xiang Shaolong and Lord Longyang were both astounded. The latter frowned. "It doesn't seem like it was Xiang Shaolong. But during those chaotic situation, we only cared about escaping, using the river to escape, and didn't have the time to see clearly who the enemy might be." Le Chang replied, "I've already sent out soldiers to seal off all roads and scout the area. Hopefully, we will receive the good news soon to report to my lord." Lord Longyang and Xiang Shaolong knew that he didn't have any confidence of this just from listening to his tone. The raiding party surprisingly was able to slip within 15 kilometers of the area surrounding Handan in great secrecy. It wouldn't surprise them if they had already prepared an escape route. But who would want to get rid of Lord Longyang? Xiang Shaolong of course knew that it wasn't he himself who was responsible. Lord Longyang wasn't sure whether the reason why he wasn't interested in speaking up was due to the injuries he had sustained. Both Zhao Mu and Le Chang personally escorted Lord Longyang and Xiang Shaolong separately returning to their residence. Shan Rou and the Tian sisters had long heard of the news and were both waiting in front of the gate to welcome him home. Le Chang then took leave. Shan Rou complained, "If I knew, I would have come with you." Wu Guo was confused. Who did it? Tianjin and Tian Feng supported him inside towards the inner chamber. Both sisters had long been crying till their eyes were red and swollen. Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled, "Let me rest a little bit before I will explain everything clearly to you, alright?" Suddenly, he remembered the circumstance of which Lord Longyang's underling lured them into entering the gorge. He trembled when he realized who probably would like to assassinate Lord Longyang. No wonder he's got that long face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9 Chapter 2. Book 9 Chapter 02, Faking Injury. While the Tian sisters and Shan Rou were frantically dressing the wounds on Xiang Shaolong, he had a brainwave. To Wu Guo he inquired, "If there anywhere to make me look even worse? I want to give others the impression that I am so badly injured that I cannot even get up." Scratching his head for a while, the impatient Shan Rou cut in, "Let me disguise you like a corpse and scare the he-11 out of everyone who sees you." Tianjin and Tian Feng could not hold their giggles. Xiang Shaolong explored, "That is not enough. It is best to make me bleed nonstop or even a high fever all over my body." Tian Feng chuckled, "Leave this to us sisters. Just hide heat pads under the blanket." Shan Rou and Wu Guo looked at each other before they both turned to him. They cannot comprehend what tricks is he up to. Xiang Shaolong commanded Wu Gui, at dawn, send someone out of the city and invite Big Brother and Little June back with half of our forces. At the same time, bring someone to see me immediately. He then taught him how to liaise with Pu Bu. Knowing that Xiang Shaolong is going into action, Wu Gui left happily. The Tian sisters started working on the heat pad. Shan Rou sat by the bed and personally applied a layer of white powder on his mask. Frowning, she whined, "Aren't you going to tell me what you are up to?" Instead, Xiang Shaolong's mind is on another subject. Shaking his head, he protested, "This $5. If someone touches my face, their hands will be stained by the powder and everyone will know that I am faking my injuries." Paying no heed to his words, Shan Rou left the room and came back shortly with a full haversack. In a cold and negative manner, she demanded, "This is not my problem. Quickly tell me your plans. Otherwise, I will not display my best skill and help you to fake your injuries." Xiang Shaolong bitterly laughed, "Work on the injuries first. If delayed and I have visitors, the scheme will fall apart." Pouting, Shan Rou held her obvious anger and produced several bottles of different sizes from her haversack. She poured liquids from them and started to mix them in a separate basin. Xiang Shaolong reached out his hand and caressed her elastic and smooth legs. Shan Rou exclaimed, "I want to kill a man. But I cannot disclose who he is yet." Shan Rou's slender body trembled slightly and gazed towards him. The sky has yet to brighten when King Xiaocheng descended upon his residence with his entourage. Seeing his corpse-like look and with a temperature running, King Xiaocheng was terrified. He cried, "Subject Dong. They had said your injuries are not serious. This won't do. I must summon the imperial physician to attend to you." Now, it is Xiang Shaolong's turn to be shocked. In a hoarse voice, he frantically replied, "I am deeply grateful for your majesty's benevolence. I caught a bad chill when I fell into the river and lost a lot of blood to end up in this state. I will need only a few days' rest to get back to my feet. Moreover, I have subordinates who are well versed in medicine and I am used to their prescriptions. If we change the medication, I am afraid of side effects. AI." He pretended to cry out and even showed his blood-stained blanket and his open wound on the shoulder. King Xiaocheng was amazed that he was more severely injured than Lord Longyang. Thinking for a while, his eyes turned ferocious and interrogated, "Did you catch a glimpse of Xiang Shaolong?" Swerving around and patting his head, he added, "I was not thinking clearly and have forgotten that you have never seen this traitor." Xiang Shaolong was tickled. After a moment of silence, he praised, "On this fateful trip, it is all thanks to Subject Dong protection of Lord Longyang or he will surely lose his life. If he died, how am I to account for it to King Only? And the hope of an alliance treaty will also go up in smoke." Xiang Shaolong could only smile sourly. He originally came to Handan to kill but under the unique circumstances, he saved the lives of Zhao Mu and Lord Longyang. Right now, even he does not believe that he is Xiang Shaolong, much less others. He purposely investigates, "Your Majesty has probably visited Lord Longyang, did he say that he saw Xiang Shaolong?" King Xiaocheng shook his head and replied, "Lord Longyang is almost as badly injured as you. His spirits are very low and he refuses to say anything. But except for Xiang Shaolong, no one is that powerful. And only he can access information in Handan from spies. Now that he is the BA5 Tart of Qin, he would naturally fight against the 5 other states." Sensing his tone, Xiang Shaolong recognized that King Xiaocheng does not consider the state of Yen to be an ally or an equal. He deduced that Zhao King has not succumbed to the pressures of Li Yuan and Tian Dan. King Xiaocheng can see that Xiang Shaolong has difficulties opening his eyes. Patting his feverish shoulder, he promised, "Subject Dong, please rest well. I will send some rare medicine for external injuries." Standing up, he continued, "Your abilities are not limited to horse breeding. I will give you more responsibilities in the future." After King Xiaocheng left, Xiang Shaolong could not hold back his exhaustion and truly fell into deep slumber. In his sleep, he can sense human activity and visitors to his bedside. Wu Gui is always present and naturally described his injuries in detail and exaggerating some facts. Actually, he needs not say anything. The heavy smell of medication and the bleeding open wound is sufficient to paint a bleak picture. At the appointed time, Pu Bu arrived. Xiang Shaolong was in high spirits and they had a good talk. The attendant reported that Zhao Ye is here to visit him and Pu Bu hurriedly left from the back door. Zhao Ye moved to his bedside and put her hand on his steaming forehead. Startled, she withdrew her hand and exclaimed, "You are sick." Opening his eyes by half, Xiang Shaolong replied, "It's okay. I will be fine after 2 days of sleep." Scrutinizing his complexion, she sighed, "Luckily, there is still energy in your eyes. Otherwise, it would be disastrous." Xiang Shaolong was shaken, knowing that Zhao Ye had seen the only loophole. Fortunately, she had yet to raise any suspicions. He was puzzled at her calmness over the Xiang Shaolong reappearance and tested, seems like Xiang Shaolong came to Handan earlier, or else your old man, himself, would have caught him. Jia cocked her head and softly analyzed, the assassination of Lord Longyang can be masterminded by Tian Dan, Li Yuan, Zhao Mu or even Prince Xinling, but it will never be Xiang Shaolong. I know him too well. Unless it is his sworn enemy, he will never kill. Lord Longyang did not have any enmity with him and he will not raise the alarm with such a meaningless act. Xiang Shaolong is astonished at Jia's attention to such minute details. Feelings started to swell up again in him. Knowing that he is a good man, why did she still conspire with King Xiaocheng and Zhao Mu to harm him? Xiang Shaolong has suspected it was Prince Xinling's assassination plot, but after Jia's explanation, he started to waver on his earlier conclusions. Zhao Mu was definitely out of the picture. Li Yuan and Tian Dan are the main suspects as they have a strong motive. The power struggle in Wei is the Wei King and Lord Longyang versus Prince Xinling. In addition, Lord Longyang is the heir to Anli, Wei King. If anything befalls him, Anli will lay the blame on Prince Xinling and fight him to death. When Wei descends into chaos, the main beneficiaries are Qi and Shu, who are opposed to the three-state ally. Now that Qin is disunited and are not preparing any offensive campaigns, this is the best time for the rest of the states to display their strengths. Remembering the Lu Gong secret manual, he derided, Xiang Shaolong may be working with Prince Xinling to deal with Lord Longyang. Zhao factually countered, Prince Xinling could not wait to tear Xiang Shaolong apart and drink his fresh blood. Xiang Shaolong is also someone who will not bow to his command. How can there be such a possibility? Xiang Shaolong pretended to be surprised and asked, what event has caused this enmity? Craftily, Jia whispered, this is a secret. Mr. has yet to fulfill his obligation. Once you succeed, I will tell you everything I know. Xiang Shaolong was hopping mad but was touched by her appreciation. He closed his eye and sighed, I am getting tired. Thank you, Princess, for your care and concern. Jia did not want to leave after such a short visit. She stood up reluctantly but leaned forward towards Xiang Shaolong. She lowered her petite head and kissed him fully on his lips, her tongue snaking out. Xiang Shaolong is afraid she may detect his scent. He changed his style and attacked her flexible tongue roughly. He used a lot of force and grabbed her breasts wildly. Unexpectedly, Jia did not mind his uncouth manners and lie down and begin tussling with him lustfully. As things are getting out of hand, Jia aggressively retreated. Red-faced, she shrieked, no! You cannot lose control now. Giving him a look, promised, once you are well, I will let you do whatever you want to me. Old feelings swelled up in Xiang Shaolong, making him horny. Sighing lightly, he apologized, please forgive subject for being unable to send princess out. Curling her eyelashes in a smile, she sashayed off. Just as she stepped out, Ji Yanran's entourage arrived. Seeing his devastated condition, hot tears poured out from her eyes. When the truth is revealed, her sadness turned into glee. Sitting on his bed hugging his sweet-smelling belle, he inquired, have you seen Lord Longyang? Ji Yanran happily commented, you are really far-sighted. Nothing can escape your eyes. Hi. Though I am your wife, I am the last to know about your injuries. I was terribly anxious but still have to force myself to visit that cross-dressing fellow first to avoid suspicion. There is more to come. When I come to visit my husband, I have to be interrogated by that wild B1TCH who is masquerading as your wife. My hubby. You must decide for me and give me the justice I deserved. Xiang Shaolong could feel his headache expanding. He slipped both his hands into the clothes and started to fondle, hoping to distract her. Changing the topic, he disclosed, before the attack, Lord Longyang confided in me. He told me to give up on you for the person talented Lady Ji has fallen for is not Dong Quang, nor Li Yuan, but the number one enemy of the six states Xiang Shaolong. Under his daring fondling, Ji Yanran moaned, number one enemy of the six states, Shaolong's words are indeed fresh and creative. Oh. No wonder Lord Longyang is focusing all his attention on me. AI. Shaolong. Are you trying to kill me? Ah. If this goes on, I am going to want you right now. Xiang Shaolong frightfully withdrew his hands, he has to be ready for potential visitors. Ji Yanran lied on his body with her face red like embers. She groaned, has Shaolong concluded who is the mastermind behind the assassination? Xiang Shaolong stroked her fair back and replied, I wish to seek the wisdom of talented lady. Biting his ear in return, she answered, the biggest suspect would be Prince Xinling. He will definitely send people to retrieve the Lu Gong secret manual stolen by you. As a matter of fact, everyone here would love to lay their hands on the manual. Stressed, Xiang Shaolong suggested, if the manual is with Guozhong, then Li Yuan would have proposed marriage to Guoxior. Straightening her beautiful posture, Ji Yanran proudly proclaimed, "If I make Li Yuan give up hope, he will marry her straight away." It finally dawned on Xiang Shaolong. For a top-quality beauty like Gui Xior, there would be no lack of suitors. The only issue is the status in society. Guozhong will never let his daughter marry down and even much less of becoming a concubine. Ji Yanran holds a more prestigious status than Gui Xior. If Li Yuan won her heart, she would be his official wife. If Li Yuan sealed his marriage with Gui Xior, Ji Yanran will never marry him. This is precisely his present dilemma. Recalling earlier events, she suspiciously judged, "I think hubby is better than Lu Gong. Even Lu Ban may not be able to design the first-class climbing tools you possess." Xiang Shaolong felt guilty and shared a passionate kiss with Ji Yanran. Using an excuse to visit the injured Xiang Shaolong, Wu Zhuo arrived with a huge force. After Ji Yanran left in the most reluctant manner, Wu Zhuo, Jingjun, Wu Guo and Shan Rou gathered in a secret room for a discussion. Zhao Ji also came early and entered the room with the rest. After they are settled in their seats, Xiang Shaolong jested, "If Lu Cheng lost his head to a band of masked fighters tonight, who will the public will speculate the killers to be?" Everyone shook with excitement and stared at him with bewilderment. His actions are beyond comprehension. Shan Rou and Zhao Ji cried, "Ah!" Zhao Ji reached out and grabbed Shan Rou's hands tightly, her eyes reddened with emotion. Jing Jun was puzzled. Does two sister-in-laws have an enmity with Lu Cheng? Xiang Shaolong sighed to himself. Lu Cheng is Zhao Mu's right-hand man. How can he not play a part in Zhao Mu's devious schemes? Zhao Ji heard this kid addressing him as sister-in-law sincerely and was pleased. She took a quick glance at him before lowering her embarrassed face. Shan Rou put on a satisfied look with her sister-in-law title. Her eyes flashed and recalled, "The person who came to arrest my family is indeed Lu Cheng, he even." AI. She sadly lowered her head and announced, "I wish to stop bringing up the past." Suddenly, she raised her head. Gritting her teeth, she swore, "I must cut down his head personally." Wu Zhuo seriously questioned, "Does third brother really has confidence?" Lu Cheng is a crafty and cowardly character. He is heavily protected by able fighters at all times. Now that the city is in a state of alert, it will make the task much harder. Full of confidence, Xiang Shaolong said, "If you can do what others cannot, life is more interesting. Assassination is based on strategy, not numbers. If we can accurately understand his movement, we can devise a brilliant operation that will enable us to make a silent attack and retreat." Wu Zhuo is still hesitant and added, "Would this raise the alarm and reveal out whereabouts in Handan City?" "Coward!" Shan Rou despising scolded. Wu Zhuo's face darkened. He is a proud warrior and cannot tolerate such words at him, moreover the person who said it was a female. Zhao Ji was horrified and tugged at Shan Rou's shoulders with blame. Upset, Xiang Shaolong roared, "I respect Big Brother Wu the most. You crossed your line of authority, apologize now." Shan Rou knew she was too much but she gave a meek laugh and corrected, "I am not talking about Big Brother Wu. I saw little June trembling and scolded him for being a coward, causing the misunderstanding." Jing Jun eyes widened and was about to protest that he was wronged. Catching Zhao Ji's wink, he could only keep quiet and took the blame for Shan Rou. How can Wu Zhuo hold it against her? For Shan Rou's case, this is as good as an apology. Shaking his head, he could only clarify, "I am never one to shy from danger. I only wish to emphasize on the important issues and make sure that we do not be penny-wise and pound-foolish." Jing Jun placed a lot of importance in family relations. He helped to speak up for Shan Rou, "I am truly the coward. Big Brother Wu is courageous and majestic. He is fearless in the most fearful situation. Everyone is amused by his exaggeration and the atmosphere lightened up." Xiang Shaolong analyzed, "Lu Cheng is a dangerous man. If he acts, we can be annihilated. The big question is where his loyalty lies. Is he still loyal to Zhao Mu or has he been bought over by King Xiaocheng? Most likely he is only true to himself. Like the grass on the wall, it will bend towards whichever strong wind that it blowing." While waiting for them to digest his words, he continued, "If Zhao Mu wants to rebel tomorrow, he will expose our relationship with him to Lu Cheng to increase his confidence. This will make it easier to deploy his men but it will be very dangerous at the same time. Do you understand my meaning?" Shan Rou, Zhao Ji, Wu Gui and Jing Jun frowned deeply, not being able to catch the underlying meaning. Only Wu Zhuo let out a lasting sigh and agreed, "Yes. I understand why Lu Cheng has to be killed first. If he happens to be King Xiaocheng's spy in Zhao Mu camp, he will pass on the secret to King Xiaocheng and we will die without even knowing why." Shan Rou was hit with realization. Xiang Shaolong smilingly added, "Killing Lu Cheng brings us another benefit. Even Wu Zhuo cannot see where the benefit lays." Xiang Shaolong explained plainly, "We will make the assassination as ambiguous as possible. We will create a scenario whereby it seems to be done by Xiang Shaolong, but after careful thinking, it may not be done by him. Based on Lu Cheng's wavering allegiance, this will stir up suspicions between Zhao Mu and King Xiaocheng. Both will suspect each other of killing Lu Cheng in Xiang Shaolong's name. What will be the end result? Everyone was blown away by the brilliance in this plan and admired his throughout analysis. Jing Jun deduced, both men are suspicious by nature. They will start arming themselves for a head-on confrontation. Nodding, Wu Zhuo visualized, it would be best if King Xiaocheng summoned Lian Po or Li Mu back for his protection and assistance. This will provoke Xiao Mu into immediate rebellion. We can then take this opportunity to fish Xiao Mu, this big fish in troubled waters. Shan Rou frowned, then the biggest challenge is how to cut off Lu Cheng's head? Xiang Shaolong was ticked and was about to answer when an attendant reported that Tian Dan is here to visit him. Xiang Shaolong was alarmed. Within Handan City, the man whom he has the most misgivings is Tian Dan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9 Chapter 3. Book 9 Chapter 3, Opportunity to Kill at Night. Tian Dan entered his bedroom, and on his left and right is his bodyguard Lu Zhongxia and Lu Zhongshi brothers. He walked straight to the bedside and intimately asked, "How is Brother Dong doing?" Tian Dan has a natural dominating spirit, and Xiang Shaolong raised his awareness and monitored his words carefully. Nodding to his as a gesture of acknowledgement, he replied, "I am up to my neck in work and is also enjoying the pleasures of wine and women. After a little soak in the river, I caught this resulting fever." AI. Chancellor Tian, please have a seat. Tian Dan smiled and corrected, "I love to talk while standing." Hey! Brother Dong's eyes are full of energy, how can you be immersed in women? You must have overexerted physically and purposely caught a chill. Xiang Shaolong knew he cannot pretend in front of this man. He grumbled, "I guess so." Scrutinizing him for a while, Tian Dan simply asked, "Are Brother Dong's followers all personally trained by you?" From his words, Xiang Shaolong deduced that when he was trying to force his way at the city gates with King Xiaocheng dissuading him, Tian Dan must have been present and observed the entire situation. He was alarmed that Tian Dan is now suspicious of him. He pretended to be unaffected and answered, "To raise horses, you must first prevent your horses from being stolen. The south is full of barbarians, so I train them every day to prepare for this threat." After a moment's thought, Tian Dan nodded, "If Brother Dong can train my Qi soldiers to be as elite and unafraid of death like yours, Qin would not pose a threat." Xiang Shaolong relaxed as Tian Dan is only identifying his real strength, and he admired his foresight. His biggest strength lies in bringing the special forces concept into this ancient age. And this strength was identified by Tian Dan in an instance. After exchanging looks, Xiang Shaolong closed his eyes for a while before opening them again. Looking straight at Tian Dan's suspicious gaze, he shot, "I understand your intentions. Chancellor Tian, please give Mr. some time." Tian Dan was amazed by his forthright and direct answer. Stunned, he joyfully praised, "I acknowledge Brother Dong as a sentimental man with strong emotions. Otherwise, you would not have risked your life saving Lord Longyang. If it was anyone else, they would save their own skin first." Xiang Shaolong pretended to be under some pain and his eyebrows frowned. Shaking his head, he said, "My mind is blank at the point in time. All I know is we are on the same boat and should face danger together." Tian Dan's eyes shone and he asked in a deep voice, "According to Lord Longyang, Brother Dong had a premonition of the incoming danger. How did Brother Dong foretell the future?" Under his penetrating gaze, Xiang Shaolong was very uncomfortable and wished he could leave immediately. Pretending to be tired, he simply answered, "I have been with horses longer than anyone. I may have picked up their sensitivity to surroundings. Before every natural disaster or extreme change in weather, all birds, animals and insects are known to exhibit strange behavior. After all, Xiang Shaolong is not a criminal. He cannot interrogate him non-stop." Tian Dan commented, "Brother Dong is an extraordinary talent. The assassin must have been very unlucky to run into Brother Dong, resulting in his failure. The Chu King may have overlooked your capabilities, but how would Lord Chenshin Huangyi, Zhao Mu's dad, Li Yuan's master, let you go?" Xiang Shaolong was shaken. This man possesses the highest intellect. If he is let slip any detail, he may be blackmailed by him. He joked, "Lord Chenshin may not even remember how I look, what is there not to let go? I am tired of the Chu people and have no wish to bring them up anymore." It is Tian Dan's turn to admire Xiang Shaolong's prowess. His ambiguous reply makes him even more mysterious and intelligent. Nodding, he agreed, "The people of Chu are short-sighted and only look for short-term gains. They refuse to learn from their mistakes and are not worth mentioning. But if Chu is led by Li Yuan one day, what are the changes Brother Dong can foresee?" Xiang Shaolong gave a cold snort and hissed, Li Yuan is an ungrateful and narrow-minded brat. He indulges in wine and women and got his position through dubious means. What can he possibly accomplish? Electricity seemed to shoot out from Tian Dan's eyes and land squarely on his face. He could not help laughing. Brother Dong is truly someone of great judgment. How can I believe you are just an ordinary horse breeder? But Xiang Shaolong's entire spine is freezing cold. Giving a dry cough, he humbly said, Chancellor Tian is exaggerating. Tian Dan officially said, if Brother Dong knows the ways of the world, he should not remain in this declining state of Zhao. He should have better aspirations and set his sights high and far. Brother Dong is a smart man and should understand what I mean. Xiang Shaolong knows that he is naturally referring to himself. He felt great relief and eased himself on his pillow. He released a huge sigh and kept his silence. Tian Dan may be eloquent and highly persuasive, but he is still helpless at Xiang Shaolong's silence. Giving in, he implored, what is holding Brother Dong's tongue? Xiang Shaolong, pretending to be in discomfort, and forced himself to sit up. He supported himself by the bed rest and cried, it is my dad's dying wishes that I return to Zhao to farm animals. Everything is fated and I usually don't give a about things. Chancellor Tian and I have a great affinity for each other and I am thankful for our acquaintance. I need time to ponder this over and I hope Chancellor Tian can appreciate my predicament. He is so blunt that Tian Dan can no longer force him to make a stand. He took a deep breath and surprisingly shot, the assassin is not related to Xiang Shaolong. Xiang Shaolong was startled. Acting stupid, he asked, how did Chancellor Tian know? Tian Dan stepped forward by a step and patted his shoulder lightly. He smiled, I wish for a day when Brother Dong will visit me in Qi. I will give Mr. the grandest treatment. Please rest well. When you recover in a few days, I hope to tour your farm. Evading Xiang Shaolong's question and leaving like that, Tian Dan got Xiang Shaolong filled with questions about what he has accomplished in such a visit. At dinner time, everyone is heavily burdened about the upcoming assassination and atmosphere is very depressing. Zhao took a few bites and laid down her chopsticks, watching Xiang Shaolong eating with a good appetite. Jing Jun is the only excited individual. He egged Zhao Ji, Sister Ji. If you are not full, you will not have energy. Zhao Ji quietly replied, I am not hungry. Shan Rou scolded softly, useless girl. We are not the victims, so why are you so nervous? At this moment, Tianjin and Tian Feng came over to pour wine for everyone. Wu Zhua halted, no drinking tonight. He turned to Xiang Shaolong and laughed, Lord Longyang sent 2 big caskets of wine. One is medicated wine, the other is tonic wine. Ha! I think third brother is in for a good time. Xiang Shaolong is troubled with Lord Longyang's gratitude and concern and could not say a word. Shan Rou coldly snorted, letting him die would be a clean break. You had to go and save his life and got into a whole bunch of nonsense. Irritated, Zhao Ji chided, Sister, Shan Rou shot her a look and demeaned, you are only good as a noisemaker. Xiang Shaolong could only face Wu Zhuo and Jing Jun and smiled. Shan Rou patted her little tummy and stretched her body. In a hoarse and harsh voice, she demanded, I want a piece of the action tonight. Your wife is going for a quick nap. You better prepare a set of those climbing tools for me. I want the best quality. Everyone was dazzled by her mannerisms. She headed back to sleep as she said, and one of the Tian sisters hastily escorted her back. Zhao Ji was shaking as she tried to apologize, Dear masters, have a broad mind to fit your status. Please do not blame Sister Rou. Xiang Shaolong laughing interrupted, Gigi, rest easy. No one will really blame her. Wu Zhuo nodded in agreement, definitely an experienced first-class assassin. She knows that it is crucial to rest and relax before any action. We must learn from her. At this time, Wu Guo led Pu Bu and his buddy Lu Chao in. Waiting for their news in agony, everyone was elated to see them. After pouring out his sorrows over their earlier parting, Lu Chao started speaking, after I got word from Pu Bu, I instantly contacted my colleagues who were deployed in Lu Cheng's residence. After some investigations, we finally got something conclusive. Everyone cheered and listened attentively. Lu Chao explained, Lu Cheng is a very cautious person. He committed all sorts of atrocities and is afraid of revenge. His movements are highly confidential and is always surrounded by a large group of well-trained warriors. Even now, we have yet to penetrate his circle of trusted escorts. Jing Jun was distressed, I thought you said we have something conclusive? Lu Chao explained, that is normally the case. However, Handan City is in a state of panic for the past 2 days. Lu Cheng deployed a huge number of houseguards into his escort team, so we have 2 brothers who managed to slip in. Otherwise, I would not dare to come and see Master Xiang. Xiang Shaolong frowned, he seems to be afraid of me. Lu Chao stressed, Master Xiang and him have deep grudges. Of course he wants to stay alive. Xiang Shaolong is surprised. He asked, we have deep grudges? Lu Chao was alarmed, what? Does Master Xiang not know that Shu'er is ganged by Zhao Mu and him till death? He even tells us how he did it and he enjoyed playing with Master Xiang's woman. What? Xiang Shaolong was shaking strongly. Afraid that he may be too emotional, Wu Zhuo coaxed him and asked Lu Chao, where will Lu Chang be tonight? Lu Chao replied, for the sake of the city's defense, he has spent most of his time in the East Gate command post. He is rarely home in the last few days and couldn't wait to return to his residence. Xiang Shaolong suppressed his grief, but recollecting Shu'er's horrifying death, warm blood filled him. In a deep voice, he asked, what is he afraid of? Lu Chao responded, Madame Lu is King Xiaocheng's sister, Zhao Ye's elder sister. She is a very smart woman and Lu Chang is afraid of her. All his sexual activities have to be hidden from her. Zhao Ji worriedly said, if he remained in the command post tonight, what chances do we have? Lu Chao added, he has 3 other villas which he used to house any new girls or concubines. This man is cruel and loves girls. The girls he tortured till death or disability are beyond calculation. Recently, an official offended King Xiaocheng and Lu Chang was tasked to annihilate his clan. He secretly kept 2 concubines for his own pleasure. He has yet to visit them recently, so we gauged that he will do so within these 2 nights. Xiang Shaolong finally understood why Empress Yuji, Qin, Xiaopan's new mother, bore such hatred towards Lu Chang. Now, even without her command, he will never let him off. Wu Zhuo continued to clarify everything he needed to know about Lu Chang, including the location of the villa used to hide the women. He also asked about Lu Chang's personal escort team and other details. Lu Chao replied all his questions in concise details. After he finished, Wu Zhuo praised him to Xiang Shaolong, Brother Lu is a talent and has never stopped working for you. Lu Chao modestly replied, after the visit from Daliang, our band of brothers is willing to lay our lives for Master Xiang anytime. In our opinion, there is not one hero who can match Master Xiang. Xiang Shaolong recomposed himself and nodded, after this incident, please come back to Xianyang with me. We will share wealth and woe together and be united as one family. Li Chao was overjoyed and gave his thanks. Xiang Shaolong sent him out personally and reminded him to tell his 2 brothers in the personal escort team to find an excuse not to depart with Lu Chang before returning to the inner hall. Wu Zhuo and the rest had left to prepare for tonight's operations, leaving only Zhao Ji and the beautiful pair of twins from you. Xiang Shaolong had calmed down when he thought about the dead Shu'er. He felt like his heart was being stabbed and was in agony. On his return to Handan City, he has been on the receiving end of Lu Chang's hospitality. Despite knowing it is all a false front, there had been no real sense of enmity. Now that things have changed and he wanted to tear this traitor to pieces. His death will only bring benefits to humanity. The only issue Xiang Shaolong had with this ancient time is that women are treated like playthings or slaves. Even a princess like Zhao Ye is also dependent on making men happy for her survival. A person's authority should arise from an objective and fair legal system. Thinking about this, he remembered the fathers of legalism Li Si and Han Fei Zi. He wonders if he can influence them to replace legalism instead of Confucian governance. After he thought deeper, he realized that as long as it is still a monarchy, real legalism is just a reflection in the water. A reflection only and never the real thing. Zhao Ji slid up to him and tugged, Master Dong. Your face is really pale and I am worried for you. Xiang Shaolong was stricken. In this state, he is not suited to lead the assassination. But he is unable to release his agitation for sure. Reaching out and hugging Zhao Ji's waist, he coaxed, Ji must stay here tonight and await my return. Zhao Ji thundered, ah. No. I must be by your side, don't look down on my swordsmanship. Xiang Shaolong lowered his hand and patted her buttocks strongly. He officially stated, your martial arts and swordsmanship are brilliant but you have never drawn blood before. This is a different matter altogether. Be obedient and listen to me, okay? Thinking about killing, Zhao Ji gave a cold consent and lowered her head in silence. Xiang Shaolong suddenly thought of a great way to relax. He intimately whispered beside her small ear, Ji, you wait for me in my room. I do not want to see a piece of clothing on you. I will come and make love to you in a while, did you hear what I said? Happy but shy, Zhao Ji tinkled a sweet reply before she tore away from him and ran straight into his room, not daring to look back at him. The Tian sisters stared at them unknowingly. Xiang Shaolong summoned the 2 girls before him. Hugging one on each side, he proclaimed harmoniously, tomorrow night is your turn. Sometime after the second watch. The East Gate command post's giant doors opened and out galloped 200 overriders. In formation, they started traveling on the long street. They swerved left and entered an express lane which is part of the city wall and began cruising, Except for 4 lanterns in front and the 4 behind lighting the path, the center formation traveled in total darkness, causing anyone to be unable to see clearly who was riding. 2 rows of 40 riders formed a long line and they rode on the edge of the formation, one after another. They resemble a moving wall safeguarding the 5 groups of riders in the center. Everyone is holding onto a large shield and is facing externally. If someone were to shoot an assassinating arrow from the houses or the streets, they are likely to miss them, much less the riders in the center. The center group of riders has the most soldiers, numbering 50. Those at the perimeter all carried tall shields, showing that there is an important person in the center. The remaining 4 groups have 20 soldiers each. They carry a long lance each and are ready to charge or use them as a throwing weapon. Under the sickly autumn wind, one can feel the strict chill in the air. The hoofbeats shattered the tranquility of the late night. There are 30 over feet between each group. Even in the case of an ambush, it is hard to surround them unless the enemy has a force 10 times larger. After riding for half a mile, the formation left with express lane and swerved right towards the city. The sky is thick with clouds, hiding the moon. The elite members trailing them quickly climbed onto higher buildings and out of sight from the formation. They signaled their nearest teammate and pinpointed Lu Cheng's position. Waiting anxiously at Lu Cheng's alternative villa, Xiang Shaolong and company swiftly plotted out their travel route and laid their ambush. Xiang Shaolong and his troops flattened themselves on roofs. Their head and faces are all securely covered with black cloth. Only their eyes are showing, resembling ghosts. Until they saw the faint light from the lanterns appearing at the far end of the street did they finally put their mind at ease. If Lu Cheng did not use this direction to return to his alternative villa, tonight's operation would have gone to waste. As the hoofbeats sounded, the prey draws nearer. On the left, Wu Zhuo analyzed, Lu Cheng may be a cruel child predator but he still holds water as Zhao's famed general. Looking at his formation, we can tell that he is well qualified. On the right, Shan Rou whispered, Lu Cheng is mine. I must cut his head personally. Xiang Shaolong purposely twisted over and bit her ear softly before adding, this is a city hunt. Whoever has the best ability will receive the biggest gains. Shan Rou shot him an icy look and bent her head with disdain. Her body remains still though. Xiang Shaolong is high with anticipation. Right now, the lantern bearers in front have arrived at their ambush point and passed them. Group after group of enemies rode along the long street. The atmosphere becoming more and more tense. Xiang Shaolong knows that the time is ripe. He nudged Wu Zhuo as the biggest group of riders with Lu Cheng in it entered the heart of the narrow lane below him. Wu Zhuo let out a shrill whistle, breaking the orderly hoofbeats. The enemy is taken by surprise and looked at the 2 sides. The air is filled with the sound of arrows whizzing by. Prone on the 2 rows of roofs, the elite troops shot out arrow after arrow, killing the horses but not the men. The war horses' tragic cries and the angry howls of men filled everybody's ears. The lanterns have been taken out. In the darkness, the war horses jumped wildly and it was chaos. But the formation remained intact and this is enough to prove the Zhao army has strict training and quality soldiers. Wu Zhuo knows that the time is appropriate and gives the signal to attack. Xiang Shaolong remained still but Shan Rou had leaped from the roof like a leopard. She dropped a few feet before she shot a cable from her climbing tool at her waist. Like heavenly soldiers descending, she landed on an empty area on the street. In the same instant, over 10 burning fireballs erupted from left and right, vaguely illuminating the enemy's position. The enemy still imagined the attackers are from the 2 sides. Unknown to them, the attackers have all climbed up. The elite troops used their flying daggers to deadly perfection. By the time the enemy realized, over half of the formation has been wounded and fallen from their horses. The complete formation is now in disarray. The riderless horses started bumping around, adding to the chaos. Since Lu Cheng's group is the main target, it suffered the most casualties. 50 over men are down to nearly 20. The remaining survivors continue falling off their horses. Those hit by flying daggers are wounded on the face or the chest, transforming this peaceful long street into a living hell of corpses and carcasses. Xiang Shaolong used his waist cable and descends onto the street. Before his foot touched the ground, he sent out 2 palms on his right and left. Unable to feint, 2 enemies on horseback received the palm on the face and fell off their horses. When he landed, blood wave was drawn out and he killed 2 of his 3 attackers. The last man was stabbed by Shan Rou from the back and tragically yelled before falling towards Xiang Shaolong. Xiang Shaolong stepped aside and scanned the area. The fireballs are still burning on the floor and 10 over personal escorts are shielding the calm-looking Lu Cheng as they retreated to a back alley. With shouts of kill ringing the street, the elite soldiers leaped out from both sides. Carrying giant axes, they slayed the remaining foes and left Lu Cheng's group alone without support. Xiang Shaolong winked at Wu Zhuo, leading 4 of their troops for the kill. Like a tigress breaking free, Shan Ro rushed to their backs and shot out a flying dagger. She shot later, but she hit the target first. Before Xiang Shaolong and Wu Zhuo make a kill, the dagger hit the throat of an enemy, proving her assassination skills. Lu Chang roared, "Attack!" 5 men advanced to meet Xiang Shaolong and Wu Zhuo while he continues to retreat. Xiang Shaolong shouted, "Le Cheng, you traitor, let me Xiang Shaolong take your worthless life." Lu Cheng has entered the back alley. Confident, he grinned, "Come if you dare." Shan Ro dashed past Xiang Shaolong, her sword waving ferociously, engaging the enemy before he could. Xiang Shaolong and Wu Zhuo were afraid that she may fail and quickly attacked. The swords and sabers flashed and the aura of death was all around. These men are Lu Cheng's best swordsmen and they defended their attacks well. Lu Cheng was about to turn and run into other alleys when his bodyguards were felled by arrows. Leading more men, Jing Jun jumped down from the roof and forced Lu Cheng and his troops to panic and head back to the main street. Those in front can no longer hold back and start falling into their own pool of blood. Helplessly, Lu Cheng commanded, "Come with me." The remaining 6 men accompanied him back to where Xiang Shaolong was. Lu Cheng let out a howl and drew his own sword. Fast as lightning, he exchanged 3 stances with Xiang Shaolong in an instant. His arm strength is not as strong as Xiang Shaolong. In the last strike, he lost his balance and retreated 3 steps. Killing the rest of the enemy, Jing Jun somersaulted and sent 2 flying legs to Lu Cheng's back. Piak! Both feet hit Lu Cheng at the same time and on the same level as his heart. Lu Cheng staggered and fell forward, his helmet landing on the floor. A sword flashed. Having just killed another enemy, Shan Ro pounced out from nowhere and overtook Xiang Shaolong. In a cry of triumph, Lu Cheng's head dropped onto the floor. Decapitated, he died tragically on the spot. Wu Zhuo held up the lifeless head and gave the order to retreat. The cables hanging from the roofs were retrieved, leaving no evidence. The entire operation, taking less effort than to boil a cup of tea, completely highlights the highly efficient and explosive attacking power of the elite forces. Other than the strong flames, the floor is littered with carcasses and the blood-soaked corpses of the Zhao soldiers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9 Chapter 4. Book 9 Chapter 4, The New City Commander. Zhao Mu came to talk to Xiang Shaolong in the earliest hours of daylight. His eyes were lined with red veins and were flashing with uncertainty. Obviously, he has lost his footing. Xiang Shaolong is still in bed. Half conscious, he struggled to stay awake. Holding his blanket, he inquired, "Why is Marquis' complexion worse than myself?" Zhao Mu sat on his bedside, was deep in thought. Finally, he replied in a deep voice, "How are your injuries?" Xiang Shaolong pretended to move his limbs with difficulty and act tough. He gave a bored answer, "It is just superficial wounds, but I caught a bad chill. After lying for a whole day and night I am feeling much better." Zhao Mu did not find anything suspicious. In fact, all those who survived Lord Longyang assassination are still bedridden. It would be strange if only Xiang Shaolong is walking around full of energy. AI! Zhao Mu cried. Lu Cheng ran into trouble last night. Shaken, Xiang Shaolong exclaimed, "What?" Looking at Xiang Shaolong's eyes wide open, Zhao Mu added, "Lu Cheng was assassinated on his way home last night. Even his head was chopped off. 200 over personal armed escorts were either dead or heavily injured." AI. Aghast, Xiang Shaolong questioned, "That Xiang Shaolong is really so powerful?" Zhao Mu coldly said, "The residents of the neighboring houses did hear someone saying he is Xiang Shaolong himself. But all these attackers are masked and no one can really be sure of their identity. After further investigations, we discovered another batch of soldiers was killed at the east wall, leaving only their climbing ropes. We did not find any footprints outside the city wall though." Energized, Xiang Shaolong concluded, "In this case, Xiang Shaolong must be hiding in the city. Marquis must dig him out quickly." Zhao Mu angrily shot back, "Do I need you to teach me to do this? The entire Handan city has been flipped over. Unless Xiang Shaolong and his men can burrow underground like rats, they will leave some traces. But we have yet to even detect his shadow. Can you explain to me what the He-11 is going on?" Zhao Mu was in a bad mood and lost his usual courtesy towards this Dong horse fanatic. Xiang Shaolong was laughing inside. Faking a thinking face, he asked after a while, "Who will be the new commander?" Zhao Mu responded, "Based on the current situation, it will be Cheng Dan." His face changing colors, Xiang Shaolong mused, "This is bad for us." Zhao Mu recovered, "You finally understand. Lu Cheng's death only benefits King Xiaocheng and not Xiang Shaolong. If Xiang Shaolong wants to kill, it will be long before Lu Cheng's turn. King Xiaocheng has always been cruel. It could even be Zhao Ya's instigation. If Xiang Shaolong can really come and go as he wishes, King Xiaochang and I will be dead long ago. Biting his teeth, Xiang Shaolong proposed, the first mover gains the advantage. If Marquis can poison him through Zhao Queen, this will solve all our problems. Zhao Mu bitterly replied, do you think she is my subordinate? She will not be so stupid to be directly involved in the assassination. But if we manage to kill that muddle-headed King Xiaochang, I have a way to control her. AI. What should I do now? Xiang Shaolong was delighted to comprehend the relationship between Zhao Mu and Zhao Queen. They were only making use of each other. Zhao Mu saw that Xiang Shaolong is keeping very quiet and thought he is thinking about how to save them. He released a very long sigh before summarizing, some things cannot be rushed. It is my great fortune to have a nameless Superman like you, so I am not defeated yet. But without Le Chang, my power will diminish greatly and Tian Dan will not be as friendly as usual. Standing up, he finished, rest well and heal your injuries first. I still have to visit other people and calm their nerves. You try to gather more news from Zhao Ya and see what other moves King Xiaochang is planning. Xiang Shaolong advised, Marquis, please be careful of people changing sides. The mind is unfathomable. Things are not as easy as they always seem, but... Displeased, Zhao Mu said, how can I not know this? I will contact you in the future. After he left, Xiang Shaolong remained in bed and was filled with thoughts. When the Tian sisters came in and helped him to wash up, Shan Ro skipped in energetically like a little girl. Grinning, she approached his back and used her shoulder to knock him lightly and proudly asked, who killed the biggest tiger? Another tigress, I admit my inferiority, came Xiang Shaolong's irritated reply. He reached behind and held her closely against his own back, giving him much excitement. Shan Ro was in her best mood and did not resist his mole 5T. She curiously mentioned, we only have 10 over injuries, this is indeed miraculously. Nobody will believe even if we say it. Why not we kill Tian Dan as well, then I will do whatever you wish. Zhao Ji and I can be another pair of Tian sisters. Both Tian sisters turned red-faced. Xiang Shaolong could feel a headache coming. Changing the topic, he asked, where is your nice sister? Shan Ro broke free from his back embrace and chirped, don't change the topic. What kind of hero are you? As she was combing his hair, Tianjin softly mentioned, Miss Ji is out gathering news. She was pinched by Shan Ro. Xiang Shaolong turned around and folded his sleeves shouting, this is the first time I have seen such an unreasonable woman. Let me use my wild horse taming skill on you, shrew. Jutting out her chest, Shan Ro faced him with her almond-shaped eyes, challenged, you dare. Tianjin and Tian Feng knew that he is putting up a show and held their laughter while peeping. Xiang Shaolong used his large palm and poked her face. Before she could retaliate, he withdrew and joked, sister has improved, now she only uses her hands and not her daggers. Shan Ro giggled and bats her eyelid at him, showcasing her charm and adorability. Xiang Shaolong was aroused and wanted to give her a bear hug, but Shan Ro slipped out of his grasp. Sliding to the door, she smiled, departing, you have not skilled enough to gain my favor. Go home and train for a few more years. She disappeared laughing, but the tinkle of her laughter remains in the air. Xiang Shaolong was mad and gnashed his teeth. Tian Feng smilingly commented, Miss Ro does carry a torch for Master Dong. She often chats with us about you. Embracing their two waists, Xiang Shaolong softly asked, what about the both of you? Both girls squirmed in embarrassment and lowered their heads. The two similar-looking girls with two different attitudes have reignited the desire started by Shan Ro and Xiang Shaolong. Assessing that Handan City will be in mayhem today and that all his sick visitors have come, he would have plenty of free time today. If he did not enjoy his jade beauties, there would be no better time. Minds and bodies as one, the chamber is filled passion. The long-awaited rewards for these two beauties were finally bestowed to them in this beautiful moment. When Xiang Shaolong woke up, Tianjin and Tian Feng's enticing bodies are intertwined with his like an octopus securing its prey. A slight movement by him caused the two exceedingly charming sisters to awake in fright. Both girls looked outside the window and saw the break of dawn. Startled, they stumbled out of bed. Xiang Shaolong was overwhelmed by physical scrambling of the sisters' jade bodies. He nearly wanted to pull them back into bed, but recalling Handan's situation, he forced himself to get out of bed too. The two girls were delighted to wash up and change for him. Happiness and joy shone out of their faces, making Xiang Shaolong delirious. His hands worked non-stop like them, causing both girls' ears to turn deep red before he left. The main hall was totally quiet and no one can be seen. Xiang Shaolong was enjoying the rare tranquility. Feeling lazy, he abandoned all thoughts and walked over to a sofa and lied down. Tianjin was tidying some clothes when she swayed over and kneeled down beside him. In a crystal-clear voice, she asked, what does Master Don long to eat? I will prepare it for you. Reminded by her words, his stomach rumbled like a drum. Patting her face, he replied, anything is fine. Hey! Where has that tigress gone to? Tianjin could not resist replying, the tigress is naturally sleeping in the tiger den in daytime. Little Feng is attending to her. Finished, she left cheerfully. Xiang Shaolong closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep when Jing Jun and Zhao Ji returned one after another. Neither of them brought back any negative reports. Xiang Shaolong could finally see the clouds clearing and put down a burden on his mind. With Lu Chang gone, the stakes have changed and he now holds the initiative. As Jing Jun and Zhao Ji ate with him, Zhao Ji commented, I have never seen Handan City in such a state. The streets are full of soldiers and every household is being searched and interrogated. Even all our martial warriors at the school have been dispatched to help out, causing widespread panic. As Xiang Shaolong stuffed himself, he asked, did anyone suspect it was my work? Looking at him with utmost admiration and worship, she chuckled, Master Dong is famous for his flying needles. Because none were used, everyone is highly suspicious. Zhao Ba even suspects the mastermind to be Li Yuan. Hey! This is so funny. Jing Jun added, I have never seen Sister Ji so happy before. Zhao Ji shot him a glare and cried, busybody. Jing Jun quickly smilingly apologized. This is called everything has its relationship with one another, Xiang Shaolong thought. Where is Big Brother? He asked. Jing Jun answered, he is back at the farm. Lowering his voice, he added, now that the Zhao soldiers are searching the population, we should take the chance to send the injured brothers back to the farm for healing and cover a potential loophole. Xiang Shaolong was relieved. Wu Zhua is clever and cautious and will have a good excuse. Jing Jun continued, Big Brother had wanted to speak to Third Brother but Third Brother. Hey! Zhao Ji stared and questioned, why are you stuttering, little Jun? What is wrong is Third Brother? Xiang Shaolong is unafraid of Zhao Ji. His hand snaked under the table and began to feel her thigh. This appealing beauty instantly kept quiet and lowered her head. Tianfeng walked out of the kitchen, holding a huge jar of wine. She asked, does Master Dong want to try Lord Longyan's tonic wine? Jing Jun clapped and yelled, this is what he needs right now. You should join us for a drink too. Both girls' petite faces start to become hot. Xiang Shaolong found the situation very ironic. He whistled, unless you are too weak to absorb the nutrients, every man needs this stuff. Come. Get Xinjin to join us too and let's celebrate. Time passes by in this happy setting. In the evening, a fresh Shan Ro left her bedroom and dragged Zhao Ji to the backyard and prayed to their departed parents. Jing Jun loved excitement. Leading 10 over experts, he went out to spy but was actually out to party. Xiang Shaolong did not stop him as he agrees that it will give them more knowledge about Handan City's current affairs. He was pining for Ji Yanran but knows that he must stay indoors. The only way to suppress this yearning was to seek out Tianjin and Tianfeng, pleasuring them to the maximum. All the other men only love their bodies, who is willing to share their sorrows? Zhao Ji is unofficially his mistress and moved in as well. He could not bear to contradict her action. After dinner, he was intended on a quiet night when there was a sudden visitor, it is Marquis Pingshan Han Shuang. Sitting in the hall, Han Shuang scrutinized his complexion and nodded, Brother Dong is fitter than his horses. Your complexion has improved so much. Does the wound still hurt? Thanks for Marquis' concern. I am indeed much better today. AI. General Lu Chang left so unexpectedly. Han Shuang revealed a cold air and spoke with disdain, there are some people in this world that can die suddenly and no one can guess who the murderer is. This is because they have harmed too many people. If I may, I would love to stab him myself. In the past when he was guarding the Zhaohan border, he often trespassed my area and committed atrocities. Both his hands are full of blood. Humph. Xiang Shaolong was mortified. He normally saw Han Shuang and Lu Chang behaving like close brothers but they were hiding these deep grudges. Feigning surprise, he exclaimed, General Lu Chang is really such a person? Han Shuang cut in, forget this man. Let's discuss about the future. Xiang Shaolong muttered to himself. Does this man want to use me to face off Li Yuan? Han Shuang received his tea from Tianfeng and lecherously looked at her back frame. Swallowing his saliva, he recomposed himself and described, on your return to Zhao, you would hope to carve out a prosperous career. Ultimately, horsebreeding is just horsebreeding. The most you can be the next Wu family. You will never hold an official post, do you understand, Brother Dong? Xiang Shaolong thought to himself, even if I am the real Dong Quang, I would never go to Han as it is even weaker than Zhao. Putting up a false front, he started, I am grateful that Marquis recognizes my talent. But, Han Shuang interrupted, Brother Dong is mistaken. If ever you wish to come to my state, I welcome you with open arms. But today's topic is about the vacancy of the city commander created by Lu Cheng's death. Xiang Shaolong was befuddled. Han Shuang is a Han citizen. When is his turn to meddle with the affairs of Zhao? The city commander is equivalent to the biggest protector of Zhao King and is someone the Zhao King would trust the most. He would never try to vie for this position even in his dreams. Han Shuang proudly revealed, Brother Dong would have never guessed that the Zhao Queen has Han roots. Through her, I am able to influence Zhao politics to a certain extent. Xiang Shaolong then remembered that Zhao Queen is part of the plan to unite the three states. The Han royalty married to King Xiaochang would naturally have some connections to Han Shuang. Kicking himself for this oversight, he confessed, I have no idea at all. Han Shuang loftily added, if I put in a few words for you to Zhao Queen, she can influence King Xiaochang's decision. After Zhao Mu's decline in power, Zhao Ya and Zhao Queen are the two people who have the most influence on King Xiaochang. Xiang Shaolong was shaken. Like Lord Longyang, he had underestimated Han Shuang. This man is always lusting after Zhao Ya. Besides her body, the more crucial reason is to manipulate King Xiaochang through her. He can even conquer Zhao without bloodshed. From this point of view, Zhao Mu is at best a little pawn in the hand of Zhao Queen. In this warring period, everyone survives by acquiring information. National conspiracies are all executed openly and discreetly. Frowning, he asked, didn't King Xiaochang get Cheng Dan to succeed Li Chang? Han Shuang scolded angrily, who the he-11 is Cheng Dan? He stole some of Xiang Shaolong's credit to attain his present position. His prestige and abilities are insufficient to win the hearts and minds of his subordinates. In this urgent situation, he is only temporarily assigned to take charge. Xiang Shaolong was agitated. If he is the city commander, capturing Zhao Mu will be the easiest thing on earth. Disbelieving King Xiaochang's naivety, he bitterly joked, I have been in Handan City for a short while only. My seat is not even warm yet and I don't even qualify in the first place. Marquis need not waste the effort. Still highly enthusiastic, Han Shuang encouraged, Brother Dong is too humble. Everyone in Handan City knows you and your popularity is sky high. From the gift of 1,000 war horses, the dissing of the Chu people, the gate crashing, the saving of Lord Longyang, etc. If you become the city commander, there will be no one who can offer a better candidate. Xiang Shaolong shook his head, one gate crashing is not enough to change Zhao King's opinion. Han Shuang smiled craftily and continued, black can be twisted to white and white can be twisted to black. All it takes is a mouth. If King Xiaochang appoints you, it also shows he is open-minded, generous and good at utilizing talents. Brother Dong is all prepared but only lacks the mouth. I can even influence Zhao Ya and have both of them speak up for you. What more is there to worry by then? Xiang Shaolong is finally blown over and his heart is rejuvenated. He looked at Han Shuang suspiciously and asked, this act of kindness, what can I do to repay Marquis? Han Shuang saw that he is tempted and is just as happy. He laughed loudly, we are all family and there is no need for such words. Come. Let me arrange for you to meet the Queen and we can talk about the rest later. He stood up and turned around. Xiang Shaolong pretends to get up forcefully and send him to the door. As they walked, Han Shuang advised, do not get involved with Zhao Mu or Guo Zhong. At the same time, do not offend Zhao Ya or Guo Kai. This way, the city commander's position will be yours. Hey! King Xiaochang is very impressed with your saving of Lord Longyang. Has Lord Longyang recovered? Xiang Shaolong queried. Han Shuang hissed, if you need 1 day to recover, he will need at least 10 days. Oh. Are the twin sisters thrilling? How can Xiang Shaolong not understand his intention? Cursing to himself, he whispered, I can send them to keep you company but we better be discreet and do not let others suspect our relationship. When I am appointed the city commander, then we will have no fear. Han Shuang reluctantly sighed, Brother Dong is right. Better to be discreet. Once I have word from Zhao Queen, I will notify you immediately. Sending off Han Shuang, Xiang Shaolong wanted to shout out for joy and express the joy and excitement in his heart. Who would have guessed that killing Li Chang will bring about this wonderful ending? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9 Chapter 5. Book 9 Chapter 05, Stealing the Bell While Covering the Ears. Xiang Shaolong had yet to turn back to his residence when Zhao Ya's carriage passed Han Shuang's carriage and entered the driveway. Xiang Shaolong sighed and approached her carriage, opening the door personally. Zhao Ya simply stared at him and asked softly, can you get up and start walking? Flexing his limbs, he escorted her into the hall and answered, if I continue to stay in bed, I will be bored to death. Jiaye jested, you are healthier than Lord Longyang. He is still bedridden. He probably needs another 10 odd days before he recovers completely. She continued in a low voice, what did Han Shuang say to you? Xiang Shaolong did not want her to run into Shan Rou and Zhao Ji and led her to the east guest room. Without a care, he said, nothing worth mentioning. That lecher saw the twin sisters I had and wanted to borrow them for a night. I turned him away instead. Humph. So what if he is unhappy? I hate this kind of perverts. His words are half true. It is true that Han Shuang did have that intention. It is untrue as it is not his actual motive. Jiaye could not distinguish the truth and nodded in agreement, adding a few words criticizing Han Shuang. Xiang Shaolong was guilt-ridden. Seriously speaking, he is not better off than Han Shuang. He is also the one who snatched the Tian sisters from Zhao Mu. The only difference is that they followed him willingly. Out of a sudden, Jiaye grabbed his arm and led him out of the side door into the garden. As they walked to the pond at the center of the garden, she whispered, what is the relationship between Zhao Mu and you? Why did he take special care of you? Why did he look for you so early today morning? Xiang Shaolong was taken aback. Knowing that she is working for King Xiaocheng, he shrugged his shoulders and insisted, you ask me, I ask who? I have no need to explain to anyone why someone is treating me well or ill-treating me. I don't give a dot. They reached the poolside and Jiaye dragged him to sit down together before laughing. I love to see your angry look, it is like watching a stubborn child. Xiang Shaolong pretended to be upset but was very intimidated. Based on her attention to details, his winking at Zhao Mu, during Tiandan's dinner, could not escape her eyes. He wonders if she has reported this to King Xiaocheng. Jiaye innocently leaned on him. Wrinkling her nose, she complained, oh. You are reeking of herbal smells. It is clogging my nose. Xiang Shaolong rudely shot, nobody asked you to follow me. Jiaye laughed like a blossoming tree and looks like she is enjoying herself. Xiang Shaolong was curious, your old flame entered the city to commit murder and you can still be carefree and unbothered. Just what in the world is going on? Jiaye smoothly picked a yellow leaf from a short tree and sniffed on it, this leaf is more fragrant than you thought. Stunned, Xiang Shaolong demanded, are you not listening to me? Jiaye's beautiful gaze floated over. Batting her eye, she replied, your voice is so special and full of character. I cannot stop listening even if I want to, followed by a giggle. She chuckled, Dong Horse fanatic is just like the others, thinking that it is Xiang Shaolong who did the killings. The ignorant cannot be blamed. You were not aware of Han Dan's affairs so you can only guess blindly. Xiang Shaolong was laughing to himself but on the outside, he gnashed his teeth cursing, who else can it be that hates Li Cheng so much that he must kill him? Jiaye leaned even closer with half of her enticing chest resting on his arm. She threw the leaf into the river and looked up to the moon and spoke softly, must you hate someone to kill him? If you want to know who may be Lu Cheng's killer, you must first tell me what did Zhao Mu said this morning. AI. Didn't you know that I am concerned about you? Xiang Shaolong bitterly laughed, you are really concerned about me? I think you are more afraid that I may die and cannot detain the real Xiang Shaolong. Jiaye's face reddened and cooed, I am concerned about both of you. Frank enough? Tell me quick. Xiang Shaolong was mesmerized by her tireless spirit and evoked his past happy memories where they often have the usual couple's tiff. Charmed, he was lost in thought. A smile formed on Jiaye's face and she sighed, you are always in your own world and do not care about me. Handan City is full of danger and any mistake would lead to the annihilation of your entire clan. I cannot protect you and you are still acting angry. Xiang Shaolong pretended to be perplexed and replied, he did not tell me any secrets but came to ask me more about you. I could tell that the Marquis of Julu was troubled and I guessed he must have been traumatized by the formidable old flame of yours, After a moment's thought, Jiaye faintly said, this matter should be kept from you but I am afraid that you may get involved with Zhao Mu so I have to force it out from you. Xiang Shaolong was delighted to know that his guess was accurate. Li Cheng is a two-headed snake whose loyalty is shuffling between King Xiaocheng and Zhao Mu. Both parties will suspect each other to be the mastermind. Jiaye reached to his ear and disclosed, Zhao Mu is the chief suspect in Lu Cheng's death. Xiang Shaolong feigned shock and cried, what? Jiaye stated, that's all you need to know and do not ask anymore. AI. Zhao Mu was really stupid, measuring others by his own yardstick and made this wrong move. King Xiaocheng no longer has any hesitation about this man and will not hold back anymore. Xiang Shaolong frowned, in this case, why didn't King Xiaocheng seize Zhao Mu immediately? Jiaye coldly snorted, did you know how Li Cheng died? Over 200 of his best men killed or injured in the time needed to boil a cup of tea. Zhao Mu did not have such capabilities and must have received assistance from someone. Besides, we have no evidence and dare not act rashly. The king had wanted to recall Lianpa or Li Mu, but we will fall into the mastermind's trap. AI. We are all in a dilemma. Oh heavens, Xiang Shaolong told himself. Even Tian Dan has been embroiled into this case. Maybe Li Yuan will be implicated sooner or later. Li Cheng's death has brought about many effects. Thinking ahead, Xiang Shaolong acted alarmed. Guess I better head out to the farm tomorrow and leave this place of deceit. I will focus on horse breeding and occasional pleasures of the flesh and happily live this life. Zhao Ye whined, if you really leave, then what is to become of me? Xiang Shaolong declared, you are you, I am I. What has princess got to do with me? You promised to be frank and only shared little tidbits of information with me like I am begging you for it. I seriously don't give a hoot about your information. If not for your soothing touches, I would have thrown you out of the house, and here you dare to ask me what is to become of you. Not only was Zhao Ye not offended, she was laughing till she nearly couldn't catch her breath. Holding her belly in pain, she asked, have you fulfilled your promise? You only know how to anger others. AI. Times passes fast when I am with you. Too bad I still have to visit my brother in the palace. Shall I come by to accompany you later? Xiang Shaolong moaned, if you want my wounds to reopen and bleed, then come and find me. This is called sacrificing blood to accompany the jade beauty. Zhao Ye cried, you rejected me again, am I not attractive to you? Xiang Shaolong started to undress and hissed, if you don't believe, feel free to check out my body. Zhao Ye laughingly helped him up and exclaimed, I take my hat off you. Not an inch of shame and decency. I'll need to go off. Can you send me to the door? Holding hands, Xiang Shaolong led her back to the east room, through the corridor and back to the courtyard. Zhao Ye was in great spirits and began to hum a tune that Xiang Shaolong used to hear from her frequently. Xiang Shaolong could not endure and asked, why is princess exceedingly happy tonight? Zhao Ye's complexion suddenly darkened and she lowered her head in silence. Until she reached the external ground and boarded her carriage did she held onto the window and waved to him softly saying, after Xiang Shaolong's departure, I thought of suicide on many occasions, but that will only benefit Zhao Mu. I had also hoped to be able to do something for Xiang Shaolong. Now that success is nearing, how can I not be delighted? Xiang Shaolong could feel his hostility reducing and his mind is in turmoil. Following her lead, he asked, if Zhao Mu is dead, what are your plans? Her face becoming burning red. Gazing at Xiang Shaolong with strong feelings, she said, at first I did not know what to do. After your insolent attack yesterday, I know I have found someone to replace Xiang Shaolong. No one else will suffice. Does Master Dong understand my thinking? The blind was lowered, blocking Xiang Shaolong's sight. Even though the horse carriage has gone far, he is still stoned on the courtyard, tasting an indescribable sensation. Shan Rou and Jing Jun were waiting in the hall. Shan Rou is enthusiastically poring over a map laid on the table while Jing Jun is yawning and couldn't wait to get away. Where are they? Xiang Shaolong asked. Shan Rou impatiently answered, who knows if you are coming back? I have sent them to sleep first. With a pained expression, Jing Jun pleaded, I did not sleep the whole day like sister, why didn't you send me to sleep too? Shan Rou rolled up the map and glared at him, are your legs grown on my body? You did not go to sleep on your own and now you are blaming others. Jing Jun shot back, earlier, I said I wanted to sleep. Who is the one who dragged me out to check out the map? Lacking a good reason, she gave him a strong shove and chimed, get lost. I have someone to accompany me now. Jing Jun shook his head helplessly and gave Xiang Shaolong a look of sympathy before disappearing like a burst of smoke. Putting aside Zhao Ye's issue, Xiang Shaolong sat opposite Shan Rou and asked, let me see what ugly drawing you have done. Shan Rou was about to reopen the map but hid the map behind her upon hearing his words. Her almond eyes staring at him, she spit, I dare you to repeat that. Giving in, Xiang Shaolong toned down, my good sister. Will you please allow me to admire your masterpiece that was resulted of your dedicated sweat, blood and tears? From annoyance to joyfulness, Shan Rou laid out the map and hummed, dedicated sweat, blood and tears? You are so good at exaggeration. Focusing on the map, Xiang Shaolong was quickly absorbed. It is a geographic map of both within Handan City and the outlying areas. The details are precise and stunning. Although it is not as good as satellite pictures of the 21st century, it is still a rare piece of work. Xiang Shaolong did not expect Shan Rou to be so talented, but on the other hand, this is a basic requisite of an outstanding assassin. Shan Rou was pleased that Xiang Shaolong is giving the map plenty of attention. She began pointing out several key points and explaining them. Xiang Shaolong could not stop nodding his head and committing the information to memory. When Shan Rou finished, he heard the street watchman shouting the time. It was the third watch. Xiang Shaolong gave a big stretch and yawned, can you accompany me to sleep? Shan Ro turned red-faced, shot him a glare and folded her map. Shaking her head, she rejected, I am not sleepy at all. You go ahead on your own. Ji is in my room. If you like it, you can carry your biggest fan to your room. Xiang Shaolong casually replied, if you do not want to sleep, so be it. And entered his own room. Shan Ro jumped out with both hands on her waist interrupting, hey. Xiang Shaolong was amused. Halting but not turning around, he asked with his back facing her, what advice does Miss Shan has for me? Shan Ro demanded, are you willing to help us sisters against Tian Dan or not? Turning his well-built frame around, he put one hand out and offered, come. Let's talk more in bed. Both of Shan Ro's cheeks turned reddish, adding more charm to this graceful beauty. Staring harshly stared at him and stomped her feet saying, who is afraid of going? If you are lying to me, I will kill you with one stroke of my dagger. Xiang Shaolong smilingly walked to her and pulled her soft and warm hand, leading her back to his room. One step into the room, Shan Ro gave a violent struggle and pulled her hand back from his iron grip. She turned and tried to leave. Xiang Shaolong moved quickly and blocked her way, taunting, I thought we have agreed? Shan Ro's face was burning like fire. She used her hand to press against his chest to avoid falling into his embrace. No. No deal. She shook her head strongly. She withdrew her hand, stood straight up but lowered her head to avoid his devilish gaze. Xiang Shaolong was very aroused and laughed, this is not the first time we shared a bed together, why is there no deal this time? Shan Ro shook her head violently and blushed, no. I know this time it will be different. Xiang Shaolong noticed that she still dare not look straight at him and commented, so the fierce like a tiger sister Shan also had a frightened and shy side of her. Shan Ro forcefully raised her fully red face. Catching his eyes, she was frightened into lowering her head again. Stamping her feet, she whined, are you giving way or not? Xiang Shaolong started to unbutton her dress and plainly replied, feel free to use your dagger. Under his caress, Shan Ro could not even stand straight, not to mention using her dagger. Trembling, she cried, ah! Please let me go? Xiang Shaolong's well-trained hands have already unbuttoned her outer garments, revealing her inner garments as well as the start of a deep cleavage. Shan Ro was shaking non-stop. She closed both eyes and was breathing quickly, causing her chest to heave a lot. Xiang Shaolong opened up her clothes beyond her shoulders and exposed her sword injury and her chest muscles. Pressing down her shoulders with his left hand, he pressed the sword scar with his right hand and asked, does it still hurt? The trembling Shan Ro yelled, ah! Of course it hurts. You. AI. Xiang Shaolong. You big bully. Xiang Shaolong moved his hand up and held onto her other shoulder tightly. He bent his head and kissed on the sword scar. How can Shan Ro endure this? She groaned in the most arousing manner. Xiang Shaolong took off her lower garments and carried her at her waist towards his bed. Shan Ro weakly held onto his neck and buried her head in his shoulder, panting heavily. When Xiang Shaolong climbed onto the bed, she regained her strength and slipped out from his grasp and hid in one corner of the bed with her back against the wall. Xiang Shaolong was feeling very sensual and tore after her, removing other parts of her clothing. Reminded of their earlier tussle when he saw her beautiful legs while her skirt was raised, his heart was burning with wild passion. After a brave yet hopeless defense by Shan Ro, this normally stubborn beauty is left with a tight and thin white singlet and a pair of sweet-smelling shorts. Shan Ro suddenly became clear-minded and held onto her clothes while Xiang Shaolong's invading hands have grabbed her round and supple legs. Shan Ro feebly looked at him and tremblingly pleaded, Xiang Shaolong. We cannot do this. You haven't even closed the door. Xiang Shaolong was tooting with amusement. Releasing his hold on her white jade legs, he climbed down the bed and laughed, I thought sister you are a fearless woman. So you are actually afraid of an open door. I will do what you want. When he reached the bed again, Shan Ro was seated up and staring hard at him. Xiang Shaolong was smiling from ear to ear sat in front of her with their legs touching. He leaned forward and asked, Ro, did you forget your dagger? Shan Ro gave a snort and gave him a charming look before scolding, so what if I am armed? What can a dagger do against a pervert like you? Xiang Shaolong unscrupulously reached into her singlet and fondled her firm breasts. You are not only a first-class assassin, you are a natural stunner as well, he praised. With her eyes full of passion, Shan Ro weakly pressed on his shoulders and whined, have you had enough? Xiang Shaolong was high on adrenaline to conquer this difficult beauty encountered. Has Sister Ro had enough? Shan Ro can no longer keep her eyes open. Out of a sudden, she grabbed his evil hand through her shirt and panted, can you stop for a while? This is the first time Xiang Shaolong ever hear her speak in such a pleading tone. Letting his right hand rest between her breasts, he stopped and smiled, so what now? Shan Rou forcefully opened her eyes and protested, I had said you were up to no good. See what you have caused. Xiang Shaolong acted surprised, what have I caused? I have caused you to be so mesmerizing and adorable. He started fondling again. Shan Rou can no longer resist and trembled with his violations. She begged, can I say a few words? Xiang Shaolong arrogantly halted his invasion and victoriously exclaimed, what else is there to say? You should know what is about to happen. Shan Rou Shang lowered her head and added, I know, so I am here to negotiate with you. Xiang Shaolong roared, in any battle, the loser will have to be kicked out of the city. What is there to negotiate? Shan Rou roared back, who has surrendered? You only won a small battle, Xiang Shaolong is even more turned on. He withdrew his right hand and smiled, I almost forgot you still have some territory that I have not conquered. You still have your capital. When his hands retreated, Shan Rou recovered quickly and somersaulted out of his devilish claws. She rolled till she reached the bedside and giggled, don't come over or I will get out of your room. Xiang Shaolong has no intention of pursuing. Adopting a waiting attitude, he shifted himself and leaned against the wall. Fully stretching his legs, he pointed at her and commanded, wifey, come here obediently. In a messy state of undress with her hair out of place, the sexy Shan Rou put her arms on her waist and snubbed, no. Noticing the full of confidence Xiang Shaolong sitting there admiring her body, she softened and coldly offered, unless you promise not to mold 5 me. Xiang Shaolong said in a huff, who will retreat having tasted some victory? Shan Rou, you are a mature woman and you should know there are some things tonight that you cannot avoid. Shan Rou gave him faint look and acceptingly moved to his side. Adopting the same posture and stretching her beautiful legs, she smoothly said, you should know better. I know I was arrogant in masquerading as your wife, but I am unwilling to subject myself like other females. Other girls are born to be slaves or concubines or courtesans, but I will not accept such a fate. I do not know how to explain further. Xiang Shaolong was filled with guilt. Shan Rou possessed different views about females compared to her peers. Putting his hand around her shoulder, he locked her fragrant lips in a deep kiss and both of them were lost in paradise. Shan Rou responded with great sensations. After a while, Xiang Shaolong held her face in front of his own. Peering into his crystal clear eyes, he vowed, I will respect Rou's thinking. Tonight shall end here. You can sleep in my bed while I find somewhere else to sleep. Shan Rou was lost and faintly asked, are you seeking Gigi or Tian sisters? Xiang Shaolong replied, I do not want to wake them. There is another spare room, right? I will sleep there. Shan Rou was moved and said, I have never seen someone like you who is always so considerate about other people. Fine. Let's go there together. Let's go together, was Xiang Shaolong's stunned reply. Shan Rou resumed her haughty composure and curled up her mouth announcing, if you violate me again, I will personally throw you back here to sleep alone. You are to keep this between us. Do not expect me to be as obedient as Gigi. Unless I desire you myself, you are not to take any liberties with me, but... Xiang Shaolong remarked, aren't you stealing the bell while covering your ears? Shan Rou was curious, what is stealing the bell while covering your ears? Xiang Shaolong explained, the thief covered his ears while stealing the bell. When he was running and the bell was ringing, he thought that if he cannot hear it, neither can others. Isn't that what you are doing now? Shan Rou bent over laughing and cried, how is it the same? Nothing is ringing now. Xiang Shaolong chuckled, has Miss Rou forgotten that she can moan? Shan Rou was deeply embarrassed and forcefully pulled him down the bed hissing, come. It will be daybreak soon. Xiang Shaolong was doubled up in laughter, Rou, there is evidence of your bell theft on the floor and on the bed. In the comfortable night, 2 beating hearts were ringing. Both of them felt like they were having an exciting affair under the watch of the entire world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9 Chapter 6. Book 9 Chapter 06, each having their own motives. Having tasted the forbidden fruit, Shan Rou was much more compliant and well-behaved. Early in the morning, she pretended nothing has happened and brought Zhao Ji to practice their swordsmanship on the garden. Jing Jun was pining for his pretty village girl and left for the farm at daybreak, leaving Tianjin and Tianfeng to breakfast with Xiang Shaolong. Wu Gui came in and reported, Marquis Pingshan has sent word to invite Third Master to his residence in the afternoon. Xiang Shaolong was alarmed. The person who wanted him to be the city commander was Zhao Queen Empress Jing and not Han Shuang. Otherwise, it will not be easy for Han Shuang to fix an appointment with the First Lady of Zhao. Thinking deeper, everything starts falling in place. Handan City's generals were all split into different factions. He is the only one who has yet to ally with any party.
If he becomes the city commander, he will naturally be the confidant of Empress Jing.
After the demise of King Xiaocheng and the power transfer to Empress Jing, he will be her most powerful weapon.
But why did she choose him?
Wu Guo saw that Xiang Shaolong was deep in thought and dared not interrupt.
When he was about to take his leave, Xiang Shaolong questioned, "How is the situation outside?"
Wu Guo strictly reported, "It is more peaceful now, but there are still Zhao soldiers doing checks at every main street. King Xiaocheng has sent out an official notice that no one is allowed to house any strangers and every inn is thoroughly searched."
Tianjin and Tianfeng like Wu Guo's character. Witnessing his strict reporting, they cannot help but laugh in secret. While Xiang Shaolong looked away, he winked at them, adding to their happiness. Xiang Shaolong suddenly shouted, "Wu Guo!"
Wu Guo jumped up in fright and quickly acknowledged. Xiang Shaolong instructed, "Send word to talented Lady Ji that I will officially visit her in the evening and want to have dinner with her." Wu Guo received his order and left. Full of sweat, Zhao Ji and Shan Rou came in and sat on his two sides. The Tian sisters hurriedly see to their needs. Recalling Shan Rou's enticing figure and wild beauty, his heart sweetened and coaxed, "Aren't the both of you going for a shower first?" Shan Rou hesitated, but Zhao Ji joyfully complained, "But I am hungry." As she ate, she continued, "Sister Rou's steps have slowed down and I am able to catch up." Xiang Shaolong understood the reason for the slowing down and nearly spit his bun out.
Shan Rou's face reddened and she pinched Xiang Shaolong's thigh fiercely under the table.
Zhao Ji was deep in thought before enlightenment shone on her face. Her face then turned red and lowered her head, eating in an awkward atmosphere.
Xiang Shaolong was humored.
Feeling both girls under the table, he then stood up patting his stomach, mentioning, "I am going out for a walk and exercise my muscles."
Zhao Ji yelped, "Wait for me.
I nearly forgot Zhao Ba instructed me to bring you to the martial school."
Xiang Shaolong joked, "Is this considered an invitation?"
Zhao Ji's face was fiery red by now and she retorted, "Your legs are not grown on my body, who cares where you are going?"
Smiling sweetly, she batted her eyelids and left. Xiang Shaolong faced the Shan Rou who was still eating and added, "We'll wait for sister." Shan Rou gave a loud howl and kicked over with her leg. Xiang Shaolong avoided and smiled, "My good Rou. Do you still think your kicks are as formidable as last night, nearly taking my life?"
Smoke coming out from her ears, Shan Rou picked up a bun and threw it at his face.
Xiang Shaolong caught the bun neatly and took a bite.
"Sister Rou tastes better," he said after a short moment of thinking. As Shan Rou pounced up like a mad tiger, he has followed Zhao Ji and slipped into the bathhouse.
He spent the entire morning at the martial school.
When Zhao Ba brought up Long Shan, Xiang Shaolong gave the excuse that he was at the farm. As Zhao Ji was directing 50 female warriors in their practice routines, Zhao Ba pulled Xiang Shaolong aside and intimately said, "I was summoned to the palace last night by King Xiaocheng and your name came up."
Stunned, Xiang Shaolong asked, "What?"
Zhao Ba continued in a low voice, "He wanted to hear about how you and Long Shan battled Li Yuan. Naturally, I was full of praise. Xiang Shaolong quickly gave his thanks, but his heart was muttering in turmoil. King Xiaocheng may not be so astute to discover any suspicious points about him, but the crafty and intelligent Guo Kai may raise some suspicions about this horse-breeding army. Of course, King Xiaocheng may be just thinking of a suitable position for him and is seeking advice from Zhao's chief martial trainer. From Zhao Ba's words, there must be other stuff that King Xiaocheng had spoken about. He must ask Zhao Ji later if she knows anything. For everyone's safety, he has to win over Zhao Ye and use her to investigate Guo Kai's schemes. Anyway, Zhao Ye had deceived him before. When he deceived her in return, this wanton woman can only accept her fate. After lunch, Xiang Shaolong left Zhao Ji at the martial school and went to Han Chuang's residence alone.
Handan City is slowly regaining its former peace, but the pedestrians are much lesser.
He met some soldiers occasionally and everyone paid respects to him. He felt more prestigious than his former position of Zhao's #1 warrior.
Han Chuang's residence is swarming with strict Zhao soldiers. Xiang Shaolong deduced that Empress Jing has arrived even before him. Why is she so anxious about him?
Maybe she has a motive and needs someone she can trust to become Handan City's city commander, and this newcomer is the best choice.
He remembered that Empress Jing and Zhao Ye were not on good terms at Tiandan's feast.
If Empress Jing recommends other people for the post, Zhao Ye may object, but if it was Dong Horse fanatic, Zhao Ye may adopt a different attitude altogether. After the servant's report, Han Chuan came to receive him in the main hall. He brought Xiang Shaolong to a side hall and suspiciously emphasized, "Be careful when you speak later.
This sister empress is very formidable. If you say anything wrong, your city commander promotion will be gone."
Han Chuan continued, "On this trip to Handan City, I have another mission, which is to escort my state's 7th princess here to marry the crown prince. Empress Jing used her as an excuse to visit, so there will be no loopholes."
Xiang Shaolong was amazed. This political marriage must be put together by Empress Jing.
Among the 6 states, Zhao and Han are on much better terms.
Taking this chance, Xiang Shaolong asked about the alliance treaty.
Frustrated, Han Shuang cursed, using Yan as an excuse. Tiandan and Li Yuan made a huge disruption to the negotiations. These 2 people in cahoots are more dangerous than Qin as far as we from the 3 states ally are concerned.
Guo Zhong and I heavily suspect them to mastermind the assassination on Lord Longyang and you.
Not satisfied with only his death, they wanted to kill you as well.
Xiang Shaolong was blown away. With Zhao Ya's reminder, he wasn't as sure about his initial suspicion that Prince Xinling is the assassin.
Although Tiandan wanted to recruit him, it is just another form of killing him. In times like these, talented people that you cannot recruit are better killed so as to deprive other people of utilizing them.
An attendant came to report that Empress Jing is ready to meet him.
With Han Shuang at his side, Xiang Shaolong crossed 2 stairwells, a huge garden before meeting the First Lady of Zhao in the inner chamber. After they paid their respects, Empress Jing winked at Han Shuang.
He retreated with all the attendants, leaving only the 2 of them seated and facing each other across a table. Dressed in a luxurious outfit, the Zhao Queen looked even more elegant and attractive.
Compared to Lady Ping Yuan, they have their own strengths and it is hard to distinguish who better.
Flashing her eyes and scrutinizing him, Empress Jing simply said, "Does Mr. Dong know why I set up an appointment to see you?"
From her tone, Xiang Shaolong could tell that it was herself and not Han Shuang who wanted him to be the city commander.
Han Shuang is just the messenger.
He respectfully bowed. Marquis has mentioned. I am grateful for your kindness and I will do my utmost best to repay your favor. Empress Jing seemed to be unmoved by his display of loyalty. She coldly asked, "There are 2 reasons I chose you.
Does Mr. wish to know?" Xiang Shaolong raised his head in surprise. Could it be that she was attracted to his masculinity?
Her beautiful eyes looking deeply at him, she slowly said, "The first reason is that Tiandan looks up to you, so you cannot be incapable."
Xiang Shaolong was hit by realization. Curious, he asked, "Can I know what the other reason is?"
Empress Jing gave a light sigh, "Because you reminded me of someone else.
He is fearless like you.
Too bad for the timing and he can never be of use to me."
Xiang Shaolong was stricken. The person she mentioned is naturally himself. Noticing his silence, she asked, "Doesn't Mr. want to know who he is?"
Nodding, Empress Jing is pleased with his thoughtfulness.
Her voice switching, she coldly asked, "What is your relationship with Zhao Mu? Why did he try all means to divert his gift of the Tian sisters to you instead?"
Xiang Shaolong knows that this is a crucial moment that he cannot afford to hesitate or give an answer similar to the one he gave to Zhao Ya. He shrugged his shoulders saying, "Since I entered Handan capital, the Marquis of Julu has been showering me with gifts. I do not have the slightest idea of why he is doing that." Glaring at him briefly, she deeply proclaimed, "From today onwards, you can only be loyal to the king and me, the queen.
Any deviation will result in untold misfortunes. Don't say I did not warn you. Based on Mr.'s intelligence, I need not say more and you should understand what is going on."
Xiang Shaolong had to admit that she is really clever. This female strategist put herself on the same level as King Xiaocheng.
He cannot even tell if her words are real or false. On one side, she is using Zhao Mu.
At the same time, she is guarding against him.
Empress Jing added, "Did Marquis Julu tell you anything that is of special importance?"
Thinking for a while, Xiang Shaolong disclosed, "Marquis Julu is not very fond of Li Yuan and often asked me for suggestions on how to fix him."
There are no other special information. Empress Jing was satisfied and nodded her head. Changing the topic, she asked, "Does Zhao Ya often come to harass you? She is ugly, right? What are you always so aloof towards her?"
Xiang Shaolong knows that she is asking these personal issues to test his loyalty. He gave a bored sigh, "I do not like loose women."
Empress Jing laughed, "I love your direct character. But if you want to be the city commander, you have to stay close to Zhao Ya. Let this be my first order for you."
Xiang Shaolong acted like he was unwilling and apologized, "Please forgive me for being a rough boar, but I cannot deliberately cheat on anyone. If Empress sent me out to the battlefield for a fight to my death, I will not have the slightest hesitation."
This is called advancing by retreating.
If he forgoes his usual style just for the sake of the city commander position, it will only cause this poisonous and cold-blooded woman to despise him. True enough, Empress Jing is not the least offended. She consoled, "I know Mr. is not such a person.
But a loose woman can tempt men easily. I am not asking you to deceive her.
I just want you to showcase your manly character and treat her like a common courtesan."
Xiang Shaolong was enjoying her charming attitude.
His heart warmed up, he teased, "That is also possible, but knowing myself, all women who have done it with me are all reluctant to leave me." Empress Jing was staring hard at him, but now she is laughing like a shivering squid.
Looking at him meaningfully, she said, "Why do you guys all love to brag about your abilities with women? With all these exaggeration, how can we tell who has the real ability?" Xiang Shaolong was suspicious and had a dying question. He held his tongue and laughed along. "From your speech, I realized that other men are also exaggerating too." Empress Jing turned red-faced, knowing that she slipped. Isn't this as good as telling others that she had tried many other men before? Recollecting Cheng Dan who stole his credit, Xiang Shaolong deduced that this ingrate may have been assisted by Empress Jing to reach his current position. Why didn't she continue to lift him up and serve as the city commander but chose himself instead? He was enlightened that this ambitious woman must have planted people within and outside the imperial court and used them for political manipulation. Both of them did not say anything for a while and the atmosphere was awkward. Empress Jing stood up and recovered her impenetrable aura. She coldly concluded, "I'll make a move first. If you tell anyone about this event, I will never let you off." Xiang Shaolong was cursing inside but he acted respectfully. He finally sighed with relief after sending her away. As he was bidding farewell to Han Shuang put on a big display of friendship and insisted on bringing him to the official brothels one day before releasing him. Xiang Shaolong was idle and went ahead to visit Ji Yanran. From afar, he witnessed Tian Dan's entourage entering the Lu residence noisily. He was frightened and returned home first. Shan Rou and the Tian sisters were absent. After asking, he found out that Shan Rou went out shopping and took both sisters with her. Wu Guo accompanied him to his bedroom and inquired in a low voice, "Le Cheng's head has been sent to the farm." First master asked third master what to do with it. Xiang Shaolong answered, "Let first master decide. Wait for a few days until security is not as strict and send the traitor's head back to Xianyang Chancellor Lu. Let him hand it to Empress Ji. Inform them to keep it confidential. Otherwise, everyone will know we killed Lu Chang." Wu Gui received his order and left. Xiang Shaolong slept for 4 hours and rushed towards Lu residence. Shan Rou and the Tian sisters have yet to return. The sun is setting in the west and everyone stayed indoors, giving the city a lifeless look. Xiang Shaolong was feeling emotional. In fact, everything was caused by King Xiaocheng. But this could also be fate. Otherwise, Xiao Pan will never be the future Qin Shi Huang. AI. This could be the fate that Zhou Yan was always talking about. Arriving at Lu residence, Ji Yanran has been pining for him. The attendant sent him straight to her loft. Zhou Yan was present as well. This meeting of three was a happy occasion. Ji Yanran prepared a set of exquisite dishes. When the three of them sat down around the table, the beauty poured wine personally for both of them. After toasting each other, she complained, "I only received your news today. Before, I was thinking of you tirelessly and had a few white hairs." Zhou Yan was humored, "If your hair is rebelling, I will represent all men and punish you with a cup." Both persons toasted and drank 1 cup of wine. After Xiang Shaolong apologized to Ji Yanran, he winked at her. She understood his meaning and discharged her 2 attendants. Ji Yanran lowered her voice saying, "It is really done by you. Really great. Over 200 people dead or injured in such a short span of time." Not only was the city as chaos, even Tian Dan and Li Yuan were taken aback, confused and suspicious. Zhou Yan frowned, "This incident also revealed your tracks." When Tian Dan visited Ji Yanran earlier and this issue was brought up, he did mention that Xiang Shaolong could be the real killer. Xiang Shaolong was slightly stunned. He knew that he can deceive King Xiaocheng and Zhao Mu but he cannot deceive a legendary hero. Fortunately, he still has Tang Yi the trump card that can add doubts to Tian Dan's hypothesis. He nodded and asked, "What did he ask from you?" Concerned about his safety, Ji Yanran did not reply and asked in return, "What should we do? What if he really suspects it was Xiang Shaolong?" Xiang Shaolong laughed, "There is no need to worry. In Handan City, everyone is suspecting one another. King Xiaocheng and company suspects it was done by Tian Dan and Zhao Mu. Besides, I have traps that will make my enemies tired and confused with my grass army and tree soldiers." Zhou Yan was tickled, "Grass army and tree soldiers? This description suits Handan City very well. Ji Yanran and I did analyze Li Cheng's assassination and thought it cannot be you. First, you have 2 little men. Second, you will not put the city on alert with this move without capturing Zhao Mu beforehand." Filled with concern, Ji Yanran chided, "Shaolong, you are too reckless." Xiang Shaolong sighed, "I thought over this many times before acting. No one will suspect me because I am heavily injured." He continued to explain why he must kill Lu Chang and the extra benefits. Adding, "If anyone were to investigate, they will discover that I have only 100-odd men in my residence and my top expert Long Shan is outside the city. Who will believe I have the ability to do such a thing?" The very next morning, the same batch of men left the city back to the farm in one piece. Who could have imagined that they were Lu Chang's assassins? Ji Yanran and Zhou Yan stared at him with disbelief.
It is a miracle to use 100 to fight 200 without a single casualty. Because of this point, even the brilliant Tian Dan should not have suspected it was them. Ji Yanran was relieved and poured more wine for him, protesting, "You are always performing deeds that no one dares to perform, making me anxious.
AI. The days seem unfulfilling without seeing you every day."
Xiang Shaolong apologized, "But my agenda today in finding you is to ask you to separate yourself from me for a while by leaving for Xianyang first." Ji Yanran's delicate hand shook and wine splattered on the table. Her face changing color, she exclaimed, "I reject your proposal. Unless we discuss this properly, I will not accept any reason." Xiang Shaolong looked pleadingly at Zhou Yan, but this great philosopher can only give a helpless glance. After Ji Yanran filled Zhou Yan's cup, she sweetly smiled, "Even if you think I am unreasonable, it cannot be helped."
Zhou Yan tried to help. "Why did Shaolong want us to head for Xianyang first?"
Ji Yanran picked up a piece of vegetable and placed it in Zhou Yan's bowl, stated, "No one else is allowed to bring up this matter anymore."
Xiang Shaolong surrendered. "Fine. Let us give up this idea. Is talented lady satisfied?"
Looking at him with strong emotions, her eyes seemed to say satisfied. Xiang Shaolong and Zhou Yan smiled at each other bitterly.
Zhou Yan asked, "Handan City is not a good place to stay around for long. Do you have any new plans?" Xiang Shaolong replied, "If I can be promoted to be city commander, a lot of problems can be solved.
If not, we have to use a good scheme to get Zhao Mu to the farm and forcibly capture him back to Xianyang." Ji Yanran but don't even dream that he will have the guts to leave the city. Even if he did, he will be escorted by 1 or 2,000 soldiers.
Every step will be well planned, so this is the worst strategy. Xiang Shaolong icily said, "I am now racing against time.
The question is that Zhao is awaiting the arrival of more of my men and livestock, which does not exist. So I have to get Zhao Mu to rebel in the shortest time.
Once he becomes isolated, he will be an easy prey for me.
But the time is still the biggest challenge." Both persons were worried about him.
Xiang Shaolong remembered Tian Dan's earlier visit and asked again, "What is Tian Dan here for?" Ji Yanran blushed and replied, "What good can it be?
He officially invited me to visit Qi as his guest."
Xiang Shaolong secretly admired Tian Dan's direct actions and asked, "How did Yanran answer him?"
Ji Yanran said, "I told him I needed to consider for a few days as I want to ask your opinion first." After a moment's thought, Xiang Shaolong surmised, "I guess Lord Longyang is the only person who guessed correctly about our relationship.
This is favorable to us.
Despite not knowing who his assassin is, we benefited from this episode and dissolved the threat of his constant scrutiny."
Ji Yanran happily cried, "I don't care. I am going to your place tonight. I have many issues in my heart that I want to share with you." Xiang Shaolong was curious, "What issues? Can't you say it here?" Zhou Yan was laughing and suggested, "Shall I absent myself?" Ji Yanran's face was burning red.
She viciously kicked Xiang Shaolong under the table and shyly whined, "Mr. Zhou is also teasing me." Xiang Shaolong suddenly realized that the issues are just something she said for Zhou Yan's sake. The truth is she can no longer hold back her strong desires and wanted to make out with him. Checking the time, Xiang Shaolong joked, "I will await Miss Ji's presence tonight."
"Oh. Do you have any idea when Lu Cheng's funeral is?"
Both of them shook their head.
He consolidated his thoughts and asked about Li Yuan. Ji Yanran informed, "He came to pester me every day."
From his words, it seems like he is very close to Guozhong. I believe Guozhong will marry his daughter to him for sure. Thinking about Guozhou's future, Xiang Shaolong gave a sigh and bid his farewell before leaving.
There are many things that cannot be rushed. He can only pray to become the city commander.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9 Chapter 7. Book 9 Chapter 7, A Significant Difference.
Xiang Shaolong had just stepped into his residence with Wu Guo received him and reported, "Princess Ye is here."
I invited her to the east room but she insisted on going into the inner hall. She has a dreadful look on her face. Earlier, he had seen Zhao Ye's carriage and Zhao De in the driveway. There is also a platoon of Zhao soldiers outside his door. Hearing about Zhao Ye's dreadful look, he felt uncomfortable and inquired, "Where is Miss Shan and Miss Ji?"
Wu Guo answered, "They have gone back to visit Uncle Zhang and is not coming back tonight." Xiang Shaolong frowned, "Did they meet each other?"
Wu Guo stated, "Miss Shan received her personally while Miss Ji hid herself."
Xiang Shaolong was relieved and strode right into the inner hall.
Just as he stepped over the door ledge, Zhao Ye, who was seated alone at the table, lifted her pale face and looked at him.
Xiang Shaolong sat down beside her and asked carefully, "Why is your complexion so pale?" Zhao Ye icily demanded, "Dong Quang, did you really send your men to hold back Xiang Shaolong?" Xiang Shaolong had a big shock and put on an irritated look before replying, "Why did Princess make such a remark? Do I look like someone who breaks my promises?" Zhao Ye shot back, "In that case, why did I receive news that Xiang Shaolong was disguised as a traveling merchant and appeared in a village 30 miles east of Handan City? He was even involved in a fight with the local guard." Xiang Shaolong set his mind at rest. Tang Yi had finally acted. Concerned, he asked, "Did they capture Xiang Shaolong?" Zhao Ye shook her head, "In the wilderness, no one is his match." Xiang Shaolong curiously asked, "In this case, why is your face so deathly pale?" Zhao Ye was shaken and lowered her head, confessing, "I have no idea too. I think I am afraid that he knows that his tracks are exposed and he may not come to Handan anymore." Xiang Shaolong understood her dilemma. She wanted him to come but wanted him to stay away at the same time. He lied, "My men detained him last night and warned him in Princess's name. At the end of the day, I still do not comprehend why he wanted to come so close to Handan City. I have just received this news and have yet to inform Princess." Zhao Ye looked at him suspiciously, "Are you lying to me?" Xiang Shaolong pretended to be infuriated and roared, "You just wait here, I will show you the evidence that I am not lying. Then I will chase you out of my residence and never want to set my eyes on you again." Before she can say another word, he slipped back to his bedroom and retrieved a flying needle. He fondled the Tian sisters for a moment before heading back to the inner hall and put the flying needle on the table in front of Zhao Ye. The flying needle shone under the lamp. Zhao Ye stretched out her finger and stroked the needle, hot tears pouring out from both eyes. She trembled, "Heavens! You really found him. What? What did he say?" Xiang Shaolong used his sleeve to wipe her tears and lied, "He did not say anything. When we asked him for proof, he picked out this needle from a belt that is filled with flying needles. With that he left us. I did not expect him to stick around, he is really courageous." Zhao Ye did not have any more doubts left. Gritting her teeth, she spoke softly after some time, "Dong Quang, can you help Zhao Ye with another favor?" Xiang Shaolong was piqued, "What favor do you want?" "Hey! I nearly forgot to chase you out and you still dare to ask for favor." Zhao Ye did not even hear his words and begged in a soft voice, "Can you bring me and catch up to him?" Xiang Shaolong was aghast, "No way." In a daze, her body was shivering uncontrollably and she turned around and fell into his arms. With a loud hoo, she began crying her heart out. Filled with her sweet embrace, Xiang Shaolong was saddened as well inside that she should not have betrayed him, knowing that this will be the end result. After crying out all the pain and suffering in her heart, Zhao Ye recomposed herself. Still in his arms, she sobbed silently and the front of Xiang Shaolong's shirt is all drenched. As he is wondering how to end this situation, she calmed down. After she stopped crying, Zhao Ye sat still and lowered her head while Xiang Shaolong dried her tears. Xiang Shaolong commented, "Princess must have owed Xiang Shaolong plenty of tears in her last life, so she has to return so many tears today." Zhao Ye forced a smile and shook her head in silence. Her complexion remains abnormal. Xiang Shaolong noticed her eyes were swollen with all the crying inside. "No one else can replace Xiang Shaolong in your heart. Princess need not deceive myself and yourself." Zhao Ye apologetically reached out and felt his wet shirt. Her pretty eyes flashing of desire, she bit her lips, "I want to try. Dong Quang, I need a man now. Can you carry Zhao Ye into your bedroom?" Xiang Shaolong was in a difficult position. If he rejects her again, it would put him as an unreasonable man. At the same time, he did not wish to hurt her fragile heart anymore. For the sake of the city commander promotion, he cannot offend her. After he is done with Zhao Ye and Ji Yanran comes along later, will he still have the energy? Zhao Ye's face is burning hot and she whined, "What are you hesitating about?" Xiang Shaolong sighed loudly and lifted her up, but his mind is back in the 21st century. Based on his memory, he is trying to recall the dirty films he has seen and wanted to try out something new and exciting. If he used his usual methods, he may not be able to deceive this experienced woman whom he done with on many occasions. For an unknown reason, Zhao Ye was trembling with strong emotions. It could be that she is carried by an athletic and well-built man like Xiang Shaolong. Without any foreplay, she is already visibly excited and cannot hold back any longer. Thinking that there is no way out for him, Xiang Shaolong stepped into his bedroom and placed her on his bed. Gazing at him, Zhao Ye's face is red like fire and she was panting non-stop. Her unconventional look is the most enthralling. Xiang Shaolong stood at the bedside and was feeling very inappropriate. In the moment, he cannot understand why as well. Zhao Ye softly invited, "Why is Mr. Dong not joining me?" Xiang Shaolong is having cold feet and purposely brought up, "Did Li Yuan visit Princess recently?" Zhao did not reply at once and looked at the empty bed space beside her. Upset, Xiang Shaolong forced, "Answer my question first." Zhao closed her beautiful eyes and whispered, "Nope. I am busy with palace duties and did not meet anyone. There are only two men on my mind. One of them is you, and the other one you know who he is." Xiang Shaolong sat on the bedside and gritted his teeth, undressing her. He asked in a low voice, "Who is a better lover? Li Yuan or Xiang Shaolong?" Zhao reopened her eyes and gave a troubled answer. What a difficult question. "Oh." Xiang Shaolong had started to fondle her breasts tenderly and whispered, "I wish to know." Under his caresses, Zhao was shaking uncontrollably. Fidgeting, she moaned, "No one is as good as Xiang Shaolong. He is the only man who knows how to appreciate women." "Ah. Dong Quang. Please continue your torture." With Xiang Shaolong's movements, Zhao is stark. She continued to pant and moan under his revenge-filled invasion. After the heavy petting, he climbed onto her. Zhao reactions were close to maniacal. After the session, both parties are dog-tired. Although he is pining for Ji Yanran, he lacked the energy to leave the room. Although this session is 2 hours long, it is still early and he hoped that she hasn't arrived yet. Lying on the bed, Zhao is truly a treasure without comparison. She knows how to please men very well. There are prettier girls than her, but there are not many who are more wild and wanton than her. Zhao suddenly entangled herself around him. When Xiang Shaolong was panicking about a second round, the beauty whispered into his ear, "I am absolutely delighted. Even if I were to die now, I would have no regrets." Xiang Shaolong had to ask, "Who is better? Xiang Shaolong or me?" After 2 fragrant kisses on his face, Zhao gazed deeply into his eyes and corrected, "Are you referring to the previous Xiang Shaolong?" Xiang Shaolong could feel his entire body turning into winter and every limb was numb. He put up a brave front and asked, "Why did Princess make such a comment?" Zhao flipped over and pressed her body weight on him. After a few more hot kisses, her warm tears flowed like the fountain and she cried, "Shaolong need to hide from me anymore. You forgot to apply your fragrance and the herbal smell is gone. When I was leaning in your bosom earlier, I recognize you and therefore ask for your love session to confirm my guess." AI. Shaolong. You may be the most capable man on earth, but how can you hide from me when you are in bed? Heavens! Such a delicate mask that caused me so much agony. She then tried to grab his mask. Xiang Shaolong removed his mask before her grab and revealed his real looks. Zhao's pearl-like tears were dripping all over his face. Filled with agony and happiness, she sobbed. Xiang Shaolong sighed to himself. He stroked her alluring back for a while and flipped over, pressing Zhao below his own body. Staring deeply into her eyes, he gave a forced smile. Tian Dan was right. My soft-heartedness is my biggest flaw. Witnessing how pitiful and desperate you are over me, I abandoned all our past hatred. Otherwise, how can you embrace me and find out who is behind the sunglasses? Cursing at his stupidity, for there are no such thing as sunglasses in this ancient times, he stuttered, "Anyway, you found out my true identity." Under the present circumstances, Zhao is not thinking deeply and delightfully chimed, "Heavens! You have forgiven Yaor? Shaolong. Please kiss me." Even if he did not want to please her, he did not have any other choice. He bent his head and covered her face with kisses. Zhao passionately reacted. With her adrenaline flowing, she was holding him so tightly that he almost couldn't breathe and they descended into madness. After a long entanglement, Xiang Shaolong was finally able to rest his mouth. Flustered and in ecstasy, Zhao panted, "Shaolong. Can you call my name? Ever since Yura committed that big and stupid mistake, I have never enjoyed a moment of happiness and seriously depressed." Wasn't she happy with Qiyu, Han Xuan, and Li Yuan? Xiang Shaolong thought of but just couldn't bear to ask. Reading his face, Zhao understood what is on his mind and made a solemn vow, Yura knows that she is aired. From tonight onwards, if Zhao betrays Xiang Shaolong in any manner, let me be subjected to the worst forms of torture until my eventual death. Xiang Shaolong did not know what came over him. He reached to her ear and called, "Yura. Yur." These 2 words heralded a new storm. When the clouds have dispersed and the rain has stopped, Zhao was lying next to Xiang Shaolong. Twisting her body to face him, she praised, "You are really formidable. With 100 men, you killed Lu Chang as swiftly as lightning and as quiet as a mute, causing plenty of suspicion." Xiang Shaolong comfortably stretched his masculine and well-defined body. His hand slapped her bum with a loud piak. And started to caress it, asking, "Did you people suspect me?" Zhao disclosed, "Of course we did. But your men left the city early next morning. All of them were fresh-looking and nobody was injured, so that ended our investigations." AI. Who can beat you? She continued in a softly, "Can I beg you for a favor?" Xiang Shaolong was disturbed and hissed, "Are you trying to cut a deal with me?" Terrified, Jia clarified, "No. You dare not. I am begging you." Xiang Shaolong coldly said, "Speak." Like a frightened bird, Zhaoya snuggled closer and buried her face in his broad chest. She whined pitifully, "I beg that you do not use such tones with me. This will cause me to fear that you will abandon me again. When I agreed to help King Xiaocheng against you, I set the condition that you must never be harmed. Otherwise, I will never betray you, but..." Xiang Shaolong remained expressionless in state. "You have yet to tell me your favor." Suppressing her fear, Zhaoya gingerly divulged, "Lady Ni's death is caused by Zhao Mu. King Xiaocheng is guilt-ridden after the incident, but there is no point crying over spilt milk. That is why he is now distancing himself from Zhao Mu. When the Wu family and you left for Qin, he aged 10 years in one night. He is tormented with sickness and joint pains. Heaven is punishing him already." Xiang Shaolong protested, "He has seemed to forget about his own daughter." Zhaoya was startled, "Can you let him off?" Xiang Shaolong regained his clear mind and intelligence. He did not want to force Zhaoya to choose between King Xiaocheng and himself. He sighed, "Fine. Since you pleaded on his behalf, I will not hold anything against him. After all, Xin Shihuang will be the one to take care of him." Zhaoya was elated, "Shaolong, you are the best. Come, tell me what assistance do you require and I will do my best to help you." Thinking to himself, Xiang Shaolong concluded that this is a blessing in disguise. With Zhaoya on his side, anything can be achieved. Zhaoya dare not offend. Xiang Shaolong agreed to all the missions he gave her. Xiang Shaolong was pining for Ji Yanran and was about to leave when Zhaoya happily promised, "Time is of the essence. I will see the king immediately. I will make sure you become the city commander. The only objection will be from Guo Kai as he has someone else in mind." Witnessing her devotion, Xiang Shaolong was thrilled and helped her to dress up. After all the tussling did he finally send her out personally. Watching her entourage leaving, he returned to his residence and Wu Guo welcomed him and announced, "Talented Lady Ji just arrived, hey. Third Master is truly capable. I will not be able to take it if it was me, but..." Xiang Shaolong groaned inwardly. How was he to account to Ji Yanran later? When Xiang Shaolong woke up, it was late in the morning. Shan Ro was the one who woke him up. Totally lethargic, he is aware that if this continues, even an Iron Man will fall apart. Full of disdain, Shan Ro pinched his nose scolding, "Look at your deplorable state. You obviously still lack sleep. Seems like I cannot even leave you alone for one night." Xiang Shaolong sat up on the bed and hooked his arm around her flexible waist and joked, "If you were here last night, I don't think I can even get up." Shan Ro slipped away and stomped her feet, "You did not keep your promise and fooled around with Zhaoya. I hate you." Xiang Shaolong was stunned and asked, "Wu Guo told you?" Shan Ro made a face and challenged, "He dares to keep it from me?" Zhaoya came first, followed by Ji Yanran. "You cannot even take care of your own health." Xiang Shaolong stood up and began some warm-up exercises. "Ro, shall we practice our swords together?" he invited. Shan Ro has never seen the warm-up exercises of the 21st century and was taken aback. "Where did you learn such techniques?" Xiang Shaolong laughingly pointed to his brain and continued to ask, "Where is your sister?" Shan Ro replied, "She is back at the martial school. After all, she is one of the instructors." The Tian sisters entered and chimed, "Master Dong is finally up." Xiang Shaolong felt ashamed and began washing up. He dragged Shan Ro to the garden to be his practice partner. Pai. Pai. Pa. Pa. They were dueling when Tang Yi's heroic laughter was heard at the side. Xiang Shaolong was overwhelmed to see him. Getting Wu Guo to take his place against Shan Ro, he breakfasted with Tang Yi in the main hall and updated him on his recent activities. When Tang Yi heard how Zhaoya discovered his identity, he smiled, "I had anticipated such a day to come. Third brother is soft-hearted and still has old ties to this wanton woman. But this matter only benefits us and gives her the chance to atone for her mistakes. You have better get Zhao De to spy on her. In case of any deviation, we can still escape." Xiang Shaolong was relieved that Tang Yi did not blame him. He suggested, "With Zhaoya's assistance, we can do a big job here and disrupt the alliance treaty of the 6 states. We may even create more trouble for Tian Dan and Li Yuan." Tang Yi was astonished, "I thought you looked up to Tian Dan?" Exposed and embarrassed, Xiang Shaolong planned, "I had suspected the assassin to be Prince Xinling, but it seems even more unlikely now. It could well be Tian Dan and Li Yuan's scheme to break up the 3-state alliance. I will visit Lord Longyang later and test his suspicions. I trust people too easily and can be confused by them." Tang Yi agreed, this is both your strength and your flaw, not.
Wu Gui came in to report that Zhao Ye is here. Xiang Shaolong and Tang Yi caught each other's glance and guessed that she is bringing good news. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9 Chapter 8.
Book 9 Chapter 8, Ready to Kill.
Shedding her depressed attitude, Zhao Ye looked like a brand new person. She had regained her grace, beauty, and energy. She smiled like a blossoming flower and her eyes were shining and attractive. Xiang Shaolong and Tang Yi were fascinated and stared in disbelief. Paying her respects from afar, she cooed, abundant health to Master Dong and Master Long. Zhao Ye sincerely pays her respects. Xiang Shaolong and Tang Yi were embarrassed by such a greeting. The beauty behaved like nothing has happened between Xiang Shaolong and herself. Charmingly, she sat beside the small table and presented sweetly, as per Master Dong's command, I am lucky to stay alive.
Wonder if I can redeem my sins.
Please report your accomplishments first and we shall judge them.
Xiang Shaolong laughed. Zhao Ye smiled coquettishly and looked at him enchantingly.
She then proudly stated, there are 2 big accomplishments and 2 small accomplishments.
Let Miss tell you one by one. Tang Yi was amused and served her tea, guessing, the first accomplishment should be the creation of Dong City Commander, right?
This accomplishment alone is enough to redeem your mistakes. Zhao Ye batted her eyelashes and praised, with Brother Long's appreciation, Zhao Ye's worries are gone with the wind.
Xiang Shaolong is full of happiness.
Forgiveness is better than hatred and it serves more meaning and joy to life. Comparing the new Zhao Ye to the old is like comparing heaven and hell. He chuckled, quickly report the rest of the accomplishments and see how much grace you deserve from me. Zhao Ye's face is shining with delight and she gushed, I have persuaded King Xiaocheng to recall Li Mu back to Handan City and combine forces against the traitor Zhao Mu.
Does this count as a big accomplishment? Tang Yi banged the table and lowered his voice, in this case, everything is set.
I will be surprised if Zhao Mu does not rebel at once. Xiang Shaolong reached out and grabbed his hand tightly. When Zhao Ye added her hand to join the 2 united hands, Xiang Shaolong laughed, such an accomplishment is enough for me to have amnesia and forget about Yura's previous affairs.
Ah! Zhao Ye cried.
Shy but happy, she shot him a look. After the hands are withdrawn, Zhao Ye continued, that woman, Empress Jing, really recommended Master Dong to King Xiaocheng. When the king came to ask my opinion, I kept praising your abilities and scored another goal, but...
Tang Yi and Shaolong stared at her in astonishment.
Like a carefree bird, Zhao Ye proudly detailed, I told the king, if the Dong horse fanatic is the city commander, he is still considered neutral. Zhao Mu will surely tempt him to his side. That Dong horse fanatic can pretend to ally with him and be our spy in Zhao Mu's camp. We can investigate Zhao Mu through him and may gather evidence of his rebellion. When Li Mu is back, we can get rid of the traitor once and for all. Both men were overjoyed and praised her to the skies.
This opportunity is unbelievable. With this, they can execute all their plans.
Zhao Ye seriously said, thanks for your praises, Master Xiang and Master Long.
Tang Yi interrupted, have you forgotten I am Tang Yi? You can call me second brother.
Zhao Ye is at the peak of Mount Happiness and sweetly greeted Tang Yi, second brother, but... Xiang Shaolong warned, if you carry on with your mood, it is as good as writing on your face that Xiang Shaolong is back. Zhao Ye adorably glanced at him and reassured, Master Dong need not worry.
Princess knows what to do. Tang Yi abruptly howled, why didn't sister come and join us? Xiang Shaolong knew that she is eavesdropping. Zhao Ye was startled and looked towards the back corridor. Shan Ro was dressed in a luxurious long dress and swayed out in the most gorgeous manner.
Her petite face remains tense and does not seem happy about Xiang Shaolong's renewed ties with Zhao Ye.
Zhao Ye became awkward. Shan Ro was expressionless but she showed her authority by sitting right beside Xiang Shaolong. Tang Yi quickly winked at Xiang Shaolong. Shaolong is well prepared and smiled at Zhao Ye, with Yura's great plan, if we do find evidence of Zhao Mu and Tiandan's conspiracy, does Yura think King Xiaocheng would dare to go against Tiandan?
Shan Ro let out a small cry and became more focused and looked at Zhao Ye. Zhao Ye herself is considered quite a beauty as well. Except for her weak spot for Xiang Shaolong, she doesn't give it about anyone else, including Shan Ro. She purposely delayed, we shall see what happens then. If the plot is successful, all the impossible might become possible.
Shan Ro is now on the losing end.
She pinched vigorously Xiang Shaolong under the table and wanted him to intercede for her.
Tang Yi spoke up first, she is stronger than Zhao. In addition, Tiandan did not come alone on this trip. Over 10,000 elite Qi soldiers are camping outside the city wall. I think King Xiaocheng can only swallow his pride. Zhao Ye explained, Qi's current success is brought about by Tiandan.
If this man is gone, she will no longer be a threat to us. However, the 10,000 soldiers led by the famous General Dan Chu will not be easy to handle. Tian Dan is also escorted by a troop of the finest soldiers. Even if you attack him personally, it will still be an uphill task. Shan Rou coldly snorted, we can create a new strategy and force him back to Qi. When he retreats, we will have an opportunity. Xiang Shaolong prioritized, this matter still requires some planning. First, we must gather evidence of Tian Dan's and Zhao Mu's conspiracy. The rest can wait. Shan Rou was ecstatic, make sure you keep your promise. Xiang Shaolong chided, you better be more respectful of Princess Ye so that she will help you in return. Zhao Ye took the chance and said, Master Dong is wrong. Madame Dong has been very respectful. Shan Rou was embarrassed and submissively agreed. Xiang Shaolong was reminded of Lu Chang and asked about his funeral. Tang Yi suddenly asked, is the Lu Gong secret manual in the hands of Guozhong? Zhao Ye protested, of course not. The manual is in my palace residence. Xiao Zhao and the rest are working hard to duplicate a copy. Once done, they will give the copy to Guozhong. But it all depends. If Guozhong seeks to leave Zhao, not only will he not get the manual, he will also not have a burial place. Xiang Shaolong then realized why Xiao Zhao and her lovely friends are not around. He guessed that Li Yuan's courtship of Zhao Ye is not to take revenge on him but for the manual. He blamed himself for not being sharp enough to notice this earlier. To Zhao Ye, he warned, you must take more precautions. Tian Dan and Li Yuan would love to get their hands on the manual. Even Prince Xinling may have sent someone here to get the manual too. He hates you to the core. Oh. I better send some men to protect you. Shan Rou volunteered, let us sisters take up this job, but. Xiaolong was annoyed, you only want a chance to assassinate Tian Dan. Shan Rou angrily retorted, am I such a narrow-minded person? You ingrate. When all three of them looked at her with suspicion, she cutely shrugged her shoulders and surrendered, it is fine if no one believes me. Xiang Shaolong stood up, before I become the city commander, let me seek out Lord Longyang and see what he thinks. AI. It will be unbecoming if I have recovered but did not visited him. Shan Rou coldly laughed, do not let him bewitch you. Xiang Shaolong coughed and stared at her with irritation. Shan Rou covered her mouth and laughed in secret while Zhao Ye stood up as well and invited, Yara is leaving too. Let me give you a lift. Lord Longyang was seated at a corner of the living room. The seat is covered with thick fur and propped up with a soft pillow. An exquisite embroidered blanket covering both his legs, Lord Longyang's pale complexion greeted Xiang Shaolong as he was led in by an attendant. He softly greeted, forgive Lord for not paying my respects. Brother Dong is most courteous to come and visit me. Please come and sit beside me. Xiang Shaolong looked at his four male attendants and was curious about their delicate bodies, clear complexions, and a powdery smell. Lord Longyang understood and apologized, Brother Dong need not be puzzled. They are all great beauties dressed up as men. Xiang Shaolong was amazed. Does Lord Longyang like women too? This will be a 1,000-year-old tabloid article. After he was seated and had a drink of tea, the 4 crossdressers and 10 over bodyguards left the room. Lord Longyang looked deeply into Xiang Shaolong's eyes. His own eyes full of gratitude, he softly thanked, Brother Dong saved my life. What can I do to repay you? Xiang Shaolong wanted to say that the only way to thank me is not to get fresh with me anymore. Instead, he said, I am only doing my best for a friend. It is nothing much. Is Lord getting better? Cold rays flashed from the eyes of Lord Longyang as he hissed, they will have to try harder to kill me. Xiang Shaolong lowered his voice and directly asked, who could be the mastermind? A gentleman will revenge his sufferings. I will never let my enemies off. Lord Longyang closed his eyes and kept quiet. Xiang Shaolong was bothered, is Lord keeping a secret from me? Who is the person who waves us to enter the gorge? Lord Longyang opened his eyes and plainly said, he is named Xiaoyu. He has been located by Zhao soldiers. Too bad his throat has been slit and he cannot say anything anymore. Xiang Shaolong was shaken, devious indeed. Killing the witness and eliminating the evidence. Lord Longyang smiled coldly, killing him brings no benefit. He was originally from Qi and has been with me for only 2 years. I appreciate his swordsmanship and thought he was honest and reliable. To think that he turned out to be Tian Dan's spy. Xiang Shaolong was stricken, Tian Dan is really the mastermind. Lord Longyang confessed, I have long been puzzled at Tian Dan's coming to Handan. Now I finally know. He has no intention in the alliance at all. Now that Qin is having an internal strife, he wants to destroy our 3-state alliance. He harbors ill intentions against Zhao. With Li Mu at the border and Lianpa battling Yan, he took this chance to plot against Zhao. His huge army may have secretly entered Zhao and assumed different identities and are in hiding. Once activated, they will assist in conquering Zhao from within. Xiang Shaolong has never regarded Tian Dan's problem to be so serious. He had a rude shock and cried, "Has Lord informed Zhao King of this theory?" Lord Longyang shook his head. "This is such a big issue and I do not have any evidence, how can I say it out? After I recover, I am returning straight to Daliang and escape all the adversities. If Brother Dong wants to leave with me, I will see to it." Xiang Shaolong was curious. Lord intends to watch Zhao swallowed up by Tian Dan? A cold smile appearing on his face, Lord Longyang calmly replied, "It won't be so easy. Brother Dong has yet to reply me." Xiang Shaolong shook his head. "I appreciate Lord's kindness, but my men and livestock are on the way here. How can I leave like that? After all, I am of Zhao origin and will fight Tian Dan if needed. I must avenge my injuries." Lord Longyang sighed and slowly explained, "Tian Dan is the most powerful person now and your king cannot do anything to him." After Xiang Shaolong left, there are only 30,000 soldiers left in Handan City. Most of them are old or weak. Li Mu and Lianpa are too far away to lend any assistance. If Brother Dong wishes to escape this calamity, the only way is to leave for Daliang. Unless you surrender to Tian Dan immediately, he will never let you off. This man is more vicious than anyone I have seen. Xiang Shaolong is frightened by his words, knowing that he had underestimated Tian Dan. Luckily, he still has Zhao Mu's support or he will die without knowing why. He stood up and wished, "Lord, please have a good rest." Lord Longyang knew he remained unconvinced. He sighed and closed his eyes in silence. Standing quietly for a few seconds, Xiang Shaolong bid farewell and left. Sunlight was everywhere but Xiang Shaolong felt like he is soaking in ice water. The streets were as quiet as a graveyard but he could sense danger everywhere and feared an ambush. After talking to Lord Longyang, his narrow view widened a lot and he starts to think about many things that he has never thought of before. Covering all the possibilities, he managed to paint a complete picture. Tian Dan is filled with wild ambition and has an accurate picture of the warring landscape. While it is possible, he plans to swallow Zhao first. After the collapse of the Wu fortress, the Handan army suffered deaths and heavy injuries. There are no strong men to fill up the deficiencies and can only depend on weak and old women. The Zhao army has two big pillars. However, Lianpa is batting Yan while Li Mu is fighting the Xiongnu at the border. Both are unable to extricate themselves from the battlefield. The capital is leaderless. Using the excuse to discuss the alliance, Tian Dan brought over 10,000 soldiers as an escort but they can threaten the survival of Zhao anytime. Of course. This army of 10,000 may not be enough to conquer Zhao. Lord Longyang's speculation of a huge army ambushed with Handan City is unbelievable as it will arouse suspicion. Lord Longyang has this theory because he does not know the relationship between Tian Dan and Zhao Mu. Through Zhao Mu, he can manipulate the Zhao politics. Once King Xiaocheng is dead, Empress Jing will be named as the culprit. Using devious methods, Lianpa and Li Mu can be dealt with. With the two generals gone, Zhao will belong to Tian Dan. The assassination of Lord Longyang is due to foreign relations. The other 5 states will not sit by and watch Qi expand its territory and conquer Zhao. So Tian Dan needs their support. Yan and Han can be ignored. Yan is busy fighting Zhao and Han is too weak to fight. In fact, Han has lost every battle it fought. Only the remaining Wei and Chu are still a force to reckon with. Wei and Zhao are heavily interdependent and Wei will not allow Qi to overrun Zhao land. Chu is a different matter. Wei remains a great obstacle north of Chu. Without taking down Wei, the army of Chu will find it challenging to conquer China. Tian Dan must have enticed Li Yuan to attack Wei together and split the state between both Qi and Chu. That is the reason why Lord Longyang is assassinated. It will be Li Yuan's idea to push the blame to Xiang Shaolong. Due to a stroke of good luck, he disrupted their plans and spoiled their calculations. Le Cheng's killing has worsened the situation for Tian Dan. A foolproof plan was given the death sentence. Ultimately, Tian Dan Du has reservations about attacking Zhao openly. Wei and Han, the other 2 states of the 3-state alliance, will definitely step in. Now, he can only control Zhao via Zhao Mu and get rid of the 2 legendary generals. There are no other viable plans. In such times, if Xiang Shaolong can ascend to become the city commander, he will be in the center of all the conflicts and influences. After hearing his analysis, Tang Yi shook his head and sighed. This kind of false alliance only serves to cause one's depression. Xiang Shaolong commented, "We are here in Handan for revenge only. But if this carries on, whether for ourselves or for work, we must try to destroy Tian Dan's and Li Yuan's conspiracy." No wonder Zhao Mu is confident of controlling Empress Jing.
He has the solid backing of Tian Dan. After further discussions, Xiang Shaolong head back to his room for a nap.
At evening time, Zhao King sent someone to invite him into the palace.
Xiang Shaolong was thrilled and set off at once. This round, Zhao King received him in the inner hall.
Empress Jing, Zhao Ye, Guo Kai and Chang Dan were all present. After paying his respects, King Xiaocheng got him to sit at the best seat, followed by Guo Kai and Chang Dan. Empress Jing and Zhao Ye sat beyond the tables.
Both women have a look of disillusion. It appears that he will not be promoted as the city commander. Xiang Shaolong was feeling nervous. King Xiaocheng asked about his injuries as an icebreaker and he answered duly.
Of course, he replied that he has fully recovered. King Xiaocheng looked slightly suspicious, asked in a deep voice, "Your swordsmanship is incredible and you are good at deploying soldiers. Looking at your troops, we see evidence of your prowess. Have you thought of serving the military? If you accumulate military contributions, you can be promoted to be a marquis in the near future. Regarding the farm, you can delegate it to your men. Subject Dong only needs to focus on the big picture and not fret about the other small issues." Through the corner of his eye, he could see that Guo Kai and Chang Dan have a jubilant look on their face. He knows that he has lost the promotion.
But why then did King Xiaocheng hint at another important post for him?
His mind turned very fast and he thought of the problem and also knew why the two ladies are frowning.
Chang Dan is the problem.
Both are important military positions, but to Xiang Shaolong, they are as different as black and white.
Xiang Shaolong was alarmed.
If King Xiaocheng announced his decision, the matter will be fixed and no one can change the decision in a short while. Although Chang Dan was promoted due to Empress Jing's backing, he seemed to be allying himself with Guo Kai now and broke free of Empress Jing's control. No wonder Empress Jing changed her stand to support him now.
Before anyone could react, Xiang Shaolong thankfully said, "Many thanks for the king's generosity and opportunities.
Even if I have to work myself to death, I must do my best to repay your majesty. I have some words that I am normally afraid to say, but I will report them to your majesty now." From his surprising confession, even Empress Jing and Zhao Ye were taken aback. They wonder what he has to say at the risk of his life.
King Xiaocheng was moved. "Subject Dong, feel free to say whatever you want. I will not blame you."
Xiang Shaolong seriously said, "I have abandoned everything. I have to return to my home state to build a farm. I did this because I am a descendant of Zhao and to also fulfill my father's dying wish to return to my roots.
As long as your majesty has an order, I will execute it without hesitation and without complaint."
King Xiaocheng kept nodding his head in appreciation. Xiang Shaolong vehemently revealed, "But after my observation of the recent developments in Zhao, I feel that we are in mortal danger and can face annihilation any time."
The color changed in everyone's face. Guo Kai frowned. "Is Mr. Dong exaggerating?"
As King Xiaocheng's top advisor, if he failed to detect what Xiang Shaolong has seen, he would have failed in his job and is obviously upset. King Xiaocheng encouraged, "Subject Dong, say what you want bravely and do not have any reservations."
Xiang Shaolong simply requested, "Can your majesty request the attendants to take their leave?"
King Xiaocheng gave an order and everyone left, including the guards.
The hall is only left with the 6 of them. Zhao Ye was totally intoxicated. She simply adores this heroic air of Xiang Shaolong.
Empress Jing's eyes are flashing with excitement, improving her opinion of him. She silently praised herself for choosing the right man. Guo Kai's and Chang Dan's face turned unnatural, disbelieving the possibility of any earth-shattering news. Xiang Shaolong continued in a deep voice, "The distribution of power is for all to see. Qin is having an internal strife and every state can finally take a break and focus their energy in expanding their territory in order to unite the world. Today, the power holders of all states are gathered in Zhao. On the surface, they are here to work together, but on the contrary, they are scheming against one another. This kind of plotting is 100 times more vicious than fighting on the battlefield."
Chang Dan laughed coldly. "Aren't you being too negative?"
King Xiaocheng furrowed his brows and added, "The alliance discussion is not proceeding smoothly, but it doesn't seem as bad as it sounds." Empress Jing and Zhao Ye did not know what to add, so they maintained their silence. Xiang Shaolong burst out laughing and explained, "Only Zhao, Han and Wei are sincerely working to an alliance. Qi and Shu are not sharing borders with Qin and are not worried." Guo Kai insisted, "Even if Qi and Shu board evil motives, Zhao has just beaten Yan and our prestige is sky high. Wei and Han will not sit by and watch Qi and Shu attack us. Moreover, Qi and Shu are ultimately concerned about Qin and what can they use to conquer us." Xiang Shaolong smiled, "Of course they will use his schemes to conquer us.
The first example will be Lord Longyang. If he had not survived the assassination, the key suspect will be Prince Xinling.
Even if only Wei King does not blame him, the imbalance of power will cause infighting in Wei. Then, Wei will not have the resources to deal with other states.
Qi and Chu will benefit the most as the three-state alliance will be destroyed. King Xiaocheng was agitated.
He had suspected the assassins to be Tian Dan or Li Yuan but had stopped his speculation. He did not articulate the matter as clearly as or was as confident as Xiang Shaolong. Cheng Dan interrupted, Mr. Dong had better watch his words. If this was leaked out, it will cause uproar. Jia coldly shot, who will leak this out?
Cheng Dan shut up.
King Xiaocheng stared at Cheng Dan discontentedly.
He asked with suspicion, does subject Dong have any evidence?
Xiang Shaolong replied, earlier, I was right beside Lord Longyang and understood the whole circumstances from him. Lord Longyang has a personal escort named Xiaoyu. Lord Longyang told me that Xiaoyu is from Qi and has been serving him for less than 2 years. After the attack, he was found with his throat slit.
Why did the mastermind want him dead?
It is to prevent him from exposing the mastermind.
If he is Prince Xinling's men, he can easily escape back to Wei. The mastermind can also kill him in Wei. Killing him at all costs can only tell us that the mastermind is still in our state of Zhao.
Guokai and Cheng Dan do not know how to rebut him. After the attack, the assassins have carted away all their injured men, leaving all the Wei corpses. Lord Longyang had not told them about Xiaoyu, so they did not know one of the corpse belonged to the traitor.
After some time, Guokai asked, why did Lord Longyang share this secret only with Mr. Dong?
Xiang Shaolong simply said, I had saved his life and he had wanted me to join him in Wei, so he was the most honest with me.
King Xiaocheng's complexion is as dreadful as can be. He cursed fiercely, well done, Tian Dan and Li Yuan.
And he coldly added, subject Dong must never forget that the people of Chu can never be trusted.
Xiang Shaolong continued, the second case is about General Lu Cheng's assassination. General Lu is the center of influence of Han Dan's army.
With his death, if there wasn't a promising replacement, the army will begin to destabilize. All Tian Dan or Li Yuan has to do is to collaborate with a few ambitious generals and they can manipulate our military. Our two famed generals Li Mu and Lian Pa are situated far from Han Dan. By the time they are back, they will be too weak to put up a good defense.
That is all I have to say.
Everyone is thinking about Tian Dan's 10,000-strong army camped outside the city.
If there is any internal chaos in Han Dan, this Qi army is sufficient to influence any developments.
If he did not conspire with Zhao Mu, the Qi soldiers are not to be feared, but the situation is different now. Guokai and Cheng Dan remained dumbfounded. Like Xiang Shaolong before, they can see the danger but did not foresee the potential annihilation of Zhao.
Paled with fear, King Xiaocheng asked, does subject Dong have any plan to reverse this dangerous scenario?
Using his advancing but retreating strategy, he answered, I am only a martial arts practitioner and do not have any brilliant strategy. This kind of big issues had better be handled by Chief Advisor Guo and General Chang. Guokai and Cheng Dan were very awkward.
In such a short time, what can they offer to resolve this complex and intertwined circumstances? King Xiaocheng was disgruntled, can't someone give me a good idea? Guokai helplessly coughed, the best way is to end this quickly. We will secretly capture and kill all the suspicious traitors and remove the thorn in the flesh. Even if Tian Dan and Li Yuan have a scheme, they cannot do anything. Empress Jing interrupted, wouldn't that cause an immediate rebellion? After the Wu family incident, we cannot afford any more upheavals.
Cheng Dan volunteered, leave this matter to me. I guarantee that I will destroy all the traitors as fast as lightning and as quiet as a dumbbell.
Unconvinced, King Xiaocheng asked, does subject Cheng know who the traitors are?
While you are still planning, the traitors may have rebelled already.
Zhao Ye smiled, brother. Now you know that my words make sense.
Only if Mr. Dong becomes the city commander, we can execute the scheme within a scheme and capture all the rebels in one swoop.
King Xiaocheng decided, subject Dong, receive your order. From this moment, you are Han Dan city commander. During the morning court tomorrow, I will officially issue you the military seal. Do not disappoint me.
Xiang Shaolong acted surprised before bowing with thanks. Empress Jing and Zhao Ye were over the moon. Guokai and Cheng Dan exchanged looks of viciousness, seeming to have a plot to get rid of him.
All these cannot escape the sharp eyes of Xiang Shaolong. He laughed to himself.
No matter how crafty they are, they will never guess that he and Zhao Mu share a special relationship.
Ha! Now, he can openly conspire with Zhao Mu. This is truly a miracle.
Xiang Shaolong requested King Xiaocheng that Tang Yi be made an assistant general before he left the palace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9 Chapter 9. Book 9 Chapter 9, Lucky Encounters. After hearing the entire story from Xiang Shaolong, Zhao Mu stood up happily and faced the sky laughing, heaven is really on my side.
If I ever be the king of Zhao, you will be my supreme commander. Xiang Shaolong was amused. Time is of the essence. Let us plan against King Xiaocheng immediately. If Li Mu were to really return, the tide will turn against us. After a moment's reflection, Zhao Mu asked, Zhaoya has succumbed to you, but why if Empress Jing helping you as well? She is in cahoots with Cheng Dan and there is no reason she will help an outsider like you. Xiang Shaolong then mentioned the part about Han Shuang and was bold with laughter. With all his worries gone, he sat down again and said, I must disclose our relationship to Tian Dan and regain his confidence. Xiang Shaolong's face changed color. You must never do that. Unless you reveal your own true identity, he will not believe you with his intelligence. Why don't I pretend to defect and he may even withdraw his soldiers? It is better to reveal our intentions later and take some precautions against him. Zhao Mu nodded in agreement. You have thought through every detail. Li Mu will not be able to return so quickly. We still have some time, but... Xiang Shaolong added, Marquis had better give me some names so that I can answer to the muddle-headed king and gain more of his trust. Zhao Mu smiled, so what if he knows all my spies? But let me consider this first. Once we have our strategies in place, we can then push forward. We can fake King Xiaocheng assassination by Xiang Shaolong. Once I control the military, Empress Jing will have to cooperate with me. Li Mu and Lian Po will also see the end of their career. Hi. It is better that Li Cheng is dead, for I have some suspicions of his loyalty. Xiang Shaolong took the opportunity and asked, what is the relationship between Tian Dan and Li Yuan? Zhao Mu brushed, I see that they are just using each other. Xiang Shaolong can tell that Tian Dan is hiding some information from Zhao Mu regarding this issue and did not press further. He proposed, before I am officially promoted, I must try to meet up with Tian Dan and gain his trust. Does Marquis have any pointers? Zhao Mu was pleased and clapped, I am fully confident in your abilities. Do as you wish. Let me plan a few scenarios and I will discuss the grand plan with you. He added, Tian Dan will be attending Guizhong's banquet this evening. See if you can catch him on the road. Xiang Shaolong thought of a preposterous idea and departed with glee. Xiang Shaolong is in his best mood. He slipped to Ji Yanran's loft and shared all the news with her. After a quick session, he intercepted Tian Dan's entourage and entered his carriage. Tian Dan is indeed a cautious person. The Lu Zhongxia and Lu Zhongshi brothers are still protecting him in his carriage. Xiang Shaolong went straight to the point, I have thought over carefully and decided to serve Chancellor with all my heart, but... Tian Dan is overjoyed and asked, I thought Brother Dong needs a few days to consider? Why have you made such a quick decision? Xiang Shaolong seriously said, I have just met King Xiaocheng and he wishes to make me the new city commander despite all odds. This has forced Mu hand. I will slip away tonight and send someone to divert my incoming family and livestock to Qi to show my loyalty to Chancellor. Even the brilliant Tian Dan was stunned a while before he recomposed his and cried, Is Han Dan so lacking in talent that King Xiaocheng has to choose such an unqualified person as you? I do not believe that King Xiaocheng has such an open mind and foresight. Xiang Shaolong explained, It is due to my good relationship with Princess Ya. She knows that I am still dissatisfied with King Xiaocheng and used this promotion to make me stay and accompany her. While he spoke, he scrutinized Tian Dan's expression closely. When Tian Dan heard about his proximity to Zhaoya, his eyes lit up. Xiang Shaolong deduced that Tian Dan might use his connection to Zhaoya to steal the secret manual. Tian Dan stretched out his strong hand and held Xiang Shaolong's shoulder. In a serious manner, he dissuaded, Brother Dong, you must never leave like that. If you stay behind as the city commander, you will lend me an even bigger helping hand, do you understand? Xiang Shaolong pretending to protest, but Tian Dan heavily emphasized, from today onwards, Dong Quang is Tian Dan's good brother and we will share wealth and woe. Do not worry and become the city commander. I will come and discuss matters with you after 2 days. Xiang Shaolong gave up. In these times, everyone he spoke to were blatantly lying with their eyes open. On one hand, Tian Dan tried to take his life. With his value going up, he addresses him as brother. If not for his special identity, he will die without knowing why. The entourage is nearing the hilly roads beside Guo residence. Xiang Shaolong bid farewell and headed back to his residence. Before daybreak, Xiang Shaolong and Tang Yi were in the palace attending morning court. In front of all the officials, King Xiaocheng officially appointed Xiang Shaolong as the city commander and Tang Yi as his assistant general. He was given the official seal, official sword, and letter of appointment as well as other stuff. Guo Kai knew that the decision is final and dare not say anything in retaliation. Zhao Mu's lackeys, Empress Jing, and Zhaoya cheered with delight. An impossible appointment has now become reality. After the court session, everyone came up to congratulate them and pave way for future collaborations, making both of them sigh with negativity. King Xiaocheng personally accompanied Xiang Shaolong and Tang Yi to inspect the city army, letting the soldiers know who their new commander is and gaining their obedience. King Xiaocheng proceeded to discuss with both of them the art of defending the city. Tang Yi took the chance to display his talent while Xiang Shaolong depended on his 21st century experience coupled with Mahist founder Moyi's art of war. King Xiaocheng could finally rest on his laurels and celebrate his excellent choice of men. The accompanying military leaders were all stunned into silence. From what the two men casually said, most of the strategies are something that they have never heard of. Initially unconvinced, they were finally won over by Xiang Shaolong and Tang Yi. After the discussion, King Xiaocheng returned to the palace while another assistant General Zhao Mingxiong escorted both of them back to the East Gate Army Command Center. North of the command center's Great Hall, there is a raised armchair that is meant for the city commander. When Xiang Shaolong took his seat there, over 100 colonels, majors, captains and lieutenants lined up neatly on two sides and kneeled in respect. Xiang Shaolong felt like he was dreaming and cannot believe what is happening before his eyes. In the following days, both men are busy deploying the soldiers, improving their weapons and training new recruits. The elite soldiers are inserted into the city army and served as their personal escorts. At the same time, he located Pu Bu and 4 of his buddies within the city guards and promote them with some other soldiers to the rank of majors so as to make it easier to deploy his troops in the future. When all is done, Xiang Shaolong was relieved and went to visit Zhao Mu. The traitor met him in the secret room. Zhao Mu sat down and laughed. General Dong, can you guess what Guo Kai did to topple you? That ungrateful sent me a secret note that you are a pawn of King Xiaocheng who was out to catch traitors like me. He asks me to guard against you and I nearly died laughing. Xiang Shaolong was infuriated. Guo Kai, this lowly scum, is willing to forego the big picture and harm him for his personal gain. Such a cunning man. Xiang Shaolong coldly asked, can we do anything to bring him down? Zhao Mu advised, we must tolerate little nonsense like this and focus on the grand scheme. When Zhao is ours, I will destroy his family and subject him to all forms of torture. Let him enjoy his temporary freedom. Xiang Shaolong reported what had been discussed between Tian Dan and himself. Zhao Mu praised, you are a genius. No wonder Tian Dan is so enthusiastic lately. He kept visiting me to discuss plans to control the Zhao politics. Everything is ready, but we still lack the chance to assassinate King Xiaocheng. I am getting impatient. Xiang Shaolong reasoned, this matter cannot be rushed. I am still fresh in my appointment and have yet to fully control the army. Every day, my influence grows. The most crucial issue now is to gain King Xiaocheng's trust by producing some results. Zhao Mu waved, that is easy. We just leak some of our plans to King Xiaocheng and he will treat you like his most treasured object. After further talks, Zhao Mu came up with a bunch of names. Most of them are situated outside the city of Handan. Xiang Shaolong could tell from Zhao Mu's flickering eyes that these men are innocent. Zhao Mu was using his hand to harm them. Cursing, he frowned, how come there is no one within the city? Zhao Mu hesitated before he added the names of 2 petty officials and another 4 military leaders. The 4 military leaders are guarding the Great Wall outside Handan. Wang Che of CI District, Unabridged Thread, Post 25, whom Xiang Shaolong had met on his trip to Daliang, is also on the list. Xiang Shaolong is even more certain that this traitor is using this excuse to get rid of his enemies. Withholding this discovery, he nodded, Marquis must have some spies in the palace. It is better to divulge a few and gain the trust of King Xiaocheng. Zhao Mu happily added another 2 names, one of them is Jia Yuanyu, Post 26, who is Xiang Shaolong's camp officer on his Daliang trip. Xiang Shaolong was amused that Zhao Mu was taking advantage of his ignorance about Handan. In fact, he is more familiar with Jia Yuanyu than Zhao Mu ever will be. He teased Zhao Mu, oh. Betraying our own people might not be appropriate. Why don't we skip this list and find some other innocent people as scapegoats and affect our enemies' morale? Zhao Mu's face changed color. He can only keep his deceit to himself. If he did not change his list, then he will be openly lying to his confidant. He frantically argued, let's see what happens in the next few days. If you have so much intelligence in such a short time, it will seem suspicious. Xiang Shaolong laughed secretly and agreed, I will obey all Marquis' instructions. When Marquis feels that the time is right, just send me the list. Zhao Mu sighed with relief. He appreciated that Xiang Shaolong is still as obedient despite his promotion and suggested, I heard that you have promoted some men. I have a few men too that you can promote as well so that they can help you control the security. Xiang Shaolong could tell that Zhao Mu was increasing his trust for him, that he shared his spy's details with him. He patted his own chest and swore, you can count on me. I will insert these people into important positions tomorrow. Zhao Mu was glad and revealed the names of 4 colonels. In the chain of command, the highest post is naturally the city commander general. Under him will be 2 assistant generals, 8 colonels, and 20 majors. All of them have the authority to lead the soldiers. The city army is divided into 10 battalions. Each battalion has its own captains, lieutenants, warrant officers, sergeants, and corporals. A corporal is the lowest rank and he takes charge of a group of 5 soldiers, including himself. The next higher rank will be the sergeant and he takes charge of 50 soldiers. The major will take charge of 10,000 soldiers and his own military leaders. The colonel is ranked even higher and has the authority to lead the entire army into battle. There are some differences between the colonels, like there are strong armies and weak armies. If Xiang Shaolong inserts the 4 colonels into positions of power, it is as good as letting Zhao Mu control the city army. Xiang Shaolong has a plan to counter this and is unafraid of such an arrangement. Xiang Shaolong knows that Zhao Mu will never fully disclose his entire list of spies. A bright idea came to his mind and he asked, the human mind is difficult to fathom. Does Marquis have any method to guarantee that they will not shy away and do their best for Marquis in times of urgent need? Zhao Mu smiled bitterly, no one can guarantee that. Xiang Shaolong thought of contracts and suggested, I have an idea which is called the loyalty letter. Marquis can get your spies to write a loyalty letter, swear on it and hand the letter for your safekeeping. If you are in trouble and the letters end up with King Xiaocheng, they will be in trouble as well. Therefore, they will do their best and rebel with Marquis. Zhao Mu cannot tell that this is a trick and clapped, great idea. With these, our rebellion will surely be successful. Xiang Shaolong naturally started, the first loyalty letter will be from me. This is to show my gratitude and loyalty to Marquis. Zhao Mu is so happy that he could hug Xiang Shaolong and kissed him. He got his attendant to fetch some brushes, ink, and paper. Except for his signature, Xiang Shaolong's handwriting is unintelligible. But he had come so far and could only grit his teeth and wrote Dong Quang is loyal to Zhao Mu messily. Zhao Mu does not hold it against him, for he is a tribesman after all. Both men are now as close as brothers and there are no secrets between them. Leaving the Marquis residence, Xiang Shaolong hurried into the palace to see King Xiaocheng. When Xiang Shaolong said he has a secret message, he was summoned to the royal study. This is the first time he was alone with King Xiaocheng and he knows that he has gained his full trust. He respectfully said, General has successfully entered Zhao Mu's circle of trust. King Xiaocheng was surprised, how did Zhao Mu trust you so easily? Xiang Shaolong answered, we have been on good terms all along. The other reason is I wrote him a loyalty letter, but... He started to explain the whole situation and added, once we get hold of the loyalty letters, we will be very clear of who the traitors are and will not kill anyone wrongfully. King Xiaocheng was elated, General Dong is brilliant to come up with such a plan. I can finally abandon my worries. When the time is ripe, General Dong must help me to raid his house and find the loyalty letters. We shall see who dares to rebel. Xiang Shaolong advised, that is not the best move as it will stir infighting. Besides, Tian Dan is still waiting for opportunities to make his move. Let me get my hands on these letters and investigate first. When we have eliminated the palace traitors and prevent any infighting, we will then focus on the military traitors. Till then, even if Zhao Mu has 3 heads and 6 arms, he will still bow beneath our forces. King Xiaocheng could not stop nodding his head, General shall see to it. Everything is at your disposal, Xiang Shaolong continued to give his report on his defect to Tian Dan. King Xiaocheng was furious and cursed, thanks to your testing, this scum is indeed after our land. Xiang Shaolong held more talks with him before bidding farewell. He had just left the study when a palace maid intercepted him on Empress Jing's orders. He had known about King Xiaocheng's issue and that he does not care much for Empress Jing. But he had no idea that she was so brave to waylay him right after his meeting with King Xiaocheng. Helpless, he followed the palace maid into the inner palace. Exactly like the last time, all the female attendants he met en route were all looking at him seductively. These days, he has to attend morning court before the sun is up. Busy with his duties, he has no time to visit Zhaoya or Ji Yinran. Back home, all the ladies are fast asleep. Even the Tian sisters who insist on waiting till he came home were asked to sleep first, for Xiang Shaolong could not bear to see them losing sleep over him. He has more time today and wanted to visit talented Lady Ji or Zhaoya. Unluckily, Empress Jing acted first and he was upset but powerless at the same time. Until now, he does not have a clear picture of Zhao Mu's and Empress Jing's relationship. This will be a good chance to find out. The palace maid brought him straight to a short tower in the east garden. The palace guards paid their respects to him and made him feel absolutely glorious and prestigious. Another 2 palace maids opened the tower doors and winked at him smiling, Empress is waiting for General on the 2nd floor. Before he could react, the 2 girls are kneeling on the floor and helping him to remove his shoes. Xiang Shaolong had a wild thought, you only live once. Since he came to this ancient time, if he could do it with a queen, it will be quite an accomplishment. Thinking of her rejection the last time and her beautiful posture, his heart is now on fire. He still has certain reservations. If King Xiaocheng found out about this, how will he deal with him? In a dilemma, he climbed up the stairs. Every step is as heavy as a ton. Empress Jing is dressed in a luxurious robe and was sitting alone beside a long table. Seeing his appearance at the top of the steps, she cooed, "General is here. Please sit beside me." Xiang Shaolong pulled up his socks and sat on the other side of the long table. He sighed, "What orders does Empress have for me?" Empress Jing batted her extended eyelashes and slowly said, "Has General Dong just seen the king? AI. Your king has been suffering from health problems recently and he refused to get enough rest. I am really afraid that he may fall sick and can never get up anymore." Xiang Shaolong's desires disappeared at once, having tasted her cruelty once more. She sounds like she is concerned about King Xiaocheng but is secretly wishing for his end. Once the crown prince ascends the throne, a young chap around the age of Xiao Pan will simply listen to her command. At that point in time, she will own Xiang Shaolong. If he is smart, he will continue to do her bidding. In a few words, she has spelt out the penalties and incentives clearly, adding a touch of intimacy and seduction, making it hard for anyone to reject her. Before he could reply, Empress Jing clapped her hand once. Two palace girls came up the stairs and laid a jug of warm white wine as well as wine cups on the table between them and left. Empress Jing personally poured 2 full cups of wine. Her fingers looked like they have never done any manual work before and her nails were painted in red. She handed 1 cup to Xiang Shaolong and raised her own cup. Facing Xiang Shaolong, she respectfully wished, "Congratulations on your glorious promotion to become our city commander." Xiang Shaolong hurriedly added, "Thanks for Empress's support." Dang! The 2 cups collided in mid-air. Covering her face with her sleeve, Empress Jing drank the wine in one shot. Within a short while, her cheeks turned rosy, adding to her attractiveness. Xiang Shaolong swore, "Dong Quan will never forget your kindness, please rest assured." Empress Jing shot a charming look at him and softly said, "I know you are not an ungrateful man." "Yeah. Your performance the other day was simply exciting. I am more and more confident in you." "Hey! Look at yourself. Why are you so uneasy? Are you afraid that King Xiaocheng will find out about our meeting?" Xiang Shaolong sighed and frankly explained, "I am grateful for your trust but this meeting does seem inappropriate. If the king misunderstands Empress, even my death will not be sufficient to redeem my sin." But Empress Jing was tickled, "You speak very tactfully, unlike your usual self. I was the one who summoned you but you speak as if you initiate this meeting. Rest easy. The king does not bother about my affairs. He will not be upset with you. Does this make you feel better?" Xiang Shaolong is more and more confused about the abnormal state palace affairs. He was trying to get more news about Zhao Mu and her when Empress Jing suspiciously asked him, "Did Zhao Mu ever mention about me in front of you?" Xiang Shaolong honestly said, "Forgive my bluntness." Although Zhao Mu has never said anything directly, he has hinted that Empress Jing is in his side. Naturally, I did not report this to the king. Empress can rest easy. Empress Jing's eyes were flashing viciously. She bit her teeth cursing, so what if he knows? It is entirely his fault. From this, Xiang Shaolong knows that it has to do with the 5X games between King Xiaocheng and Zhao Mu. Even Empress Jing is part of their games. King Xiaocheng is truly an immoral pervert. Empress Jing slowly sighed, "We are lucky for your reminder. Zhao Mu is an ED0T to keep a dangerous animal at home. He even dares to provoke the ambitious Tian Dan." Xiang Shaolong wanted to jump for joy. This is called thinking too much. From this new information, he guessed that Empress Jing did want to conspire with Zhao Mu. With the introduction of Tian Dan, she beat a hasty retreat. The relationship between these people fluctuates with their rise and fall in fortunes. If Zhao Mu really sits on the throne, Empress Jing may just leap into his arms. Empress Jing batted her eye at him and frowned, "Why are you so quiet?" Xiang Shaolong could tell that she voice is becoming more and more intimate. He was shaken and feigned, "I was thinking of what I can do next to make you happy regardless of the difficulty involved." Empress Jing was laughing uncontrollably for a while. She then seductively gazed at him and softly said, "You are delicate despite your rough behavior and know how to make women happy. No wonder the H0RNY Jia was intoxicated by you and threw Qiyu, Han Shuan, and Li Yuan out of her residence. Her spirit's at an all-time high, she has even forgotten about Xiang Shaolong. I would love to have that experience as well." "Fine. I know that you are occupied and will not waste any of your time." Xiang Shaolong was enchanted by her words and was thinking that he can taste the flavor of the high and mighty Zhao Queen. At the height of his emotions, she asked him to leave. He knows that the Empress is playing a game of acting welcome but actually rejecting. Hardening his heart with hatred, he bade his farewell helplessly. Exiting the palace, he was tempted to visit Xiao Zhao and the rest. Suppressing this unwise decision, he head back to the command center. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9 Chapter 10. Book 9 Chapter 10, Guo's Wedding Feast. Back at the East Gate Army Command Center, it is evening time and Tang Yi just came back from training the soldiers. They gathered in a study room that is filled with bamboo books and began talking. Tang Yi gave him a general report of the city defenses and ended. Handan's available soldiers are actually 20,000 only. The rest are old, weak, female, or untrained recruits. If activated, they will only obstruct the rest and ruin the morale. Xiang Shaolong advised, quality is more important than quantity. Second brother, please assign the new soldiers and the weak and old to the camps outside the city. Let them undergo training or engage in preventive work. Tang Yi reminded, for this deployment, your army seal is insufficient. We need to get the other half of the seal from King Xiaocheng. Xiang Shaolong reassured, you can count on me. He continued to relate the issue of Zhao Mu's 4 colonels. Tang Yi understood at once and laughed, got it. I will promote them based on their abilities and give them a non-existent workload. Xiang Shaolong sighed, I am lucky to have your assistance. Otherwise, these complex issues will drive me crazy. How in the world did Li Cheng indulge in courtesans every night and hide so many women? Tang Yi answered, easy. Delegate all the complex issues to Assistant General Zhao Mingxiong, but all the credit goes to him instead. Zhao Mingxiong is a talent. He was sidelined as he was recommended by Lian Pa. I heard that Li Cheng had wanted to demote him on many occasions, but they were all overturned by your personal intervention to King Xiaocheng. To think that Yor commands such influence over King Xiaocheng. After a moment of reflection, Xiang Shaolong asked about the Qi soldiers camping outside the city walls. Tang Yi replied, I have sent men to erect sentry towers at the 4 corners of the Qi camp and keep them under day and night observation. On the surface, there is nothing going on, even normal training. I suspect that they are digging tunnels and they are very discreet, so we cannot detect anything. I have sent little June to spy on them and we should have news soon. Oh! Tang Yi exclaimed, I nearly forgot. Lord Longyang has sent someone to look for you and invited you to make a trip to his place. Guozhong is throwing a huge feast at his residence tonight. Not only are you invited, even I am included. Xiang Shaolong exchanged a look with him and they both shook their heads and sighed. Tang Yi decided, I won't be going and will manage the fort here. Handan looks peaceful on the outside, but it is full of killing aura. Any negligence and it will be too late for regrets, thought. Xiang Shaolong mused, it's all yours. AI. What in the world are we doing, helping the Zhao solve their problems? Tang Yi stood up with him, King Xiaocheng is giving Zhao Mu to you as a present, third brother must repay his kindness. Make a trip home first. I hardly see you talking to Shan Rou and the rest. Xiang Shaolong left with a reluctant smile. With Wu Guo leading his entourage out of the command center, he ran into Tian Dan's entourage. Xiang Shaolong naturally knew that Tian Dan is coming specially for him and entered his carriage. The Lu brothers are seated behind Tian Dan while Xiang Shaolong is seated beside him. This Qi leader smiled, Brother Dong is an excellent city commander. The whole situation looks powerful and refreshing. After apologizing, he added, to gain the trust of King Xiaocheng, I have sent someone to monitor your entourage. Please forgive me. Tian Dan joyfully patted his shoulder, I am not an unreasonable man. Continuing in a low voice, have you found out who killed Li Cheng? Xiang Shaolong nearly fell apart and hurriedly replied, if I am not mistaken, it is done by Xiang Shaolong. A few days later, he was detected at a village near Handan City. Tian Dan mysteriously laughed at his words and plainly stated, this must be Xiang Shaolong's doing. No one else hated Li Cheng as much as he. In fact, Li Cheng is the first target. If Zhao Mu is not the next target, then it will be King Xiaocheng himself. Xiang Shaolong could feel all his bones freezing and was like a fish out of water. Tian Dan coldly thinks aloud, if it is done by Xiang Shaolong, this matter will be very interesting. Where is he hiding in Handan? Who is his spy to track Li Cheng's movements so accurately? Can Brother Dong answer these questions? Xiang Shaolong answered in a deep voice, if I am Xiang Shaolong, I will not be so stupid to hide in the city. Regarding the spy, it is a piece of cake. The Wu family has deep connections here. There will surely be someone who will cooperate with him. Tian Dan continued smiling, why did he alert the city with Li Cheng's killing? Xiang Shaolong was startled and cannot comprehend where he is coming from. He frowned. What does Chancellor Tian thinks?
Tian Dan stared at the dark street and slowly said one word at a time. Xiang Shaolong has been back for quite some time already.
I can feel it. Xiang Shaolong had a big fright. He lowered his voice and asked, does Chancellor Tian know where he is?
He vowed that if his cover is blown, he will kill him right away regardless of the consequences. Tian Dan let out a very long sigh. Xiang Shaolong is the most extraordinary man I have ever known. King Xiaocheng did not treasure him and missed out a great opportunity to regain the glory of Zhao. Shaking his head, he sighed again and patted Xiang Shaolong on his shoulder. Mark my words.
There are spies in Lu Cheng's personal escort team.
Investigate those that did not go along with Lu Cheng that fateful night and you will find the spy.
Do a good job. If we can really apprehend Xiang Shaolong, we can use him in an exciting negotiation. Xiang Shaolong was astonished. What negotiation?
Tian Dan simply said, like exchanging him for Zhao Ya's Lu Gong's secret manual.
Xiang Shaolong was amazed.
This man is too scary for words. If not for his fake identity, he will not be able to play this game with Tian Dan and may even lose everything he has. At this point, the horse carriage is driving up the hill road leading to the Guo residence.
As the carriage bumped forward, Tian Dan casually asked, where did Brother Dong learn his art of city defense?
Xiang Shaolong had anticipated this question and shrugged his shoulders. Everything I know is from personal experience.
After numerous battles, I know soldiering.
After living with horses, I know how to breed them.
It is nothing actually. Tian Dan maintained his silence for a while before inquiring, why did Brother Dong look up to me? Xiang Shaolong acted like he was full of sincerity and explained, horse breeders must first know how to take care of their horses. Please excuse my eccentricity. Comparing horses to human, among those I have seen, there are none as good as Chancellor Tian horses.
Tian Dan was laughing so hard he started to cry. He readily accepts his answer and warned, you have to guard against Li Yuan.
He is extremely narrow-minded and hates you to the core. He will not stop until you are dead.
Especially after Zhao Ya become intoxicated with you and ruin his chances at Lu Gong's secret manual. Remember, he will stop at nothing. Xiang Shaolong has no more doubts that Tian Dan and Li Yuan are the masterminds behind Lord Longyang's assassination.
The Guo residence came into view.
Xiang Shaolong quietly cursed that he cannot even share a proper conversation with Shan Rou and the Tian sisters.
He wonders if he will get to see Ji Yinran, Zhao Ya, or even Zhao Ji.
He has lost a lot of excitement in his life. The Guo residence is brightly lit and full of guests, adding to the festivities.
Xiang Shaolong slipped out of the carriage before entering the residence separately to avoid being seen with Tian Dan.
When he stepped into the residence after Tian Dan, he could see Guo Zhong giving Tian Dan a warm welcome and is busy introducing him to the other famous Zhao dignitaries, making him the center of attention.
Xiang Shaolong was secretly happy.
He retreated down the road leading to the residence and glided into a big garden in front of the residence. He breathed deeply and was energized by the refreshing cool air and caught a whiff of fragrance. Xiang Shaolong turned around and Zhao Ya appeared at his side. Grabbing his arm, she dragged him towards a little pavilion deeper into the picturesque garden.
She praised, "You ever thought Master Ding will be unavailable? AI. You are really capable.
Only a few days have passed and you have improved the military strength of Handan City.
With such good defense, no one will miss Lu Cheng."
After crossing 2 bridges, they came to a pavilion by a pond. The human voice and lights seemed to come from another dimension.
They seemed to be in an isolated paradise of their own.
Xiang Shaolong leaned on the stone fence and put his hand around her thin waist and smiled. "I have decided to help your brother, Zhao King, resolve the danger surrounding Handan City."
"How are you going to thank me?"
Zhao Ya trembled slightly and leaned into his bosom saying, "Yera can only get rid of her old ways and become Master Dong's most obedient woman."
In a low voice, she continued, "Can you really forget the past wrongdoings? Yara is afraid that King Xiaocheng cannot withstand another blow."
Xiang Shaolong cannot help but to look at her with mistrust. Zhao Ya had a big shock and cried, "You have no confidence in me."
Xiang Shaolong simply reassured, "Set your mind at ease.
I have a great plan and I promise that your brother will never know that Xiang Shaolong has ever been to Handan or has even been the city commander." Still upset, Zhao Ya mumbled, "Zhao Ya understands." Seeing her crestfallen look, Xiang Shaolong took pity on her. Kissing her lips, he smiled, "Do not worry. As long as you do what you promised, how can I not love you?"
Zhao Ya slowly said, "Will you really bring me away?"
Xiang Shaolong knows that she is terrified and may have wild thoughts or worry incessantly. He seriously stated, "Why would I have the heart to deceive a poor girl like you who is looking for your drop of honey?" Zhao Ya's face began to turn red and she stomped her feet and whined, "I am dissatisfied. After you became Dong Quan, I still gave all my love to you and my body as well, and yet you still bullied me.
Xiang Shaolong had a good laugh.
Moving his hands lower, he strongly slapped her 2 firm bums and asked, "Why is Guozhong arranging such a huge feast tonight?" Jiaye was surprised. "You are really immersed in your work and have no inkling that Tycoon Gui is marrying his daughter to Li Yuan."
Xiang Shaolong was shaken and inquired, "Guozhong is really leaving, will your brother let him off?"
Jiaye sighed, "The alliance discussion is on hold because of Yin and King Xiaocheng refused to give in. Guozhong is a man who only looks at profits.
He will not wait here for the Qin army to conquer the city. With Li Yuan as his son-in-law, what can brother do?" Xiang Shaolong comment, "If you leave with me too, wouldn't your brother be heartbroken?"
Jiaye was in a state of panic and faintly said, "Have I not done my best for him? I did not even hold Sister Ni's death against him and nearly caused the death of my most beloved.
Only he owes me, what do I owe him? As a female, what more can I achieve? I know him better than anyone. Don't be too happy with his appreciation. Once the danger is over, he will treat you differently.
Lianpa and Li Mu did so much for the state and look at them now. He only cares about himself and my heart for him is dead.
AI.
If my brother is dead and that woman becomes the dowager, her first target will be poor me.
How can I not leave?"
Xiang Shaolong concluded, "I am relieved to hear these words from you, but..."
Still unconvinced, Jiaye declared, still disbelieving?
"For you, I am willing to die without any regrets."
Before he could reply, Jiaye added, "The main banquet will be held in Chu. Guozhong will have to preside the dinner at the capital of Chu. You should understand." Xiang Shaolong was enlightened and affirmed, "Great move. Come, let's join in the fun."
He slapped her back, saying, "You go back first or everyone will be jealous of me."
Jiaye passionately asked, "Shall I come to your place tonight?" Xiang Shaolong thought of Shan Rou and frowned, "We shall confirm later. Is talented Lady Ji coming?"
Jiaye proudly said, "She is here long ago and is busy looking for her lover."
Luckily Youer acted first. Xiang Shaolong is very entertained and chased her away before entering the building.
The garden is filled with performers to keep the guests occupied. Seeing this new office-bearer, everyone came to welcome him. By the time Xiang Shaolong managed to extricate himself, Han Shuang led him to a corner and praised, "General Dong is a man of talent. I have never seen Sister Jing having such a high opinion of anyone." Xiang Shaolong humbly replied, "It is all thanks to Marquis's arrangement."
Han Shuang cursed, "Don't worry.
I have put in the best word for you in front of Empress. You must guard against Guokai the scum.
He is currently spreading rumors that you have laid the queen to get your promotion to city commander."
Hey! This cunning dared to act so recklessly only because he is the lover of King Xiaocheng. I cannot take this lying down.
Xiang Shaolong exclaimed, "What?"
Han Shuang continued, "No many people knows about this.
Outside the palace, probably not even a single person knows. King Xiaocheng cannot do without men. Too bad you are not, or you can replace him."
Every strand of Xiang Shaolong's hair is standing at its end.
He coughed, "Let's stop here." Han Shuang intimately added, "It is better you love women.
The queen is a rare beauty and if you can make her happy, Zhao will be at your command when the crown prince ascends the throne. When that happens, do not forget your old friend Han Shuang." Xiang Shaolong could tell that Han Shuang wants to control Empress Jing through him.
He can also deduce that Empress Jing is not fully obedient towards him.
Afraid that he will ask for the Tian sisters, he dragged Han Shuang towards the building and warned as they walked, "Marquis must take precautions. I suspect Qi and Shu are behind Lord Longyang's attack."
Han Shuang turned pale, "What?"
Xiang Shaolong is confident that Empress Jing does not share all her knowledge with Han Shuang. They ran into another group of guests and Xiang Shaolong took the chance to slip away and strode towards the main banquet hall. In the center of the hall, Guozhong stood there and welcomed him. "General Dong is newly promoted to be our city commander and I have yet to send my congratulations." Xiang Shaolong swept his gaze and did not see his 2 sons.
He guessed that Guozhong must have followed Wu Yuan's example and sent his sons away first.
He shook his hands and politely said, "It should be General congratulating Mr. You have gained such a handsome son-in-law. All the potential father-in-laws in Handan can only stand aside and watch with hatred and jealousy."
Guozhong laughed, "Talking with you is always a joyful occasion."
The main hall is now filled with various guests, numbering almost 1,000.
Some of the more reclusive powerful families were also present in their best outfits. With the grand attires and fanfare, who could have guessed that Handan is in danger of war?
Xiang Shaolong's sharp eyes caught Li Yuan, who was situated at the other side of the main hall. He is cheerfully chatting with Tian Dan, Guokai and Chang Dan. Empress Jing made her entrance but King Xiaocheng is absent to show his displeasure.
Ji Yanran can also be seen with another group of people. Even the antisocial Zhou Yan is here. Yanran is chatting intimately with the just recovered Lord Longyang. Both of them are old friends and are naturally close. Zhao Ba and Zhao Ji are helping to usher in the guests. Zhao Ji saw Xiang Shaolong and her eyes widened. Abandoning her company of extinguished ladies, she flew over like a bird. Xiang Shaolong was blaming himself for being muddle-headed and coming without a present, so he took the chance to excuse himself and met up with Zhao Ji. This unique beauty whined upon contact, General Dong. Ji hasn't seen you for so many days and is suffering in agony. You must accompany me tonight no matter what happens. Before anything could happen, Lord Longyang appeared out of nowhere between them. With his warm eyes staring deeply into his own eyes, he stretched his hand and held onto Xiang Shaolong's hands tightly and cooed, "Except for Wei King, I have never felt as much gratitude to anyone compared to Brother Dong. No matter what happens, Brother Dong must not forget that there is someone waiting for you in Daliang." Xiang Shaolong could feel all his goose pimples standing. He was embarrassed and upset but cannot bear to pull his hand away after seeing how emotional and lonely the other party is. Choosing to believe that he is just affectionate towards both sexes, he started to feel better and consoled him by patting in his shoulder and said, "Dong Quang understands. Please have a safe journey." As Lord Longyang released his hand, he caught Han Xuan walking over. Afraid that he may ask for the Tian sisters, he begged Lord Longyang, "Lord, please help me detain this man." Lord Longyang was surprised momentarily and happily intercepted Han Xuan. With the help of Zhou Yan, Ji Yanran managed to extricate herself from a group of admirers and greeted him, "Dong Quang. You are so busy that you do not have time to visit me?" Xiang Shaolong wanted to say that he will bed her tonight, but he remembered Zhao Yet and Zhao Ji and held back his tongue. To distract her, he asked in a low voice, "What are they here for?" Ji Yanran was annoyed and drummed, "I had said that they were after the Lu Gong secret manual. What else is there? Dong Quang. Are you ignoring me?" This time, he is really in trouble. He laughed, "You are not afraid of Mr. Zhou teasing?" In his heart he is groaning. Only a few days of rest and he has to manage 3 sessions tonight? Ji Yanran looked over at Zhou Yan and laughed, "Why are you so formal? He is my godfather. There is no one here in you, Dong the heartless man, need not be so polite." Xiang Shaolong looked at the sniggering Zhou Yan and smiled, "I'll have no reservations then. Tonight, I will dig out my heart for talented Lady Jis to see." Ji Yanran then brightened up. Xiang Shaolong took the opportunity to ask, "What did Miss Ji do that ended the dreams of Li Yuan and make him willing to marry Miss Gua?" Ji Yanran hissed, "Nothing works. He came to me today and told me that the official wife position is still available, but I kicked him out." Li Yuan looked over to them and his face is full of hatred. The bell sounded and it is time to start the banquet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9 Chapter 11. Book 9 Chapter 11, Zhao Palace on Fire. As all the guests are swarming in, Xiang Shaolong pondered over Ji Yanran's words. The more he thought, the more uneasy he is and slipped out to find Wu Gua. Wu Gua happened to be spouting nonsense with a group of guests who have yet to enter the banquet hall. He was startled to see Xiang Shaolong and he embarrassedly came to his side and asked, "Third master is leaving so soon?" Xiang Shaolong does not hold it against him and seriously spoke, "Notify second master at once. Tell him that Prince Xinling has sent a team of experts to Handan and could take tonight's chance to steal the Lu Gong secret manual." Wu Gua scratched his head, "The palace guards and the city guards like us do not mix. Unless approved by King Xiaocheng, we will get thrown out." Xiang Shaolong agreed that this is a problem. He warned, in this case, get second master to send someone to monitor the palace from outside. If there are any suspicious people, he can use this excuse to infiltrate. Oh. If we can only use our elite troops. Pay attention to the secret tunnels entrances. Prince Xinling may even have the map of the secret tunnels or even a spy in the palace. Wu Guo left with his order. Xiang Shaolong heaved a sigh of relief and headed back to the banquet. Before he could take another step, a melodious voice sounded out from his left, "Mr. Dong. Please wait." Xiang Shaolong found the voice familiar and looked towards the source. Under the company of 8 female attendants, Wu Xior was dressed in a flamboyant red cheongsam. Walking along the left stone path, it appears that she is about to take part in the engagement dinner. Xiang Shaolong halted and unnaturally congratulates her. Wu Xior returned the favor and discharged the attendants. "I need to have a word with Mr. Dong, all of you wait for me at the side." The attendants were taken by surprise and retreated to a distance. Wu Xior ran her eyes over Xiang Shaolong. In an unhappy tone, she sighed, "Father's orders cannot be disobeyed. Xior has no choice." Can Mr. understand what I mean?
Xiang Shaolong is stunned by her frankness and was dumbfounded. In such a short time, he does not know how to reply her.
Even if there is no obstacle between them, based on the family rivalry between Wu and Guo, there is no way that he can marry her. Guo Xior smiled sadly and turned around.
When she turned back, there is a jade pendant on her hand. She stepped closer and pressed it into his hand, emotionally saying, Xior cannot give my body to Mr. so I have to replace it with this jade pendant. If you have feelings for me, please wear it and I will die without regrets.
Finishing, she lowered her head and hastily walked towards the main hall while the attendants frantically caught up.
In ecstasy, Xiang Shaolong held the jade pendant tightly.
The jade pendant is still warm with her holding.
He opened up his palm and took a closer look.
It is an ancient jade carving of a phoenix.
If he had brought back to a 21st century auction, the proceeds will be able to last his expenditure for a lifetime. Thinking of this, he scolded himself. The girl is passionate and innocent, but he has such crazy notions. Shaking his head, he hanged the pendant around his neck before participating in the feast. The main hall is full of activity. Hundreds of servants are shuttling in and out of the main hall, serving the guests with dishes and wine. There are 4 VIP tables facing the main door. The first table is Guo Zhong and his wife with Li Yuan and Guo Xior. The other 3 tables are taken by Empress Jing, Tian Dan, Lord Longyang, Han Xuan, Ji Zhong, and other people. The other tables are lined up on the 2 sides. Each side has 3 layers of tables and each table seats 4 people.
The center area is left open for the performances of singers and dancers.
A group of musicians were based on both sides of the main door and were actively playing their instruments. The air is filled with drumming and cheering and everyone is in a celebratory mood. While everyone is distracted by Guo Xior's entry, Xiang Shaolong slipped to the back row of the tables and wondered where he should sit. The seats are arranged according to status and he cannot just take any empty seat. Fortunately, the Guo chief housekeeper Gao Bai saw him from afar and rushed forward informing, Princess Ya has instructed servant that she wants to sit with General.
General, please come with me. Xiang Shaolong panicked. If he is seated with Zhao Mu, Ji Yinran, and Zhao Ji have nothing to say.
If he sits with Xiao Ye, they will be jealous and throw tantrums at him. There is a price to pay for having multiple lovers. He ignored this potential problem and accompanied Gao Bai to the VIP tables. Among the distinguished guests, many of them are viewing this legendary city commander for the first time and many of them greeted him.
The women are all eyeing his well-built frame and heroic air.
Xiang Shaolong was having mixed feelings. He disregarded every stare and blindly followed Gao Bai, walking between the tables and the wall. Gao Bai stopped and bowed, General, please be seated. Xiang Shaolong looked carefully and he saw 3 pairs of beautiful eyes staring straight back at him. Zhao Ye, Ji Yinran, and Zhao Ji are seated on the same table as him.
The other table is Zhao Mu, Guo Kai, Zhang Dan, and Zhou Yan. Xiang Shaolong was rejuvenated and silently admired Zhao Ye's thoughtfulness. He sat on the far end of the table beside Zhao Ji. This is a smart move.
If he had sat between 2 girls, the third one will be neglected. This is also to show his respect for the 3 girls. Every guy is envious of him to share the table with 3 ladies while every girl is dying to replace the 3 girls to get closer to this popular figure. The drumming stopped suddenly and sounded again.
Over 100 pretty courtesans glide into the main area and began singing and dancing. Zhao Ji whispered, Sister Yanran told me to ask you where you went earlier? Xiang Shaolong joked, can't I even go to the bathroom?
Zhao Ji leaned towards Ji Yanran to pass the answer and whispered back, why are you in the bathroom for such a long time?
Xiang Shaolong could not hold back his laughter and nearly choked on his food. He endured and asked, when has Gigi become a telephone?
Every business can be big or small. Even the heavenly gods has no control. Zhao Ji burst out in laughter too and passed the message after she tried to hold her laughter.
Zhao Ye and Ji Yanran were laughing till their tears came out.
Zhao Ji cheekily asked again, Princess saw that you and Guo Xior almost came in at the same time and there is a change in both your expressions.
Did you pull a fast one on her and snatch Li Yuan's prize? Xiang Shaolong could only acknowledge her sharp observation and denied everything. The singing and dancing ended and so did their flirting. Guo Zhong stood up and gave a speech, announcing Guo Xior's engagement to Li Yuan. The actual wedding will be held in the capital of Chu. This is followed by toasting and the hall is filled with happiness.
Xiang Shaolong looked at Guo Xior's complexion carefully and she looks like a woman resigned to her fate.
Feelings swell up in him.
If he had never entered the picture, Guo Xior will never have that expression for Li Yuan is indeed a dream son-in-law. No matter how talented he is, he cannot solve her problem for it is fated that they can never be together. For the power holders in these warring times, marriage is just a political game. The higher the status of the female, the higher the stakes in politics. Thinking deeply, when Wu Yingyuan married his daughter to him, it is also a strategy to keep his loyalty.
It is a coincidence that Wu Tingfang really loved him, or it will be just another tragedy.
For Zhao Qian and him to succeed as a couple is another miracle.
Xiang Shaolong became very emotional and drank another 2 cups in wine.
Zhao Ji whispered again, Gigi wished that she could make mincemeat out of Tian Dan right now, but I am willing to wait because I know that Master Dong will get him at the end. Xiang Shaolong thinks that Zhao Ji is overestimating him and softly comment, isn't it better to think about happy stuff? Zhao Ji thought that he is teasing her and her face became red and she added, Gigi will await Master Dong's instructions.
Xiang Shaolong had a sudden inspiration. There is a difference between Zhao Ji and Guo.
Both of them agree that the man should be the head of the household and should obey his will even at the cost of their own dreams and thinking.
The difference is that Zhao Ji has more luck than Guo.
In the same light, Ji Yanran and Shan Rou are women who are opposed to the normal treatment of women.
Just like Moz's opposition of absolute power in a single person and the unnecessary rituals and ceremonies. Moz is a male, so his teachings are carried forward for years. No matter how profound are Ji Yanran's philosophies, others will only take note of her beauty.
Simply because of Guixiu's forced marriage to Li Yuan, Xiang Shaolong was thinking about an entire chain of events and is lost in his thoughts. Out of a sudden, a round of fierce footsteps roused him from his semi-consciousness. The main hall quietened down and everyone watched in puzzlement as a group of Zhao soldiers scrambled into the main hall and even knocked down a tray of food and wine in the process. They continued to fill up the center of the hall, and when they identified Xiang Shaolong, they frantically rushed to him and under the looks of everyone, reported, General Dong, the palace is on fire.
Everyone present was in a state of shock.
The palace fire was soon extinguished, but Zhao Ya's chamber is burnt to the ground. There are over 30 charred corpses, including that of Xiao Zhao and over 10 palace guards. No one escaped alive and all the bodies have sword scars or arrow scars. Zhao Ya is crying her eyes out and is supported by 2 palace maids. By the time Xiang Shaolong and the rest have checked out the scene, the palace guards have searched the entire palace but cannot find a trace of the enemy. The only discovery is that a nearby tunnel has been broken into and the 4 palace guards securing it are strangled to death.
Chang Dan's expression is even worse than King Xiaocheng's.
As the leader of the palace guards, he must take responsibility for this intrusion. He could be stripped of his post or even beheaded as a result.
King Xiaocheng's hands were shaking like a leaf.
Under the heavy escort of the palace guardians, he blew his top and harshly scolded, all of you are idiots, if the attackers are not after the book but after me, won't I be?
Humph.
All the palace guardians were terrified and they all kneeled down in silence. Xiang Shaolong thought of Xiao Zhao and his heart was bleeding. Guo Kai and the rest of the officials are lost as they witness the horrific disaster. Xiang Shaolong is burning with a thirst for revenge.
If the enemy just wants the secret manual, he can just grab it and escape.
There is no need to take any lives or even set fire. The act of killing Xiao Zhao shows that the attacker is doing this for revenge. Tang Yi came to Xiang Shaolong's back and gave him small tug to signal that he has something to say. Xiang Shaolong left the crowd with him and Tang Yi whispered, we have discovered the hideout of the criminals. They are hiding in Han Shuang's residence.
Xiang Shaolong was blown away. What? He exclaimed. Tang Yi affirmed, there is no mistake.
Jing Jun personally led our elite men and trailed them. They were seen entering Han Shuang's residence and are still under observation. Even with wings, they will not be able to escape.
Thoughts raced through Xiang Shaolong's mind.
He thought of the 3-state alliance plan and the 3 leaders who pushed for it.
Zhao's Lord Pingyuan is dead, leaving Wei's Prince Xinling Wei Wuji and Han Shuang Sr.
It cannot be Han Shuang as he is too young and lack foresight. A clear picture appeared in his brain.
After Lord Pingyuan's death, there is no strong official pushing for this alliance.
Wei and Han are still working hard on this dream. This is the reason why Han Shuang harbored Prince Xinling's men.
If Prince Xinling's men did not kill, Xiang Shaolong may let them off as he does not place any importance on Lu Gong's secret manual.
But when this involves the blood debt of Xiao Zhao, even the gods will not be able to stop him.
Out of the blue, King Xiaocheng hollered, where is Dong Quang? Xiang Shaolong told Tang Yi, assemble our forces and be ready to move.
He then strode towards King Xiaocheng. Jiamu, Tian Dan, Lord Longyang, Han Chuan, Ji Zhong, Empress Jing, and Li Yuan were all present. They were expressionless and wanted to see how King Xiaocheng managed this affair. Pale-faced, King Xiaocheng stared hard at Xiang Shaolong and roared, what kind of city commander are you? You can't even tell that we have enemies entering the city. Li Yuan, Guo Kai and Ji Zhong were delighted at his failure. Han Chuan quietly lowered his head as he did not expect Prince Xinling's men to be so cruel and got his buddy Dong Quang into trouble. Empress Jing's face is void of color and supported King Xiaocheng while maintaining her silence.
Xiang Shaolong swept his eyes round the room and gathered everyone's reaction. He did not kneel down like Chang Dan and proudly declared, "The murderers have entered the city long ago but only execute their plans tonight." Han Shuang was frightened and was in a state of panic. Li Yuan and company looked at him with disdain, meaning that he is running away from responsibility. If the attackers had come to Handan much earlier, he is not the city commander yet and so he is not responsible for the slip-up. King Xiaocheng seemed to have lost his senses and pointed his finger, scolding, "What makes you so sure?" Xiang Shaolong is beginning to understand this king better. As calm as still water, he reasoned, this attack is carried out by people who have spies within the palace. The perpetrators have chosen the best time and acted with the best information. They come and go without leaving trace. Such plans cannot be consolidated on such a short notice. Based on my deductions, they must have been in Handan for some time and only chose to make their move tonight. King Xiaocheng regained his senses and began to analyze his words. Tian Dan interrupted, "Why don't your majesty let General Dong conduct a search for the enemies and atone for his mistakes?" Lord Long Yang seconded his opinion. Empress Jing whispered a few words into King Xiaocheng's ears. King Xiaocheng raised his blood-red eyes and glared at Xiang Shaolong, commanding, "I am giving you 3 days to dig out the culprits." He faced the kneeling-come-trembling Chang Dan and added, "Lock this clown in the prison first. If we cannot find the criminals, he shall accompany those who have died in the attack." Chang Dan gave a tragic cry as he is dragged away by a few palace guards. He turned to Xiang Shaolong again and warmly coughed, "You are not leaving yet?" Xiang Shaolong looked at everyone and even smiled at the depressed Zhao Mu. He plainly said, "Such a simple matter, 3 days is too long. Before the sun is up tomorrow, the lost item will be placed on your majesty's desk. Each and every one of the thieves will be captured. Even if they are dead, their heads will be presented. If I fail, your majesty need not lift a finger, I will not see the sun tomorrow myself." Finished and leaving the entire crowd dumbfounded, he strided in huge steps towards the palace doors. Han Shuang's complexion lost all colors of life. As everyone is focusing on the departing Xiang Shaolong, he smoothly sneaked away and chased Xiang Shaolong from another path. At the big courtyard outside the palace door, Wu Guai and over 100 elite troops are waiting by their horses. Xiang Shaolong has a stern look and flew up his horse without a single word. Han Shuang caught up to him and called for him to wait. Xiang Shaolong had known that he would chase him and got a horse for him and they rode out of the palace together. Han Shuang is horrified. Where is General Dong going to find the attackers? Xiang Shaolong's eyes were shining and he coldly looked at him, replying, "Of course to your residence." Does Marquis think they will be hiding anywhere else? Han Shuang was mortified. General must be joking. Xiang Shaolong sighed, "I am not joking. I have received your kindness and I know that Marquis did not expect them to kill anyone. The matter can still be salvaged, depending on Marquis' cooperation. Otherwise, I will not take responsibility for the end result. Marquis should know better." He squeezed the horse belly and his warhorse dashed forward. Wu Guo and the rest followed his lead. Raising their horse whips, they rode forward at full speed. Gritting his teeth, Han Shuang pushed his horse to catch up. Thunderous hoofbeats filled the air and shattered the sleep of Handan citizens. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10 Chapter 1. Book 10 Chapter 1. Leave no witnesses alive. Xiang Shaolong and his men galloped directly towards Han Shuang's residence. Jing Jun had already led his crack troops to surround the residence, sealing off all the small alleys and roads nearby. After they arrived, he had made a secret gesture towards Teng Yi, who then led the tens of remaining soldiers to mount, then directly charged towards Han Shuang's residence. Han Shuang, trying to catch up from behind, had no idea what was going on. Wasn't this a case of striking the grass and startling the serpent? But at this moment, the only thing he cared about was himself. He had no time to worry about anything else, as he whipped his horse onward. Just as they nearly arrived at the main door of the residence suddenly was flooded with lantern lights as a large host of Han Shuang's men charged out, putting up a lively display. Xiang Shaolong glanced backwards, allowing Han Shuang to catch up. In a deep voice, he said, "Marquis, will you cooperate or not?" At this moment, the flesh on Han Shuang's face was twitching beneath his skin. Violently grinding his teeth, he said, "I will act in accordance with what you say." Xiang Shaolong had secretly worried that he wouldn't speak up. Laughing, he said, "I recommend all of your subordinates to come out and wholeheartedly assist us in catching these thieves." At this moment, 50 or so horsemen arrived in front of the main gate. Han Shuang shouted to his men, "By my orders, get over here and help the city guards pursue the thieves." His men were flabbergasted, guessing that he must be putting on an act. Assenting aloud in unison, they returned to the manor and called for men to equip their horses. Xiang Shaolong and his men continued to gallop without pause. After passing a few more streets, he waved towards Han Shuang. Dismount. Before Han Shuang had a clue as to what was going on, Xiang Shaolong and Tang Yi flew off their still galloping horses, their movements as graceful as that of a swimming dragon. The soldiers to each side held their horses' reins, and the two horses continued to gallop without stopping. Han Shuang had no choice but to slowly slow his horse down. Only after his horse had slowed down enough was he able to jump down. His horse was led away as well. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel admiration. By acting in such a manner, Xiang Shaolong's brilliance was put on display. If he were Prince Xinling's men, he wouldn't become suspicious either. At the moment, Handan was filled with running soldiers. It'd be strange if his manor was silent. Xiang Shaolong and Tang Yi darted off to one side. They watched as a group of roughly 300 horsemen galloped directly towards them. At this point in time, Han Shuang was walking towards them from a few hundred feet away, at the point where he had dismounted. Xiang Shaolong said, "Order all of your men to come directly towards us and to obey my men's orders." Han Shuang was already riding on the tiger's back and had no way to get off. He gestured to his men, ordering them to continue to advance. He only stopped one person, to whom he said a few words. Only then did the rest of his subordinates, bellies filled with questions, continue forward as directed. When the sound of hoofsteps gradually faded away, Xiang Shaolong calmly said, "Marquis, at this moment, the entire district has been surrounded by my men. Nobody can enter or exit these few streets. So long as you, Marquis, are willing to cooperate with us, I am willing to say that the enemies had buried themselves in Lady Ya's courtyard, and were planning to assassinate her, only for us to have flushed them out, chasing them away towards your manor. Marquis, do you think this plan is workable?" Han Shuang's face was ashen. After a long time, he gloomily replied, "Is it possible for us to leave no witnesses alive? There's around 10 or so slave girls left inside." Xiang Shaolong said, "Do those slave girls know the truth?" Han Shuang shook his head. Tang Yi understood Xiang Shaolong's feelings. He said, "We need to act in accordance with the demands of the situation. If we start killing people at random, that would actually raise people's suspicions." Han Shuang slowly calmed down. He knew that for Xiang Shaolong to be willing to protect him despite risking execution proved that he really was a true friend. Aside from secretly cursing Prince Xinling's men for having revealed their hiding place and ruined their plans, what else could he do? After sighing, he said, "Let's have you make all the decisions in this matter." Right at this moment, Jing Jun appeared suddenly from out of nowhere. He excitedly reported, "Everyone is in place." Xiang Shaolong suddenly felt a strange sensation. This was like a counter-terrorist operation in the 21st century. These terrorists had occupied a building, and held in their hands a precious manual of weapons diagrams. Their goal was to safely take the manual back home. At this moment, their greatest advantage against these terrorists was that the terrorists had no idea of the danger they were in, and the fact that they had a traitor, Han Shuang, on their side, who intimately knew all of the enemy's details. Han Shuang asked no further questions. He let out another sigh, then said, "They have 35 men in total. However, every single one of them is an expert. Their leader is Yu Xing. He is one of Prince Xinling's competent subordinates." Xiang Shaolong had once shared a seating mat with Yu Xing at a banquet at Dalian, the capital of Wei. He let out a secret sigh as well. After inquiring regarding the enemy's position, he said, "If your men were to enter the granary they are hiding themselves in, is there some secret password that is needed?" Han Shuang secretly exclaimed to himself that this man is indeed formidable. Nodding, he said, "The password is, 'Many blessings to Master Lu.' Remember, leave no one alive. I will also need to ask that Brother Dong put on a play as well, near Lady Ya's residence." Wu Guo just happened to arrive by their side with several of his best men. Tang Yi pulled him off to one side and instructed him to order a troop of men one street over to go to Zhao Ya's residence. Xiang Shaolong clapped his hand on Han Shuang's shoulder. He reassured him, "Marquis, be at ease. I, Dong Quang, have already decided to act in lockstep with you in this matter. Afterwards, all of the corpses will be spread across the courtyard, the walls, and the streets. In addition, after Xiaocheng gets his secret manual back, he's not going to quibble too much over how I returned it." Frowning, Han Shuang said, "The most worrisome problem is that your subordinates might let the secret out." Xiang Shaolong patted his shoulder forcefully, before replying in a relaxed way, "The people I have surrounding this place are local Zhao soldiers, but the people who will be accompanying us on this mission are my clansmen. I knew from the start that this had nothing to do with you, Marquis, and I immediately decided to do my best to help you cover this matter up, no matter what." Han Shuang knew that Xiang Shaolong really should not have acted in such a way. He gratefully said, "Brother Dong, you really are a true friend." Xiang Shaolong was secretly berating himself for being so soft-hearted, even towards such bad men as Han Shuang. But without Han Shuang's help, it was likely that the only thing they would be able to retrieve would be the ashes of Lu Gong's secret manual. He replied, "Marquis, please go join up again with your servants and wait for news." After he was done talking, he started to move towards the residence with Tang Yi and Jing Jun. Han Shuang, under the protection of several of Xiang Shaolong's elite troops, was quickly escorted away. The civilians nearby had been awakened by the hoof steps long ago. All of them were panicked, but nobody dared to stick their heads out to take a look. Instead, they actually shut their doors and windows, afraid that trouble might make its way to them. Xiang Shaolong suppressed the grief and hatred he felt for the deaths of Xiao Zhao and the others, returning to his normal calm and cool-headedness as he began to carry out this counter-terrorist operation. Borrowing the light of the moon, Xiang Shaolong, Tang Yi, and Jing Jun led around 20 or so crack troopers who were especially talented to flip over the walls with their tools, landing within the wide expanse of the manor's rear garden. They moved as quickly as ghosts, without making any noise. Everything was quiet, like normal. The only thing which could be heard was the pre-arranged sounds of horses galloping to and fro, which perfectly concealed and drowned out any sounds which they might have made. There were 3 storehouses arranged in a neat row in the garden. The one in the middle was their target, the granary. The group quickly moved towards it, locating all of the doors and windows. They took the best hiding spots they could find. Others climbed on top of the roof, preparing to drop in through the windows. The granary was totally dark inside. It was totally silent. Next, around 50 crack troops climbed over the walls as well, hiding themselves within the flowers and other plants in the garden. All of them had loaded crossbows in their hands. Seeing that all the preparations were in order, Xiang Shaolong motioned towards Tang Yi and walked towards the granary door. The two pulled out their precious swords, arriving in front of the door. Knock, knock. The soul-stirring sound of the door being knocked felt especially grating to the ear. The granary remained silent. Tang Yi said in a low voice, "Many blessings to Master Lu." A few moments later, a deep voice shouted, "What is it? Why have you come to find us now?" Tang Yi shouted in reply, "Open the door now. The Marquis ordered us to come here and give you a report." How could the man know that it was all a trick? With a creaking sound, he opened the thick wooden door by just a crack. Tang Yi shot out a powerful kick. With a miserable cry, the person who opened the door collapsed inwards along with the door. The wooden door fell. It was time to make their move. The crack troops attacked from the 8 windows situated around the granary. First, they threw in around 20 or so wind lanterns which they had just lit. These wind lanterns were marvelously designed. Around the size of a soccer ball, the flame was kept within the center. The lantern cloth were perforated with holes and treated with flame-retardant chemicals. Thus, they would not catch flames. They were one of the secret weapons the crack troops used for night assaults. The small granary, capable of holding only around 10 or so large baskets of grain, was immediately filled with light, revealing the positions of each and every one of the 30 or so men within, be they standing or seated. At one moment, they were in a world of darkness, where they couldn't even see their own fingers. In the next, they were assaulted by brilliant light. There was no way for their eyes to immediately adjust, rendering them effectively blind. In addition, when hit with such a shocking change, everybody was panicked. This was precisely one of the best counter-terrorism techniques the 21st century had to offer. No matter how evil and vile a terrorist might be, in the end, he was still a human. Physiologically, he was no different from any other person. That was why, out of all the weapons counter-terrorism experts designed to assault the terrorists' senses, Xiang Shaolong was the most proficient and skilled at using cryobeams and nerve grenades. The former was capable of sending out a beam of cold at a temperature of -273°C. At this temperature, absolute zero, all living cells would instantly stop moving. Afterwards, when the enemies were thawed out, they would be totally fine, albeit made prisoners. Nerve grenades had a very wide radius, and were capable of paralyzing the enemy's nervous system. After the enemy became totally immobile, they were helpless to resist any attacks. In this age, he obviously did not have access to such awe-inspiring, powerful weapons. But the wind lanterns which Xiang Shaolong came up with, when used in this situation, had much the same effect. The only difference was in whether or not there would be any left alive. Xiang Shaolong and Tang Yi had mentally prepared themselves long ago. As soon as the wind lanterns were thrown within the room and illuminated their enemies' bodies, the two dropped to the floor and rolled into the room. At the same moment, Xiang Shaolong threw out a flying dagger, sending it flying into the neck of the door opener, who had been knocked down on the ground as well, blood flowing from a wound in his head. Within the still bright room, they saw that the blood-stained murderers were still in full battle gear, and had not yet relaxed. There were two people guarding the door, one of whom Xiang Shaolong faintly recalled as being Yuxing. When Xiang Shaolong and Tang Yi jumped up, their longswords forcefully rose up from the ground as well, gutting into these two men's bellies. Just as Xiang and Tang made their sword strikes, the sound of crossbows being fired could be heard, followed by miserable cries. Before Yuxing and the other had even had a chance to draw their blades, they felt an unbearable pain. And then, as blood spurted from their bodies, they stumbled backwards. The remaining men were all struck by crossbolts and staggered around. Yuxing and the other man stumbled back 10 or so steps before fell down backwards. Their breathing halted, they died. Thinking of how Xiao Zhao had been burned to death, how could Xiang Shaolong feel any pity? Charging forwards, he killed two people in a row before realizing that no more enemies remained standing. Jing Jun, who had flipped in through the windows, had killed one more person than he did. Xiang Shaolong pounced towards Yuxing's corpse and began to search the body. He found both the original and the copy of Lu Gong's secret manual. A surge of sentiment suddenly swelled within him. If it weren't for these two things, how could Xiao Zhao and the others have lost their lives? Tang Yi walked towards him. In a low voice, he said, "Are you really going to cover up Han Chuan's role in this?" Xiang Shaolong let out a sigh. Rising, he said, "Am I too soft-hearted?" Tang Yi wiped away the fresh blood from his saber. He dully said, "There's not much time left. Let's hurry up and handle this matter." He motioned for the crack troops to move the corpses from inside the courtyard to outside, after finishing off the still living with a stab, something which Xiang Shaolong himself could not bring himself to do. King Xiaocheng, seeing Lu Gong's secret manual placed in front of him on the desk, was overjoyed. He didn't really pay too much mind to Xiang Shaolong's description of how he had chased the assassins out of Lady Ye's residence, then surrounded and wiped them out. Off to one side were Zhao Ye, her beautiful eyes still swollen red, and Empress Jing. Watching, they were both gratified that Xiang Shaolong had become the meritorious hero of the day. Only Guo Kai's eyes were coldly turning as he said, "How could Commander Dong be so unwise as to not leave a single survivor, who would be able to directly accuse Prince Xinling of his crimes, And then he said towards King Xiaocheng, "If we had been able to secure a living witness, we might be able to repair the situation with Wei as well. It looks as though these people also played a role in the attempt to assassinate Lord Longyang." Hearing his new husband's reminder, King Xiaocheng frowned. He said towards Xiang Shaolong, "Chief Advisor Guo's words are logical. What do you have to say for yourself, Commander Dong?" Xiang Shaolong calmly replied, "Your humble servant had no other choice. I had to kill them as quickly as possible. Otherwise, when the enemies realized that their situation was hopeless, they would move to destroy the manual. Even if they only destroyed part of it, it would still be a great loss for us." Empress Jing spoke in support. Lord Longyang had already recognized some of the people involved and verified that the leader of the group was Prince Xinling's servant, Yuxing. "All we have to do is deliver these corpses back to Mr. Wuji, and I expect that he will be very frustrated." King Xiaocheng was primarily interested only in Lu Gong's secret manual. When he thought it over, it made sense. Nodding towards Xiang Shaolong, he joyfully said, "Commander Dong, you have accomplished an extraordinary service. Naturally, we will reward you heavily." Xiang Shaolong knelt down and thanked him. "Majesty, your generosity shames me. No matter what, your humble servant bears responsibility for having allowed this group of bandits to remain undetected in Handan. Majesty, you are already being very benevolent by not pursuing that further. Your humble servant recommends publicly displaying these corpses for 3 days, sending a public message of reassurance to the people of the city." Seeing how humble he was, King Xiaocheng was all the more delighted with him and nodded repeatedly. Xiang Shaolong seized the opportunity. "To improve the safety of the city, your servant would like to commandeer some additional men to fortify our defenses. I hope that you will allow it, Majesty." But on such a matter, King Xiaocheng was not careless at all. He said, "Minister, present your defense plans to us for our perusal. If there are no problems with it, I will immediately approve it." As he spoke, he let out 2 yawns in succession. Xiang Shaolong took the opportunity to ask for leave to withdraw. The day was just beginning to brighten. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 2. Volume 10 Chapter 2. Book 10 Chapter 2 Complicated Situation. Inside the carriage, Zhao Ye curled up inside Xiang Shaolong's embrace, extremely sorrowful over her loss. Xiang Shaolong rubbed her shoulder and softly whispered, "Keep up your spirit. A dead person can't return back to life. We can only use our grief as strength to embrace all the upcoming dangers." Zhao Ye twitched. "They all died tragically. We couldn't even recognize their faces. Who would actually dare to collaborate with these murderers? How did they even know the secret path to the palace? Xiang Shaolong's heart trembled in fear. If this problem was investigated properly, even Empress Jing would be implicated in it, but if he didn't explain everything to Jia clearly, with her wisdom, who knows, one day she might realize that he had been lying to her all along. So, he explained Han Shuang's role in this incident. Jia was filled with hatred, dissatisfied. How could you let go of Han Shuang? Looking at her filled with hatred and fury, Xiang Shaolong started to have a headache, sighed, I also have no alternative. This incident must surely involve Empress Jing. In our current circumstances, there can only be danger and no advantage towards Zhao. If the relation between Han and Zhao worsen, it would only provide advantages to Tian Dan and Li Yuan. Can you understand my difficulties? Don't forget that I promised you to help your brother to tide over this crisis. After this reasoning, it's hard for Jia to pursue it further. Lying back down onto his embrace, she whispered, Shaolong, I hate my brother. Besides himself and his personal interest, he doesn't care about anybody else. Xiang Shaolong secretly sighed. At the end of it, everyone who becomes the emperor will become like this. Absolute power will corrupt anyone. When he thought about this, he couldn't help but consider Xiaopan, the future Qin Shi Huang. Just thinking about it brought about intense feeling of dread. Handan had just passed a quiet but not so quiet morning. Lord Xinling's underlings had all been executed. Everyone in the city was shaken. This has brought Xiang Shaolong's prestige as the new city commander to a whole new level of height. The following few days, Xiang Shaolong and the rest were busy. They have put in place several new preventive measures, but in actual fact, they were secretly preparing a way to capture Jiaomu back to Xianyang in order to complete this mission. With Guokai persuasion, Chang Su was released and allowed to resume his original post. Both were now even more envious of him. At the same time, they were confused why Jiaomu hadn't done anything even after knowing of Xiang Shaolong's plot. Because of Lord Xinling's incident, both Tian Dan and Li Yuan tried to keep a low profile, not allowing anyone to guess what they are doing. Han Shuang tried even harder to avoid suspicions, rarely went out for anything. Even more, he wouldn't dare to request Xiaolong to allow Tianjin and Tianfeng to accompany him, relieving Xiang Shaolong of this headache. Lord Longyang decided to return to Dalian. Xiao Chang decided on a day inside the palace to organize a banquet in order to send off Lord Longyang. On the morning of 3 days before the farewell banquet, Jiaomu sent someone looking for Xiang Shaolong. Xiang Shaolong knew what it is all about, left whatever he's doing and went to Marquis Resident to see Jiaomu. This traitor invited him into the secret room, excitedly said, Your idea of loyalty letter is amazing. I can immediately test who is loyal towards me and who is sitting in neutral ground undecided. Xiang Shaolong replied, Quickly give me the names of these undecided people so that I may present them to Xiao Chang to get rid of. Jiaomu pulled out a letter from his chest, spread it out on the table, gleefully smiled, We both are thinking along the same line. Look! I have prepared it already. Xiang Shaolong looked at it closely and only saw more than 10 names written on it. Chang Su surprisingly was written amongst them. The rest are all prominent ministers and generals inside the city. Xiang Shaolong was astonished, Isn't Chang Su Guokai's underling? How could he appear on this list? Could it be? Jiaomu's eyes glinted with wildness briefly, If it wasn't for me, this ungrateful bastard wouldn't even have the right to be palace commander? You better use this time when Xiao Chang is unhappy with him to get rid of him. With these words, Xiang Shaolong instantly understood that Chang Su is definitely not his underling. He only wants to borrow someone else's hand to kill him so that he can get his underling onto Chang Su's current position. From this conclusion, who would have the biggest opportunity to be the next palace commander would probably be Jiaomu's man. Jiaomu smiled, Even if we couldn't harm him, we have nothing to lose. Then he went silent. Xiao Chang truly summoned Li Mu to return to the city. The 20,000 elite soldiers under his command are on the way here. They will arrive in Handan in 7 days. Humph. But his return will only bring about his death because Xiao Chang doesn't have that many days to live. Xiang Shaolong secretly rejoiced. He knew that Jiaomu had decided on a plan to usurp the throne. Pretending to be excited, I have also prepared everything. Marquis, when have you decided to act? Jiaomu was shivering in excitement. The poisonous snake-like ugly scar on his face and both his eyes were flashing in excitement. He frostily replied, 3 days later during Lord Longyang's farewell banquet. Every ministers and generals will all be inside the palace. That would be the perfect time to act. This time, even Xiang Shaolong was confused, but that would be when the security inside the palace would be most tight and the alertness would be most high. Where is the opportunity in there? Jiaomu smiled sinisterly, As long as you can get organized those generals whom are loyal towards Xiao Chang to move into the palace and replace them with our people, then the city will fall under my hands.
Under those circumstances, would Handan then be like a meat on top of the anvil, allowing me free rein to oppress and exploit?
Xiang Shaolong replied in a heavy voice, "Could Marquis explain it better for me?"
Jiamu nodded. "Our helping hand is that thief, Xiang Shaolong. I will organize someone to leave a mark that he has arrived inside the city. By that time, even if you don't bring it up, the badly frightened Xiao Chang will force you to track him down. You can use that as an excuse to move about and blockade the palace. On the other side, you can open wide the gate to allow Tian Dan's army to enter the city. By then, who would be afraid of the trivial 10,000 palace guards, even more so when I have my own people inside too, but..."
Xiang Shaolong frowned. "Isn't this too forceful? It seems like there is slight discrepancy between this and what Marquis had originally planned for." Continuing in a soft voice, "Can you really trust the Qi?"
Jiamu was slightly displeased. "Regarding this, I have my own consideration. As long as you can attain Handan's military power and follow my instructions, 3 days later would be Xiao Cheng's time to return to heaven.
The rest you don't need to worry about.
Afterwards, I guarantee that not only you'll become the 3 army commander-in-chief, wealth and rank will be yours to enjoy." Xiang Shaolong knew that the situation won't be as simple as he described, but he knew that if he continues to pursue this line of questioning, it will raise his suspicions. After agreeing to his request, he took his leave and immediately headed to request an audience with King Zhao. Inside the palace, Xiang Shaolong, on seeing Xiao Chang, was afraid that there might be spies amongst the palace guards, sent him an eye signal. Xiao Chang agreed and led him to walk through the palace garden with the guards guarding from a distance. After listening to Xiang Shaolong's report, he sighed, "Until today, I just realized the loyalty and importance of both Li Mu and Lian Pa towards this Xiao. After eliminating Zhao Mu and his gangs, with Guo Kai and General Dong's help, and also Li Mu and Lian Pa, I am confident that we can rebuild our country again.
In addition, we also have Lu Gong's secret manual. Unifying the whole country is just a matter of time.
General Dong need to work hard this time.
I definitely wouldn't forget your hard work."
With a person like Xiao Chang spouting these words is an equivalent of actually confiding in him. If Xiao Chang can truly be what he promised to do, then there is a hope to rebuild the country again. But listening to this heartfelt confession, Xiang Shaolong for whatever reason felt an inauspicious feeling. His heart felt really uncomfortable.
Maybe it's because it doesn't follow Xiao Chang's normal behavior, that's why it gave him an abrupt feeling.
Looking at Xiao Chang's pale face, Xiang Shaolong replied in a heavy voice, "If the city's commander post is vacant, who would you choose as a replacement?" Xiao Chang couldn't answer right away, frowning. "General Dong, why are you in a rush to know?" Xiang Shaolong replied, "All alone, Jiamu doesn't fully trust me. He hides many things from me. I saw how confident he is, so he must have someone who is loyal towards him inside the army.
If the city commander's position is empty, this Jiamu's underling would have a big probability of being chosen for this role."
Xiao Chang shook his head, smiling. "This is only one of Jiamu's wishes.
In reality, even I myself am not sure who I would have chosen.
There are several candidates. I don't believe that all of them are on his side." Xiang Shaolong was shaken. "If something suddenly happened to the commander general, under these circumstances, you must have someone in mind to temporarily lead the guards to avoid any chaos. In your heart, who would be the best candidate?" Under the Zhao's palace commander, there are 10 imperial colonel leading the 10 armies. Each army contains roughly between 1,000 to 1,500 soldiers. These armies specialize in guarding King Zhao's safety.
All of them have been rigorous training and selection process.
They are the elite. Their skills are far above the city guards and the outer city soldiers. Under normal circumstances, if the palace commander could not carry out his duties, one of amongst the 10 colonel will carry it out instead, selecting the best of them to temporarily take over, mainly because they are familiar with the palace security and activities so as not to cause any problem. Xiao Cheng deliberated over his choices for a while, sighed. "This problem is hard for me to decide in such a short amount of time." Xiang Shaolong understood his indecisive personality and continued to ask, "It seems like if we can't obtain those loyalty letters, then we can't feel out what Jiamu plan is."
"Let me handle this. Your Majesty, please relax.
Xiao Cheng fully trusts him. "Tomorrow, I will give you the other half of the army seal. It will give you the authority to move the armies around." He paused for a while, then continued, "If Tian Dan also joins in with that traitor that wants to usurp my throne, I want to take advantage of this time to kill him."
"General Dong, do you have the confidence to do this?" Xiang Shaolong replied in a heavy tone, "Your Majesty, have you thought of the consequences?"
Xiao Chang sighed. "I have thought over this issue for several days now. The Qi without Tian Dan would be like a tiger without claws and teeth.
The problem is this person is not easy to kill. That's why I am asking General Dong's opinion."
Looking at this worried face, Xiang Shaolong gritted his teeth. "Leave this to me."
"Hey! I have a request if your Majesty would be so kind to grant it." Xiao Chang said, please continue, General Dong. Xiang Shaolong continued, regarding handling Zhao Mu, if your majesty could keep this a secret between the two of us and not let anyone else knows, including Minister Gua. Xiao Chang was stunned, displeased. Does General Dong suspect Minister Gua? Xiao Shaolong replied, as long as we haven't obtained that loyalty letters, I couldn't be sure who was in that traitor's pocket. Zhao Mu's men could even be one of Minister Gua's underlings. In this important moment, one mistake would cause everything to fall apart. It's better to be safe than sorry. Xiao Chang contemplated his words for a while, then nodded in agreement. After discussing the details of the operation, Xiang Shaolong left the palace and returned to his command center. He sent for Tang Yi and told him of the current situations. Tang Yi was absorbed momentarily, then replied resolutely, Zhao Mu has started to be more wary of you. HNG. Your performance was just too amazing, especially after snatching back the Lu Gong secret manual. If I was Zhao Mu, I would also be a little bit cautious towards you. Xiang Shaolong anxiously said, not only Zhao Mu became more wary over this, but my biggest problem is that I had serendipitously become the biggest benefactor of Lu Cheng's death. Even more troublesome is that Gui Kai is plotting something in the background. Now I am at a critical time. Truly bad timing. Tang Yi blanked, what do you mean serendipitously? Xiang Shaolong smiled bitterly while explaining it to him, then said, now, we have to find a way to grab those loyalty letters before we can understand Zhao Mu's movements. I reckon the sly as fox old thief would want me to get my hand dirty while he just sits by watching. AI. I'm gonna talk to Tian Dan. Tang Yi said, you better not do that. It seems like Tian Dan is also suspicious of you. If you go, it would be an equivalent of sending yourself to death. You might even accidentally reveal a weak point. If he asked you about the Lu Gong secret manual, how will you answer to him? He is not Xiao Chang. He wouldn't trust you easily. Furthermore, he must have known the relationship between them and Han Shuang. There's also Li Yuan. Recently, we might have overlooked him too. Xiang Shaolong was disconcerted upon hearing this. While troubling himself over this, his underling came in to report that Lord Longyang is here to see him. Xiang Shaolong smiled bitterly, now, the only one I can trust is this not man and not woman fellow. After saying this, he went to the main hall to greet Lord Longyang. After waving away his people, the two of them sits in the corner and starts chatting softly. Lord Longyang's spirit had improved a lot, returning almost to his previous condition and gaining back his confidence. Watching him closely momentarily, gently said, this morning, Li Yuan came looking for me. He wants me to join forces with him to force Xiao Chang to withdraw his troops from the Yan, otherwise Qi and Shu will resort to military forces. Humph. He is full of himself. After only becoming the country's uncle for a few days, he felt like he is the representative of Chu Shaolai. Xiang Shaolong replied, if Qi and Chu combine forces to deal with us, would Wei also come out to help? Lord Longyang smiled, Brother Dong, even though your wisdom is as deep as the sea, but your disposition after all is forthright and honest. You wouldn't understand someone as treacherous as Li Yuan. What he said and what he does is totally different. He only said that to cover up another bigger treacherous plot. You better warn Xiao Chang to be more wary of him. AI. I am really worried about you, Brother Dong. Xiang Shaolong was stunned, why would you say that, my lord? Lord Longyang sighed, I knew that you attained this city commander role primarily due to Empress Jing's backing. After the fire, I want to warn Brother Dong that this woman is very ambitious. Without making any noise, she can play around with people as easily as if they are on the palm of her hand. It wouldn't even waste a small breath it takes to blow a speck of dust for her to put you beyond redemption. In the past, when Lord Xinling lives away from home in Handan, they were both involved with each other. You are now useful to her, so of course, she would try her best to win you over. Once you have expired your usefulness, let's see how she will treat you then? Xiang Shaolong started to cold sweat, he truly didn't consider Empress Jing as a threat. Now looking back, she really isn't that simple. At the present struggle, regardless of which side wins, she will reap benefit regardless. The problem lies with Li Mu and Lian Pa. As long as they're alive, no one would dare to touch her. Xiang Shaolong considered himself to be in Empress Jing's shoes. She wished someone could help her to eliminate her king husband in name only but not in reality so that her son could ascend the throne while she controlled everything behind the scenes. At that time, with Li Mu and Lian Pa, these two loyal and famous generals, backing, her standing will be as stable as Mount Taishan. Suddenly, he understood the significance of his role as the city commander. Only he could give her power to control Zhao Mu and contend with Qi and Chu, these two foreign forces. When he thought of this, one soft jade hand covered the back of his hand. Xiang Shaolong was surprised and looked at Lord Longyang. He only saw him tenderly gazing at him, sincerely said, please leave Handan. Otherwise you will die without burial ground. It doesn't matter who ascend the Zhao's throne, at the end of it, they both will want to eliminate you. Xiang Shaolong endured his almost acceptable hand on his hand, resolutely shook his head. I never cared about life and death before, especially when we are at the juncture of my country's demise. Even more, I wouldn't avoid and not care about this, otherwise I will regret it for the rest of my life and I would be ashamed to face my father in the afterlife. Lord Longyang saw that he is determined, retracted his jade hand, took a long sigh in a depressed state, gently said, Brother Dong truly is a real hero. I won't force you anymore, but if one day Brother Dong can't endure this anymore, please remember that I will be waiting for you in Daliang. Paused for a while before continuing, although Empress Jing and Guo Kai have different opinion on the city commander post, but both of them, because of gains and losses issues, will collaborate with each other. You have to be careful of them. Xiang Shaolong was astounded. An idea flashed quickly through his mind. At the same time, he berated himself for his oversight for not realizing earlier Empress Jing's machinations everywhere. Lord Longyang had nothing left to say and took his leave. Xiang Shaolong was touched. Full of gratitude, he saw him to the stable outside the command center and sent him off. He knew in that instant that he needs to start his strategy afresh. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to leave Han Dan alive. Furthermore, he wouldn't be able to capture Zhao Mu alive. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10 Chapter 3. Book 10 Chapter 3, appearing to both welcome and spurn. After sending off Lord Longyang, Xiang Shaolong sent a messenger to secretly summon Pubu to inquire regarding Zhao Mu's recent activities. Pubu thought for a while, then responded, recently, he spends very little time at his estate. The people accompanying him are all trusted bodyguards who have been with him for over 10 years. Xiang Shaolong said, how are all of your brothers doing? Pubu excitedly said, they are extremely excited. They all say that Master Xiang lives up to his words and has not abandoned them. Your ambush and assassination of Lu Chang was all the more exquisite. However, I still do not dare to inform them that Master Dong is really Xiang Shaolong. It's always best to be cautious. Seeing how prudent the man was, Xiang Shaolong felt greatly relieved. Every time Zhao Mu returns to his estate, is there any room in particular he spends most of his time in? Pubu was slightly stunned. Nodding, he said, now that you mention it, Master Dong, I do seem to recall that the past few times he's returned to the estate, he'll always go to the Jade Peach Garden at the eastern side of the residence. He keeps on walking in circles at the reclining traveler's veranda there, and also ordered me to send people to guard that place in specific. 5 sentry posts were set up. Master Dong, for you to ask such a question, you must know the reason behind his actions. Xiang Shaolong resolutely said, let's see how the situation is tonight. Pubu let out a sigh. From within his bosom, he withdrew an overhead map of the Marquis estate. I prepared this map long ago. Every single guard post is marked clearly. This part here is the Jade Peach Garden. The rectangle within the garden is the reclining traveler's veranda. Be sure not to go on the roof, there's a hidden sentry there. Xiang Shaolong saw how even the hidden sentry was noted down on the map. After analyzing it for a while, he said, as long as we can breach the outer barrier, we'll have our opportunity. What is this thick line circling around the reclining traveler's veranda? Pubu said, that's a man-made creek that also serves as a natural barrier. It definitely isn't easy to get near the reclining traveler's veranda. He explained in detail again. Xiang Shaolong, fearing that his long absence might raise others' suspicions, quickly urged him to leave. After sending off Pubu, Xiang Shaolong unceasingly analyzed that map, but before he was able to think of any appropriate way by which he could sneak into the estate without attracting any attention at all, and glided in the straight-tempered Ji Yanran. When this great beauty saw him, she appeared less joyful than she had in the past. She morosely burrowed into his embrace, saying, I'm very worried. Although you demonstrated your prowess, you've aroused the suspicions of all parties. The strangest thing of all is, why would you have sent people to secretly watch over Jiaya's palace, and why is it that when you pursued Prince Xinling's men, you only used your own subordinates? Hearing so many flaws exposed at once, Xiang Shaolong was stunned. Did you come up with this by yourself, or did you hear it from others? Snuggling in his arms, Ji Yanran sorrowfully said, if I can think of these questions, can it be that others will not? Fortunately, no matter what theories they come up with, they still wouldn't be able to imagine that you are Xiang Shaolong. They only suspect that you, Empress Jing, and Han Shuang have some secret plan and are plotting in secret. Everyone knows that without Han Shuang providing information and a hiding spot, there is no way Yu Xing and his men would have been able to sneak into the Zhao Palace to commit murder and arson, much less discover the location of Lu Gong's secret manual. Xiang Shaolong was stunned speechless. Just as he was secretly berating himself for losing sight of the greater picture, this talented woman continued,
for the sake of ruining my opinions of you, Li Yuan unceasingly badmouths you under the pretext of discussing Zhao politics. He claims that you are one of the instigators of the arson, and that you, Empress Jing, and Jiaya have formed an alliance, and that you hope to be promoted into the nobility. It's good that he does so. That's why I still go to his place often to hear the news. Xiang Shaolong unhappily said, You still meet with him frequently? Ji Yanran coquettishly glanced at him. Oh. How sweet. Shaolong is sipping from a cup of vinegar, getting jealous. You oversensitive rascal. I'm suffering all this on your behalf. Li Mu has almost returned. When is Zhao Mu planning to make his move?
Xiang Shaolong explained Zhao Mu's plans to her.
Ji Yanran's face became dignified and imposing. In a solemn voice, she said, It seems they aren't even willing to let Han Shuang and Lord Longyang off the hook. Frowning, Xiang Shaolong said, You think Zhao Mu would be willing to offend both the countries of Han and Wei under these circumstances? Ji Yanran said, Zhao Mu only needs to find an excuse to force the two to remain in Handan. By the time Han and Wei find out what happened, months would have passed. By that time, they would hesitate to smash a rat for fear of breaking the dishes nearby. If within those first few months, Zhao Mu is able to execute or dismiss Li Mu and Lianpo without bloodshed, and also has both Qi and Chu supporting him, it won't be too hard for him to ascend to the throne. Xiang Shaolong hesitated for a long time. After first getting a bit frisky with this beautiful woman, causing her entire face to blush red, he said, Yanran, will you do as I say? Ji Yanran was still 30% clear-headed. She sweetly replied, As long as you don't intend to force me to leave you, anything is negotiable. Xiang Shaolong said, How could I bear to? To the contrary, I intend to fall asleep while holding you each night. Ji Yanran doubtingly said, Don't you need to accompany your other wives? Xiang Shaolong knew that he had just exaggerated too much. He tried to play it all the way through, Can't we just spread a large blanket to cover everybody? Ji Yanran glanced at him tenderly, unable to keep from smiling. Sleeping together under one big blanket? How could you think of such a thing? I'm not as debauched and depraved as you. Oh. What was it exactly that you wanted me to do? Growing serious, Xiang Shaolong said, How many warriors do you have under you? How good are they? Ji Yanran said, My father and I have, altogether, around 100 family warriors. Roughly 20 of them can be considered high-class fighters. There are no questions at all about their loyalty, especially my own personal men. They are all clansmen who fled to Wei with us to avoid disaster. Each of them have their own unique skills. We even have some expert swordsmiths. Xiang Shaolong remembered that she was a member of the nobility of the country of Yu, the same as Tianjin and Tianfeng. He secretly thought that the beauties of Yu really were quite extraordinary. His heart suddenly stirred. He began to attack her with both hands and lips, while saying, Regardless of whether or not we succeed in this venture, we will need to leave Zhao. I want you to come up with an excuse for leaving. Ji Yanran's violently trembling face turned white in the blink of an eye. She sat up straight and, ignoring his hands roaming across her breasts, resolutely said, No. Even if I am to die, I will die with you. I long ago have had my fill of the pain of being parted. Xiang Shaolong was greatly moved. In a soft voice, he said, Your departure will only be a ploy. Now that I am the city commander, I naturally have the capability of stealthily bringing you back so that you might secretly aid me. The reason I want you to leave is so that you can take away both Zhou Yan as well as those two twin serving girls of mine to a safe place. That way, I can scheme without fear. Ji Yanran's pretty face returned to its original color. Letting out a sigh, she said, As you wish. Then she mumbled, The best excuse is to return to Wei for a funeral. By chance, I just received a letter informing me that Empress Wei, who has always treated me like her own daughter, has just passed away due to illness. I will use this as an excuse to immediately head back towards Wei 2 days from now. When I reach the boundaries of Wei, I will alter my path towards Han. But as far as how to secretly enter Qin and then return to Han, you will have to make the arrangements. Oh. I'm so happy. Not only would I be able to stay with you day and night, I'll be able to stay with you at all times as one of your soldiers. After an ardent kiss, they discussed various stratagems for leaving Zhao before Xiang Shaolong urged her away. When Teng Yi saw him, he said, Han Shuang sent someone here to look for you. He says he has urgent business. Xiang Shaolong secretly pondered how wonderful it would be if he could create multiple copies of himself like Sun Wukong. His heart suddenly stirred. He pulled Teng Yi off to one side. Tonight, I am going to burglarize Zhao Mu's mansion. At that time, if you dress up as me, then we can keep everything safe and hidden. Teng Yi frowned. The oaths of loyalty? Xiang Shaolong nodded.
Tang Yi was silent for some time, then said, in order to defend against the real Xiang Shaolong, Jiao Mu must have prepared tight, cautious rings of defenses. Must you take this risk? Xiang Shaolong smiled wryly. In order to understand Jiao Mu's plot so as to prevent our boat from sinking in the sewer, there's no better alternatives. Tang Yi sighed along with him. No one would be a better fit for disguising themselves as you as Wu Gua. That fellow is especially skilled at playing tricks, and is even more skilled at imitating others' voices and intonations. With me helping to conceal any flaws, I guarantee that no one will be able to tell. Hey! Why don't we have young Jing Jun go with you tonight as well? Xiang Shaolong said, I have received information from Pubu which thoroughly details Jiao Mu's defenses. The fewer people who know about this matter, the better. Oh well. I will go visit Han Chuang first. We can discuss things more in depth when I return. When he thought about the placement of guards in the garden, he became all the more cheerless. Tang Yi, knowing that he had made up his mind, did not speak further. They arrived at Han Chuang's manor. The marquis face was somber as he led them into his residence. Only after they arrived at a tightly closed door in an inner room did he speak. Empress Jing wishes to see you again. Pushing the door open, he walked in. The only person within the hall was Empress Jing herself. Her back facing towards them, she was staring outside the only window in the room at the garden below. The rays of light shining past her from the window made this beautiful married woman appear all the more enchanting and graceful. For a moment, Xiang Shaolong found it difficult to link her to all of her stratagems. The two gingerly walked behind her. Empress Jing slowly turned around. First, she smiled slightly towards Xiang Shaolong. But when her gaze fell upon Han Chuang, she said with a cold humph, if the person handling that affair had been anyone but Minister Dong, you would have exhausted me to death, you rash, impetuous man. Han Chuang was a person of great personal standing. For Empress Jing to openly rebuke him in such a manner in front of Xiang Shaolong made him feel very awkward. His entire face turned red, but he didn't refute her remarks. Xiang Shaolong soothingly said, at least the affair is over with now. Empress Jing, please do not blame the Marquis. Empress Jing's face was as cold as ice. After staring at Han Chuang for a while, she said, there are still repercussions to come from this matter. I said long ago that considering the current circumstances, it isn't advisable to have any contact with Prince Xinling. And yet, you refused to listen to me and almost imperiled Minister Dong. Han Chuang sighed, elder sister Jing. How else do you want me to pay for my transgressions before your anger will be appeased? I, too, didn't expect Yu Xing and his men to be so aggressive and cause such trouble. Empress Jing suddenly laughed. Just as the two were feeling confused, the beautiful married woman said, the only benefit is that King Xiaoqing now trusts Commander Dong even more, and that Jia, feels extremely grateful to him as well. Fine. I want to speak with Minister Dong in private. Han Chuang found it appropriate to leave, closing the door as he departed. Empress Jing approached Xiang Shaolong. At a handspan away, she halted her footsteps. In a soft voice, she said, Minister Dong, how should I thank you for performing such a meritorious deed? Although he knew very well that she was using her beauty to win him over and that her heart was filled with schemes, when he remembered that she held the lofty position of Empress of Zhao and saw how sensual and sexy she was, he couldn't help but feel extremely aroused. With a dry throat, he said, Empress, you showed me great favor by promoting me. Naturally, I will serve you with all my effort and am willing to do anything, but... Empress Jing took another step forward, almost touching Xiang Shaolong's bosom. She lifted her face up, eyes sparkling with light, as she said gently, the people in this day and age all say one thing and do another. People like Minister Dong, who are willing to risk their own lives to carry out their promises to me, make me feel extremely grateful. I will never forget what you have done for me, Han Jing. I guarantee you riches and honor for every day I am in power. If this were in the past, Xiang Shaolong's trusting nature would have caused him to feel extremely moved. But after having been warned in advance by Lord Longyang, he was vigilant and only dared to tentatively listen to her words. But he allowed a look of gratitude to appear on his face as he said in a soft voice, I, Dong Quang, always pay my debts. And this was just a small matter besides. Empress Jing moved forward slightly one more time. Her tall, erect, firm breasts pressed firmly against his chest. Her breathing beginning to grow rapid, she said, regardless of whether or not I am the Empress, I am a woman. I need a man to look after me. You also know the king's ugly secret. He's also agreed not to interfere with my affairs. His health has grown poorer by the day, especially in the past half year. He's sick and aching all day long. Hypothetically, if the prince, my son, were to become king, we will need outstanding talents like Minister Dong all the more to assist us. Minister Dong, do you understand the hidden meaning of my words? Xiang Shaolong could feel the alluring suppleness of her erect breasts.
He secretly thought to himself that only a total idiot would not understand her hidden meaning.
He intentionally frowned. Empress Jing, set your mind to rest. I am totally loyal to you.
Ah! Empress Jing, please don't act in such a way.
I'm almost unable to control myself any longer.
Empress Jing began to laugh, her face appearing like a blooming flower. She placed a soft kiss on his face before retreating to the windowsill. She smiled enchantingly towards him.
Who is telling you to control yourself? If a person cannot act as he desires, what joy is there in life?
Unfortunately, right now, I don't have the time to test and see if you were being honest or just boasting when you claim to be able to make women desire to never leave you.
If you have the chance to visit the imperial palace, try and take the time to visit me.
After she finished speaking, she brushed past him, smiling as she left. Xiang Shaolong was left behind grinding his teeth, secretly hating her for arousing his lust and making him feel uncomfortably aroused. The worst thing was, he really did want to take a taste of this empress. When he thought of this, he suddenly remembered the aphrodisiac which Han Shuang had given him for the purpose of seducing Ji Yanran.
If he were to use a little of it, it wouldn't be too unfair.
Perhaps he could even flip the situation around and make the guest into the host, and instead control this powerful woman. This would save a lot of headaches. When he thought of this, his heart couldn't help but start beating. When he returned with Tang Yi to the manor, Wu Guo came and said, Lady Ya has arrived.
She's currently chatting with your 2 wives.
Xiang Shaolong signaled with his eyes towards Tang Yi.
The latter understood and pulled Wu Guo off to the side to speak.
Upon entering the inner hall, he saw the 3 ladies seated in one corner, whispering quietly to each other.
Xiang Shaolong felt very curious.
Just as he was pondering why Shan Rou was acting on such good behavior, Tianjin and Tianfeng, off to one side, chimed in unison, Master Dong has returned. The 3 women all turned to look towards him as one.
Smiles appeared on their faces, like flowers blooming beautifully.
When adding in the faces of the Tian sisters, who definitely were not inferior to them in beauty, Xiang Shaolong felt his eyes going dizzy and almost lost track of place and time.
Zhao Ye laughed. Yura brought some ornaments over as gifts for Sister Rou, Gigi, Little Zhua, and Little Feng. They all like it a lot.
Xiang Shaolong exclaimed to himself, so that's how it is.
He arrived by their side and sat down. Tianjin came over as well. Master Dong, can we begin to eat?
Xiang Shaolong nodded.
I'm about to die of hunger. Where did little June go?
Zhao Ye said, he went to the pastures this morning.
He still hasn't come back.
Xiang Shaolong rose to his feet.
Yar. I have something to discuss with you. Shan Rou unhappily said, are you treating the rest of us as outsiders? What do you have to hide? Xiang Shaolong felt unhappy.
Just as his eyebrows began to rise, Shan Rou let out a giggling laugh. Pulling Zhao Ji up by the hand, she said, don't be so serious, I was just joking. After glancing at him sideways, she took her sister off to a corner to pore over the gifts they just received, full of joy.
Xiang Shaolong wasn't sure if he should laugh or cry.
Sitting down, he shook his head and forced a smile. A wild horse will remain a wild horse.
Zhao Ye said, I also have something to discuss with you.
Just now, my imperial brother summoned me to the palace and asked if he could totally trust you.
I replied, no matter what, Dong Quang is at least more trustworthy than Guo Kai. Xiang Shaolong's curiosity was aroused. And how did he react?
Zhao Ye said, at first, he was very unhappy, but I asked him, who was it that risked his life to save Lord Longyang?
Who retrieved Lu Gong's secret manual for him?
This rendered him without any other arguments. Thinking of Empress Jing, Xiang Shaolong offhandedly asked, does Guo Kai also have an affair with Empress Jing?
Zhao Ye felt slightly astounded. I don't know. I imagine it can't be possible.
This woman has always treated the affections of men very lightly.
If I recall correctly, she has only ever had sketchy relationships with Prince Xinling and Zhao Mu.
Where did you hear this from?
Instead of answering, Xiang Shaolong asked, King Xiaocheng really doesn't inquire into her affairs?
Zhao Ye said, my imperial brother only wants the empress to not bother him. As long as she doesn't make her affairs public, my imperial brother is happy to let things be as they are.
Oh. He's also a bit afraid of her. You still haven't told me where you got your news from.
Xiang Shaolong said, Lord Longyang told me. Logically speaking, he wouldn't lie to his savior and benefactor. Zhao Ye was briefly stunned. Slowly, her face became imposing.
If my guess is correct, Guo Kai must have sought out Lord Longyang to try and discern whether or not, in the event of a rebellion, Wei would support that woman. That must be why Lord Longyang would make such a guess.
Feeling a hint of fear, Xiang Shaolong said, "Does this mean Empress Jing and Guokai have their own separate scheme?" Worried, Zhao Ye replied, "Imperial Brother's health has been declining with each passing day. Right now, everyone is scheming to benefit themselves. At times, even I'm not sure who is in league with who, much less you." Shan Ro's voice drifted over. "Come eat. The rice and dishes are growing cold." Zhao Ye stood up. "You need to be cautious of Xiao Mu. That traitor is an expert at using deceit and poison, and his techniques are strange and unfathomable. You'll be in trouble before you even know it." Xiang Shaolong's tall frame rose as well. With one arm, he pulled her into his embrace. He whispered into her ear, "Yer, do you have any way to depart from Zhao's borders before Lord Longyang's farewell dinner? Afterwards, I'll meet up with you. This will make my plan of retreat much simpler." Zhao Ye's fragrant body trembled. Biting her lip, she lowered her head and quietly said, "Can you give me some time to think?" Xiang Shaolong couldn't bear to press her. Nodding, he agreed. He pulled her to the dinner table. When Tang Yi entered, he waited until Xiang Shaolong gestured him in before going to the table and seating himself on a sitting mat as well. Tianjin was just about to pour Xiang Shaolong some wine when he said, "I'm not drinking tonight." Shan Ro glanced at him, revealing a pondering look in her eyes. Xiang Shaolong reached out and curled his arm around Tianjin's pretty little waist. "Jinner, are you familiar with Zhao Mu's reclining traveler's veranda?" Tianjin obediently knelt down as well, nodding. Xiang Shaolong asked, "Is there any place within the veranda where one might be able to hide something around the size of a silk manuscript?" After deeply pondering for a moment, Tianjin replied, "That room is filled with gifts others have given to that traitor. He doesn't put any documents or manuscripts there." Tianfeng interjected, "That place didn't even have a cupboard. But we have been gone for such a long time that I don't know if it's still the same." Zhao Ye worriedly said, "Do you want to go there to secretly read those oaths of loyalty?" Right now, Zhao Mu's nerves are as tight as a bird startled by the twang of a bow. At night, he has vicious dogs patrolling. "Please don't go, alright?" Tang Yi said, "There must be a series of tunnels installed in his manor. Do any of you know about such a thing?" Zhao Ye and the others all shook their head unknowingly. Tianjin suddenly let out a tender cry. "I remember. Beneath the main building, there's a cellar which is used to store weapons. But I don't know if the reclining traveler's veranda also has such a cellar." Upon hearing her words have no bearing on any tunnels, everyone's excitement, which had just been lit, was doused promptly. Shan Ro sneered, "Even if you knew where the exit to the tunnel is, if I were Zhao Mu, I would have people guarding them, as well as have installed copper tubes to listen to any noise. I would know if so much as a fly entered the tunnels." Zhao Ji laughed. "Xiaolong, ask Sister Ro and see what ideas she can come up with for entering the manor." Everyone was stunned. They suddenly remembered that Shan Ro had once attempted to assassinate Zhao Mu within his own palace before safely escaping. Shan Ro pouted her little lips. He's a peerless hero who travels alone and does as he pleases. How could he use the help of a woman like myself? Moreover, I, Shan Ro, don't have any part in his magnificent undertaking. I might as well save my breath and take a good nap instead." Zhao Ye was the first to burst out laughing. "Dear Sister Ro, how can our Master Dong not have you take good care of him tonight, after seeing how full of resentment you are? Sister Ro, don't think too much on it." Turning, she winked towards Xiang Shaolong. "Isn't that right, Master Dong?" Xiang Shaolong helplessly forced out a smile. "Of course. I would like to ask Miss Ro to take this humble little soldier to the Marquis residence for a stroll tonight." Shan Ro's anger and resentment turned into excitement. Glancing at him, she said, "Oh, so you're begging me now? Don't act as though you've been forced into it. Even though I'm slightly inferior to you in lowly tricks such as stealing hens and dogs, if we are to compare our skills in infiltrating houses and assassinating people, who in the world is a match for me, Shan Ro? Otherwise, why is it that Tian Dan must tread so cautiously and carefully?" Zhao Ji's face changed. "Sister Ro, now is not the time for assassination, Shan Ro impatiently said, "That's just a metaphor." Standing up, she said, "I need to go prepare." As she walked away, she saw that Xiang Shaolong was still staring stupidly at her. She loudly shouted, "Why aren't you scramming? Go and get prepared. I still have to dress you with a special water cloth." Not paying any attention to all the people who were staring at her in amazement, she went into her room. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10 Chapter 4. Boom 10 Chapter 4. Exploring the Marquis residence at night. Dusk is approaching. A carriage headed out of the residence. Both Wu Guo, who was masquerading as a fake Dong Quang, and Tang Yi, surrounded with a group of guards and Lady Yi's bodyguards, rode out escorting the carriage. The real Xiang Shaolong and Shan Rou were hiding inside the carriage. Both had changed into their water-resistant deer skin cloth, only revealing an opening in the face, fists and feet, looking slightly like the 21st century's diving suit.
The one that Xiang Shaolong wears was originally made for Zhao Ji by Shan Rou.
Fortunately, Zhao Ji's built tall and big, and deer skin is also flexible, so he could still wear it with a little bit of difficulty. Beside their climbing tools, weapons and secret weapons, they also each brought a copper pipe, in case they need to breathe under the water.
But until now, Shan Rou was still reluctant to reveal the secret entrance to the resident. This left Xiang Shaolong feeling very vexed.
Zhao Ye was watching Xiang Shaolong's beautifully shaped body wearing the tight deer skin suit. His imposing and invigorate body were shining with charms. Bewitched, she didn't care that there was other people around. She rushed into his embrace, panting with an enchanting expression. Xiang Shaolong stroked her shoulder with one hand, while opening the other hand wide and said towards Shan Rou, "Sister Rou, why don't you come and join us?" Shan Rou glared at him, then purposely moved away towards the window and gazed outside. Xiang Shaolong had known from early on that she wouldn't be submit and be obedient to anyone. He leaned towards Zhao Ye's ear. "Have you ever thought about it?" Zhao Ye knew that he was talking about her leaving Zhao first, in a pleading tone requested, "How about this? How about you leave first, then after a while, I will come out and meet you." AI. If you want me to leave without knowing that you'll be safe, Yoer will be worried sick of you. Xiang Shaolong frowned. If your brother suddenly passed away and the power falls onto Empress Jing, would she let go off you?
By that time, I've already returned to Xianyang. It'll be beyond the reach of my power to help you. Zhao Ye disdainfully answered, her position won't be stable immediately. She won't have the time to take care of me. Besides, she is after all a Han. If after she just gained her position, she tried to get rid of the royal clan, the nobility and ministers would put a stop to it. At that time, if I would like to leave, she would be more than happy to let me go. AI. Shaolong. What I'm afraid of is another thing. After she had spoken these words, she grew silent. Shan Rou didn't hear it clearly, annoyed. "Zhao Ye, can you please speak louder?" Both of them didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Xiang Shaolong ignored her and turned towards Zhao Ye. "What are you afraid of, Yoer?" Zhao Ye hugged him tightly, dejected. "I'm afraid that other people wouldn't be able to forgive me." Xiang Shaolong had long been worried over this. He tried to console her. "Once we return to Xianyang, I will help you to speak with Tingfang and Princess Qian. They have a big heart. They wouldn't hold a grudge against you. Don't worry about the others. This is what you call atone for a crime by good deeds." At this time, Tang Yi shouted from outside the carriage, "Get ready. We're approaching the marquis resident." Oh. What a coincidence. Tian Dan's carriage is moving towards us. All conversation stopped inside the carriage. Both Xiang and Shan hid in the corner, while Lady Ye lifted up the curtain and looked outside. As Tian Dan's carriage was slowly approaching, both carriages slowly came to a full stop. The fake Dong Quang, Wu Guo, whipped his horse, with Tang Yi approached Tian Dan to greet him. Tian Dan stood near the open carriage's window, laughed. "General Dong is so hardworking. While we are out drinking wine and having fun, you are working nonstop all day all night. But there's a limit to how much you can push your body. General Dong, please make sure that you don't exhaust yourself." Wu Guo imitated Xiang Shaolong's voice, blandly smiled. "I was born as a hard worker. The busier I am, the more spirited I become. Thank you for your concern, Prime Minister Tian." No matter the voice, tone or attitude, all unbelievably resemble him, which makes other people shake their heads at this. Under the bickering light from the lantern, even with Tian Dan's sharp eyes, there wasn't any flaw. After nodding and smiling, he turned towards Zhao Ye. "Lady's countenance is glowing and Lady's expression is very spirited these last few days. Can Lady tell me what the secret to this is?" Everyone was frozen in fear. They all knew there was a hidden meaning behind this question at Zhao Ye. Zhao Ye, of course, had her own way, grinned. "Zhao Ye won't let off that easily. Prime Minister Tian is just teasing me." After she said, she quickly closed the curtain. Tian Dan laughed out loud. After greeting both Dong Quang and Tang Yi, he gave order to move out. Both carriages crossed each other. Xiang Shaolong gestured towards Shan Rou. "It's time to get off the carriage." Both of them took advantage of the night to sneak into the marquis residence through the dense forest in the southwest. Xiang Shaolong didn't understand what Shan Rou brought inside the gourd up till they've arrived on the small river. Shan Rou pulled him to squat down with her. "Any mansion that has a pond will always has an entrance and an exit for the water. This is Shan Rou's big secret. Last time, this is how I sneaked into the pool inside that trader's residence. If we're lucky, it might even take us straight to Jade Peach Garden.
After saying this, she looked proudly at Xiang Shaolong. Xiang Shaolong said, "It's around 100 zhang, 333 m, from here to Marquis Resident. How do we breathe?" Shan Rou raised an eyebrow at him, annoyed. "Idiot.
I can go in.
Naturally, there's a way to breathe.
What do you think the copper tube is for?"
"Unless it is after a heavy rain, otherwise there is always a small gap between the river's water height and the tunnel's height.
As long as we breathe from one end of the copper tube and the other reaches out of the water, wouldn't that solve the problem?" Xiang Shaolong gasped in admiration, his heart was trembling in excitement.
Suddenly he reached over and passionately kissed her, the other hand grabbed her waist tightly. Shan Rou was caught unaware, allowing him to steal a kiss off her. After struggling in vain briefly, she kissed him back passionately. To show his gratitude, Xiang Shaolong kneaded her breast shortly before releasing her. "This is my award." Shan Rou was blushing till her face and ears are red. After all, she was still young. She glared at him and then leapt first into the river. In an instant, both have dived a meter deep and have seen that the tunnel ahead is dark.
They persisted and swam deeper into the tunnel slowly.
Xiang Shaolong was filled with strange feeling. Every time he performed a task at night, he always felt this change from light to dark feelings. Just like the light and dark world, both existed together. Common people generally only knows about living during daylight, but they have no idea whatsoever towards this demonic darkness world. This time working at night, he can only rely on his tactile sense. In this quiet and still tunnel, his senses have grown stronger. This caused people to step with caution, another world filled with danger and excitement.
It is truly a luring world.
After a short while, they both came out of the exit and arrived at the lotus pond at the center of the garden at the back of the resident under the bridge. Within this ringed courtyard, the stars could be seen cascading across the night sky. A misty beam of moonlight shone down, as the sound of the pond frogs croaking could be heard. It was truly an entirely different world. From afar, a pair of sentries strolled towards them. As the two peered towards the sentries, two extremely strange-looking large green spots of light attracted their especial attention. Alarmed, Xiang Shaolong hurriedly grabbed Shan Rou by the hand and pulled her down into the water. His heart was thumping wildly. It seemed as though those two large green spots of light came from lamplight reflected off of the pupils of giant dogs. These enormous dogs normally would only be allowed to roam around freely late at night, but had been released early in order to heighten the security of the area. After the sentries passed by the bridge and walked far away, the two lifted their heads up from the water.
Shan Rou softly said, "Damn.
With those beasts patrolling the land, the only option we have is to slowly make our way via the water. If the reclining traveler's veranda is also protected by two giant hounds, we'll have no choice but to go home and go sleep."
Xiang Shaolong also could not help but feel extremely discouraged, but to give up midway through would be even more of a shame.
He forcefully roused himself and headed confidently with Shan Rou in the direction of the Jade Peach Garden, as they separately swam through the pool.
Xiang Shaolong had received strict, intensive underwater training, and agilely glided through the water like a fish.
Based on the minute eddies and flows of the current, he discovered a place the water flowed out towards. As both he and Shan Rou raised their heads up out of the water, they both exultantly said, "Found it."
But then, both of them silently called out in dismay. Which of the two flowed to the Jade Peach Garden? Or did both flow somewhere else? Neither of them could be certain.
What was even more frustrating was that both of the secret underwater passages were hidden at the bottom of the pond, and neither had any breathing spaces whatsoever. If one was not able to swim all the way through the passage in a single breath, they would suffocate and die.
What a rotten, unfair death that would be. Xiang Shaolong was quick-witted.
Nibbling at Shan Rou's ear, he said, "Let's each take a separate passage.
As soon as we figure out where it leads, both of us need to immediately return. No matter what, we can't try to show off." Agreeing, Shan Rou left.
Letting out a deep sigh, Xiang Shaolong dove deep into the water. Entering the underwater passageway, he advanced 10 feet and discovered that the water was winding towards the left.
He hurriedly retreated back the way he came, moving backwards.
Within the narrow corridor, it was very difficult to actually turn around.
Shan Rou said, "I swam at least 20 feet forward.
The path forward seems to be safe, but we are extremely far from the Jade Peach Garden.
How can we possibly swim across without taking any breaths?"
Xiang Shaolong was already recalling and meditating on the cloth map which Pubu gave him. "There's yet another pond between this place and the Jade Peach Garden. I think the underwater passage would first pass through that pond." Even as stalwart a person as Shan Rou couldn't help but feel discouraged. Even if the pond was placed directly in the middle, it has to be at least 100 or so feet away.
"We won't be able to make it that far."
Xiang Shaolong had a brilliant idea.
"I have a solution.
If we plug one end of our copper tubes and cover the other end with our hands, it should be more than enough to give us 2 or 3 extra breaths of air.
Wouldn't that allow us to get to the pond?
A look of astonishment appeared in Shanro's eyes.
Looks like you aren't a total idiot after all. But what will we use to plug one end?
Xiang Shaolong had a wicked idea in mind.
All I'm wearing underneath this skin suit is a pair of shorts. Are you wearing anything underneath yours? Extremely embarrassed, Shanro said, you are such a lecher.
Eek.
Xiang Shaolong pulled Shanro to the artificial man-made mountain in the middle of the pond and unbuttoned her swimsuit.
Only after allowing his hand to explore and roam freely for a while did he tear off a large piece of her underskirt. Shanro was unusually docile, not attacking him with words as usual. Perhaps it was because she knew that this was unavoidable and so she was resigned to it. Or perhaps it was that she was willing to sacrifice anything for the sake of killing Zhao and Tian Dan. And, after all, Xiang Shaolong had already taken full advantage of her long ago. As she watched Xiang Shaolong tear the silk apart and use it to stuff the tubes, she dubiously said, "Will it leak out air?" She couldn't help but being concerned over her fate. Filled with confidence, Xiang Shaolong said, "With 3 layers of cloth wrapped around it, after the cloth becomes wet, it might let out a little bit of air, but by then, we'll have surfaced long ago. Come." The two swam to the passageway entrance, took a deep breath, covered one end of the tube with their hands, and moved into the passageway, with Shanro leading the way. The two rapidly moved in deeper. After taking about 30 or so steps, the two had to take their first breath. By their second breath, the two of them had long ago become lightheaded and dizzy. They felt as though the air in the tubes had become exhausted. Without caring about anything else, the two advanced as quickly as possible. The exit appeared up ahead of them, faintly glimmering. Overjoyed, the two made their way to it. Rising to the surface, the two rested against the shore and gulped in the precious commodity, air, which they normally paid no attention to. They were surrounded by trees in all directions. Flowers and trees surrounded the pond, and a house jutted up on top of a stone mountain. It was a very small garden, but the decorations were extremely exquisite. Each time Xiang Shaolong had previously come to the manor, his movements had been restricted to a few main buildings. He had never imagined that it would also have such an exquisite place as this. The garden was very lonely. No voices could be heard, and only a few lonely lanterns were lit, immersing the pond in pale, yellow moonlight. Panting, Shanro said, "The situation is even worse. We haven't swam more than 100 or so feet, and this place has to be at least 200 feet away from the Jade Peach Garden. How will the air in the tubes be enough?" Xiang Shaolong was just thinking the same thing. As he blankly stared at Shanro, he suddenly had a brainstorm. "Give me a kiss, and I'll be able to think of something." Shanro was stunned for quite some time. Lowering her head, she said in a quiet voice, "If you're lying to me, I'll butcher you." Wrapping her hand around the back of his neck, she gave him a scorching, savory kiss. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps could be heard. The two of them immediately sank down beneath the water, but their tongues continued to intertwine with one another's. Only after they could no longer hold their breaths did they rise to the surface. The sentries were long gone by now. The two of them were both filled with an emotion which would be etched into their bones and which they would remember for the rest of their days, especially considering it came about in such a dangerous, crisis-laden situation. Not able to bear being separated from him, Shanro tightly clasped herself to him. Panting, she said, "Tell." Xiang Shaolong said, "Let's take off our headgear and use it to cover the tubes." "Wouldn't that give us a few extra breaths?" Shanro jubilantly placed kisses on both of his cheeks. "You really are worthy of having been my first man. Only, I'll be in charge of the manufacturing. I don't trust your handiwork." Xiang Shaolong frowned. "What do you mean, your first man? Miss, are you planning on having a second and a third?" Shanro naturally and easily replied, "If you men can have multiple women, why can't us women have multiple men?" Xiang Shaolong was stunned. "Then who would dare marry you?" Shanro wrinkled her nose, making a ghastly face. "Who says I have to marry? The world is such a huge place. If we manage to kill Zhao and Tian Dan, I'll wander around the world. If I get tired, maybe I'll come find you one day. By that time, it'll be your choice whether or not to accept me." Xiang Shaolong discovered that he really liked this woman. Compared to others, she was much more similar to the staunch, independent ladies of the 21st century. Shanro paid him no more mind. Pulling out a small dagger from her suit, she went to work. Because of their previous experience, this time, they were much more cautious when it came to taking breaths. They easily passed another 200 or so feet of underwater passageways before arriving at the man-made creek of the Jade Peach Garden. They stealthily made their way to the reclining traveler's veranda. The man-made creek was roughly 10 feet wide. The water wove around in a stream like a dragonfly, as beautiful houses, trees, and flowers unfolded in their path, one after another. The security presence became much tighter as well. Lanterns were hung up on every major road passing through the reclining traveler's veranda. Guards were everywhere, and there were people leading giant hounds on leashes as well. If it weren't for this underwater route, even if Xiang Shaolong had access to his 21st century accessories and tools, it would be harder than ascending to heaven for him to have gotten so far without attracting any notice. The closest the creek came to the reclining traveler's veranda was around 10 or so feet. The two observed the situation for quite some time before they located the position of each and every hidden observer. They emerged from the water, underneath a bridge. After ascertaining that there were no vicious hounds nearby, Xiang Shaolong waved toward Shan Rou as he scurried out from underneath the bridge. Using a row of flowers as cover, he quickly rushed over to stand next to a tightly closed window. Pulling out a steel needle, Xiang Shaolong inserted the needle into an aperture in the window and undid the lock. The two nimbly flipped inside the veranda, then closed the window and rebolted it. Both of them felt utterly exhausted and sat down next to a corner of the wall. Shan Rou lit a match. Xiang Shaolong quickly used his hands to cover it, preventing the firelight from seeping outwards. The reflected light from the flame gradually lit up the inside of the veranda. The inside was decorated elegantly, with 20 or so exquisitely made wooden cabinets held within its spacious bowels, each of which was filled with all sorts of rare treasures. The center of the veranda was covered with a felt carpet. Surrounding the carpet were 4 comfortable, spacious sitting mattresses which were covered with animal skin. Just as Xiang Shaolong was secretly praising Zhao Mu for knowing how to enjoy himself, Shan Rou excitedly said, "Look." Xiang Shaolong looked towards where she pointed. Resting on top of 2 of the treasure cabinets lay a large metal chest, roughly 5 feet tall. It looked totally out of place. Shan Rou stroked the giant lock on top of the metal chest. Vexed, she said, "This is the first time I've seen a lock like this. How do you open it?" Xiang Shaolong smiled. "I'm a grandmaster lockpicker. Let me try a dot." Just as he grasped the lock, and before he had a chance to take a close look at it, voices could suddenly be heard coming from the main door. Shan Rou swept a glance across the room. In a low voice, she said, "Onto the roof beams." She pulled out a grappling hook. The sound of the door opening could be heard. Xiang Shaolong extinguished the match she was holding as Shan Rou shot out the grappling hook. She accurately and precisely hooked the crossbeam pillars in the ceiling of the room. In the darkness, Xiang Shaolong did not dare to rashly shoot out his own hook. Grinding his teeth fiercely, he said, "Hold on to me." Grabbing the rope tightly, he began to climb up. Shan Rou knew that the situation was critical. She tightly clasped her arms around his broad waist and put her life in his hands. The main door opened. Someone shouted out, "Light the lanterns, and open the windows. The Marquis and his guest are about to arrive." Xiang Shaolong secretly groaned in dismay. Exhausting every bit of strength he had, he clambered up frantically, as Shan Rou quickly pulled the dangling rope up along with him. A lantern by the door was lit. 10 or so sentries walked in. If any of them raised their head up at this moment, there would be no place for them to escape to. Fortunately, at this moment, the only things on the sentries' minds were to light the lamps and open the windows. For the moment, no one had the leisure to stare at the ceiling for no good reason. The two were extremely alarmed. As they huddled in the space between the roof beams and the roof, the space below them grew brightened, and fresh air rushed in, taking away the previous, stuffy air. Shan Rou moved her dainty lips and gave him a kiss, expressing her admiration. The sound of footsteps could be heard, followed by Zhao Mu's voice. "All of you get out, now." Xiang Shaolong and Shan Rou's hearts were both thumping wildly. They knew that Zhao Mu was about to bring Tian Dan and Li Yuan here. Without question, he must be intending to let them take a look at those oaths of loyalty as a demonstration of his power and influence. Maybe they even had important business to discuss. They couldn't help but grow tense. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10 Chapter 5. Book 10 Chapter 05, A Shocking Revelation. Ka-cha! The sound of a giant lock opening reverberated in the quiet chamber, sending fear into the hearts. With their heads side by side, Xiang Shaolong and Shan Rou were prone on a ceiling beam. They locked themselves in that position by inserting their daggers into the beam for support. Unless someone climbs up the supporting round pillar for a look, this is the best hiding spot. The horizontal beam is supported by 8 vertical pillars which formed the foundation for the roof and is 30 feet above the ground. Xiang Shaolong and Shan Rou had a quick glimpse below and saw Tian Dan and Li Yuan seated at 2 small coffee tables. Zhao Mu is reaching out to a giant metal chest to retrieve an object.
The Lu brothers are kneeling behind Tian Dan submissively.
One of them even scanned the ceiling, which caused them to shrink their heads in fear. Zhao Mu returned to his own desk and placed the whole stack of loyalty letters on it. There were sounds of flipping. Li Yuan laughed. Marquis is indeed brilliant to think of such an exciting method to control your spies.
Tian Dan added in laughter, is this your own inspiration or were you enlightened by your subordinates?
Zhao Mu laughed back, who cares? He took credit for Xiang Shaolong's creativity without a tinge of guilt. Xiang Shaolong was relieved that Zhao Mu did not show Tian Dan his own loyalty letter, or Tian Dan would start to suspect him.
Zhao Mu was extremely guarded against Li Yuan. If he divulged Dong Quan's real identity, it would be as good as letting Li Yuan know about his relationship with Lord Chunshan. Li Yuan expressed in admiration, to think that even Zhao Ming Xiong is in your payroll. I have always thought that he is loyal to Li Mu and Lianpa.
You are truly a genius. Up in the beam, Xiang Shaolong almost fell down in shock. Zhao Ming Xiong is his assistant general. He and Tang Yi have nothing but praise for his work. He cannot imagine him to be a traitor as well. Zhao Mu proudly state, he is not only my man but also my relative.
When I got him to join Li Mu, it is to plot against him.
Unexpectedly, Lianpa made him the assistant general to Lu Chang. I purposely sidelined him, and Jia, that foolish Five Lut, even spoke up for him in front of King Xiaocheng.
This is hilarious. Xiang Shaolong was bathed in cold sweat. What a close shave. He felt like he is the owner of a pet tiger. If he did not take precautions, he may even die without knowing why. At the same time, he could relate to the power of Zhao Mu's hidden weapons. He thought about his morning conversation with King Xiaocheng regarding the issue of the palace guards. If something happens to Cheng Su, Zhao Mu can promote Zhao Ming Xiong to be head of the palace guards. With this, Zhao Mu will indirectly control both the city guards and the palace guards. So sorry everyone, Cheng Dan and Cheng Su are the same person. My limited vocabulary got his name wrong before. Please make the correction. Thanks. As Xiang Shaolong was hoping Li Yuan will continue with the loyalty letter name list, Tian Dan interrupted, how is Empress Jing's situation? Zhao Mu arrogantly replied, who can guess our real relationship?
Not to mention Xiaocheng, even Guo Kai and Jia have been deceived by us. Han Jing, Empress Jing is Han royalty, acts cold but she is full of passion inside. When she falls in love, she has no reservations. It is my great fortune that she is devoted to me and kept dissuading King Xiaocheng from recalling Li Mu or Lianpa. Otherwise, I would not be able to sit here and talk to both of you. Xiang Shaolong was flabbergasted and could not believe what he has just heard. Are they putting up an act, or is it just wishfully thinking on Zhao Mu's part? Li Yuan implored, can Empress Jing really control Dong Quang? On the beam, Xiang Shaolong's heart is thumping wildly and even Shan Rou can sense his palpitation. Tian Dan concluded, Dong Quang appears to be straightforward and uneducated, but he is full of strategies and knows how to pander to those in power. He helped Empress Jing settle the plot between Han Shuang and Prince Xinling while keeping Xiaocheng in the dark. He has laid his bets on Empress Jing, hoping that when Xiaocheng is dead, he will be able to spread his wings. This man must not live.
Li Yuan coldly promised, I must kill him myself.
Zhao Mu plainly said, this man is of great use now. Luckily, he did not know that Empress Jing is my woman.
Humph.
This man forgets his principles when he identifies gains.
Even if Imperial Uncle does not act, I will not let him go. Xiang Shaolong finally calmed down and did his analysis.
He screwed up on Han Shuang's incident. The most hateful is Empress Jing, who had betrayed him to Zhao Mu. They are definitely a pair of scheming adulterers.
Tian Dan suddenly mentioned, both gentlemen have neglected an important figure. Zhao Mu and Li Yuan were taken aback. Tian Dan explained, that person is Xiang Shaolong.
He is definitely connected to Lu Cheng's death. We are still puzzled about why he chose to kill Lu Cheng first.
He paused and continued, if Xiaocheng is behind this, there will be some traces of evidence.
There will be injuries, deaths, or missing people in his trusted troops. We did not see any of these, so he is not involved.
This is getting more and more interesting. Xiang Shaolong and Shan Rou were petrified. Tian Dan revealed, I did remind Dong Quan to search Lu Cheng's men for spies.
Apparently, he did not investigate or could not find any evidence. We cannot interfere ourselves or we will expose our intentions.
Li Yuan suggested, Dong Quang is the main beneficiary in his death. Could it be done by him?
Zhao Mu cut in, he had no idea he can be the city commander. If not for my instruction to Empress Jing to recommend him to Xiaocheng, he will be dead before it is his turn.
Xiang Shaolong was alarmed as he finally understood why Empress Jing looked up to him. Tonight's extraordinary opportunity to eavesdrop in their meeting is a godsend. Otherwise he will end up as a muddle-headed ghost. Tian Dan observed, Dong Quang can pretend to be sick but none of his men are injured or dead. He has nothing to do with Le Chang's death. Zhao Mu sighed, Le Chang has numerous enemies. It is hard to judge who the killer is. As long as they leave the city quickly, we cannot determine who they are. Tian Dan resolutely swore, it must be Xiang Shaolong. I know he is here. Otherwise, Zhaoya will not regain her energetic lifestyle. I met her and Dong Quang outside the residence. Her carefree and graceful disposition can only come from a woman who has reignited the love of her life. Li Yuan joked, can she be in love with Dong Quang? Zhao Mu's countenance changed, Chancellor Tian is right. Xiang Shaolong must be in town. I am familiar with her behavior. Dong Quang is just a playmate. The only man in her heart is Xiang Shaolong. Xiang Shaolong may even be hiding out in her residence, but Tian Dan emotionally recommended, this is highly probable. Regardless of whether it is true or not, we can still get Zhaoya into trouble. Once we find evidence of Xiang Shaolong's existence, there is no way she can talk herself out of trouble. Now, Huakai and Chang Su are trying to outperform Dong Quang and they will leap at this opportunity to prove themselves. Does Marquis understand my meaning? Zhao Mu laughed out in admiration, Chancellor Tian is a master strategist who offers great plans. I have a better suggestion. We get Empress Jing to command Dong Quang to carry out this matter. By putting some flying needles and bloodied clothes in her personal room, Zhaoya can never redeem herself. This can also test Dong Quang's loyalty to Empress Jing. HNG. I have long wanted to deal with this 5-lut. On the beam, both persons looked at each other and were wet with cold sweat. The 3 devils below them are full of evil schemes. Even if they are aware of what is coming, they are unable to counteract them in such a short time. Tian Dan stood up and commented, we should not stay for too long or this banquet will arouse suspicions. When Marquis ascend the throne, do not forget about Chancellor and Imperial Uncle. Zhao Mu hurriedly expressed his gratitude. With the sound of the metal chest being locked, the trio left the chamber. After the residence guards came in to secure the windows and doors and extinguish the candles, Shan Ro whispered into her ear, what shall we do? Xiang Shaolong is filled with deathly calm and softly replied, the loyalty letters are not urgent. If we can return safely, we will win the battle. Xiang Shaolong looks enlightened and is full of vigor. The lethargy from last night has completely vanished and so has all the doubts in his mind. He is now fully aware about the entire situation ahead of him and the connection between Zhao Mu and Empress Jing. Tianjin had just stepped into his bedroom and noticed that he is awake. She happily scrambled to his side and greeted, Master Dong. Let me wait on you. Xiang Shaolong was pleased and he got up and washed up. He went to the main hall where Tang Yi, Zhao Ji, and Shan Ro were having their breakfast. Tang Yi and Wu Guo masquerading as Dong Quang purposely stayed at the command center until the 3rd watch. This is the first time they met since he spied on Zhao Mu. Xiang Shaolong asked, Ro should have told you about all that has transpired. Tang Yi nodded, she was very clear. Regarding scheming, we are nowhere near Zhao Mu and Tian Dan's level. If not for the eavesdropping last night, none of us will return to Xianyang alive. Zhao Xi was worried, how should we handle their plan to make you harm Lady Ya? Xiang Shaolong thought that last night's episode is like gathering intelligence in 21st century. He smiled, we can counter every attack they throw at us. The most favorable condition is that they did not suspect my identity as Dong Quang and mistaken me as an apple polisher. Even Zhao Mu dare not reveal our secret relationship. Based on this, we can fight them till the end. Tang Yi sighed, to think that Zhao Mingxiong is Zhao Mu's lackey. I have had high hopes for him. Xiang Shaolong straightened his neck and solemnly said, I did not believe that Empress Jing is devoted to Zhao Mu. This vicious woman is likely to use Zhao Mu to achieve her own means. If I can understand her true motives, everything will be fantastic. Shan Ro frowned, you have spoken so much and are unafraid. Do you have a good plan? Empress Jing may summon you any time to harm Zhao Ya. Without restraint, Xiang Shaolong shrugged his shoulders and ate the bun in his hand. He patted Tang Yi on the shoulder and stood up, we are off to see Lady Ya. Both of you wait here for my return. Under Shan Ro's cursing and Zhao Ji's whining, they left the residence. Riding side by side along the long street, Tang Yi checked, should we make new arrangements to the city defenses? Xiang Shaolong shook his head and answered, nope. This will raise Zhao Mingxiong and Zhao Mu's alarm. Please fetch little Jun back and see what he has to report on the Qi army. As they spoke, Zhao Ya's residence came into view. Xiang Shaolong went into her place while Tang Yi returned to the command center. At noon, Zhao Mu sent someone to fetch him. Xiang Shaolong knew about the upcoming plot and expected this. Inside the secret chamber of the Marquis residence, Zhao Mu put on a look of trust and confidence before declaring, Li Yuan is tricked and thought that I will cooperate with him. HNG. I will not let him leave Handan City alive. Xiang Shaolong did not believe a single word that he said but acted delighted instead. Zhao Mu revealed a sinister smile and inquired, we can talk about that later. How are you managing Empress Jing in Zhaoya? Tiandan mentioned that he met you in Zhaoya in the same horse carriage last night. Xiang Shaolong replied with a grin, Zhaoya is a born five-lut. As long as I please her on bed, there is nothing she will not do for me. I am also getting into the good books of Empress Jing. There is something I have yet to report to you. I have killed all the assassins of Prince Xinling. They were hiding with Han Shuang. With this, I have gained the trust of Xiao Cheng and gained the favor of Empress Jing, killing two birds with one stone. When we take further actions, there will be fewer hindrances from these two. I am now trying to persuade Xiao Cheng to give me the other half of the army seal. Once I have it, I will have full powers to deploy the entire army. Marquis will not have any worry about the rebellion by then. Zhao Mu was touched as he did not expect this report from Xiang Shaolong. Xiang Shaolong was laughing to himself. This traitor has suspected his loyalty as he had kept this incident from him, thinking that he has submitted to Empress Jing. Now that he has been fully honest about the palace robbery, Zhao Mu was at a dilemma and became indecisive. Zhao Mu stared at him for a while and asked in a deep voice, why have you not reported this to me as early as you could? Xiang Shaolong innocently responded, this is a small matter and I have never thought of reporting to you. Only when you asked me about Empress Jing's progress that it came to my mind. The two crucial fixtures are Empress Jing and Zhaoya. With their full support, Xiao Cheng will grant me full military command even with Guokai's objection. Then, Handan City will be our playground. AI. As long as I can repay the gratitude Lord Chunshin has bestowed on me, I, Dong Quang, am willing to undergo any danger without the slightest hesitation. Zhao Mu's color changed and frowned, is Xiao Cheng behind Lu Cheng's death? Xiang Shaolong almost burst out laughing, definitely not. Tiandan got me to investigate the personal guards of Lu Cheng to see if anyone backed out of his escort on that fateful night. My investigations have yet to be concluded, but from what I see, the killer is likely to be Xiang Shaolong. Zhao Mu can no longer hide his fear and lowered his head in deep thought. Xiang Shaolong is puzzled. He has said everything that he could to gain Zhao Mu's former trust, but it is not working. With a quick inspiration, he roughly guessed what is missing. He mysteriously lowered his voice and whispered, does Marquis want Chung Su out of the way? I have a marvelous scheme within a scheme. Zhao Mu raised his head in astonishment, what scheme within a scheme? Xiang Shaolong simply visualize, I have told Xiao Cheng about the loyalty letters and bluffed him that I can steal them. As long as Marquis provide me a fake copy with Cheng Su's name, Xiao Cheng will sack him immediately to protect himself. When Zhao Mu heard about the leak of the loyalty letters to Xiao Cheng, there is no change in his expression. Xiao Cheng must have told Empress Jing about the letters who then leaked it to Zhao Mu. Xiang Shaolong sighed with relief. If he had not made this move, Zhao Mu will never trust him. Sure enough, Zhao Mu's suspicions gradually dissipated. He sighed, Wang Zhua, in the future, you must report everything you did to avoid misunderstandings. Xiang Shaolong pretended to be flustered, what? Marquis suspects my loyalty? Zhao Mu regained his composure and patted his shoulder before adding, the storm is over and the weather is good. Do not have any doubts in your heart. As long as you do as I command, you will have a great and prosperous future. Pausing for a moment, he continued, the most important thing now is to retrieve the other half of the army seal and the imperial decree. You can then have full authority to deploy the army any way you wish. He stopped halfway. Xiang Shaolong predicted that he has instructed Empress Jing to use him to harm Zhaoya but could not say it out from his own mouth or risk exposing their relationship. He sincerely pleaded, Marquis, please feel free to give any instructions. Zhao Mu removed his hand from Xiang Shaolong's shoulder and nodded, whatever you plan to do in the future, please discuss with me first. Never forget this. Xiang Shaolong knows that Zhao Mu is still having some doubts. Using Empress Jing to command him, he wants to see if Xiang Shaolong will report to him as promised. Xiang Shaolong agreed to Zhao Mu's request and asked, does Marquis have any instructions for summoning me here? Zhao Mu looked awkward and forcefully said, just to ask how you have been. Oh. We can talk about the rest another time. Xiang Shaolong knew that they have each achieved their goals and bade farewell. Back at the command center, he attended to his duties first before having a discussion with Teng Yi about Zhao Mu's meeting. Teng Yi is full of praise. If the city guards and the palace guards are indirectly controlled by Zhao Mu and Empress Jing at his beck and call, Zhao Mu can rebel without Tiandan's assistance. I am confused why he had not made his move yet. Is it so difficult to get Empress Jing to poison Xiao Cheng? Xiang Shaolong reasoned, I am confused too. The only explanation must be Li Mu.
If Xiaocheng died suddenly, Li Mu will be suspicious and send his army into Handan City against Zhao Mu.
Even Tian Dan will not dare to face Li Mu's army.
Zhao Mu's fantasy will be short-lived.
AI.
I still do not believe Empress Jing will be satisfied to be under Zhao Mu's control. She is tasked to unite the three states and knows that Zhao Mu is a true spy. There is no way she will submit to him wholeheartedly. Tang Yi shuddered. Women like her who are enclosed in the palace for years cannot be judged by the common yardstick. From her looks, even when she is speaking with a smile on her face, you can feel the chill in her heart. Maybe Zhao Mu has an excellent way of fulfilling her desires that she is willing to do everything for him. Xiang Shaolong was shaken when he heard this. He has a faint idea of how to deal with Empress Jing but could not put it in words.
Changing the topic, he inquired, how are the city defenses? Tang Yi took a deep breath. Luckily we found out who he is working for.
He handed me a name list this morning about his suggestion to deploy the various military leaders. In the past, I would have no suspicions as he is more familiar with the troops and I trusted him.
It is a different matter now.
Xiang Shaolong acknowledged that it is a close shave and commented, Zhao Mu did mention that he has 4 colonels who are his lackeys.
This must be another trick. We will purposely make full use of these 4 men so that Zhao Mu can only suffer in silence. Tang Yi slapped the table and cried, suffer in silence. What a suitable quote.
Third brother, you are full of wise proverbs.
No wonder talented Lady Ji has fallen for you. A subordinate came to report that Han Shuang is looking for him.
They could guess what is coming and share a laugh before Xiang Shaolong left. As predicted, it was Empress Jing who was looking for him. This time, she is alone in a small hut deep inside the residence.
There is food and wine on the table and she is chatting happily. Reminded by Tang Yi, Xiang Shaolong paid attention to her eyes.
Despite her joyful expressions, her eyes are expressionless and give people an icy cold feeling.
Is she a cold-blooded animal?
Recalling the times when she teased him and rejected him at the end confirmed this view.
If that is the case, what did Zhao Mu do to conquer her?
Pondering, his hand reached into his waist pockets and retrieves the aphrodisiac Han Shuang gave him that was meant for Ji Yanran and finally understood what Zhao Mu did. On the last encounter, it did cross his mind to use this tool, but it is a fantasy that is limited to one's imagination and would not be put to use. Under the present circumstances, his mindset regarding the use of this drug is different from the past. His heartbeat uncontrollably quickened.
Empress Jing misunderstood his reaction and jested, I cause you to be so nervous?
Using one hand, he swiftly hid a small amount of the drug in his sleeve. Wondering how he could deliver this drug into the lips of this voluptuous beauty, he coughed, Empress looks especially stunning and mesmerizing today.
Empress Jing eyes flashed. In the past, Xiang Shaolong would never detect this flashing. Now, things are different and she can no longer hide anything from him.
She personally lifted the wine flask and leaned forward, filling his cup.
Batting an eye, she sighed, all guys are the same. After you get used to looking, there will be nothing extraordinary.
Deep inside, Xiang Shaolong cursed this lady for using this method to seduce him. He had an idea and lifted the cup to his nose proclaiming, the wine poured by Empress Jing is especially aromatic. He moved the cup beyond her sight and smoothly added the drug. Raising the cup again with both hands, he toasted, let subject toast to the everlasting beauty and youth of Empress.
Which woman does not enjoy men's praising of their beauty?
Even Empress Jing is not an exception. Elated, she raised her own cup and toasted, I bless General Dong with a successful military career and never losing a single battle. Xiang Shaolong deliberately laughed in a rough manner and explained, does Empress know that for tribesmen like us, we must cross our arms to drink during toasting so that our wishes will come true?
Empress Jing held her wine cup in surprise and asked, what is cross-arm drinking?
Xiang Shaolong moved forward right to her side and leaned ahead slightly. He delivered his wine cup to her lips and grinned, we cross our arms and drink each other's wine.
Not a single drop must be left.
Thereby, our wishes will come true. Empress Jing's face reddened slightly and admired his daring act.
If she refused to drink, she would be insincere.
Helplessly putting on a smile on her face, she crossed her arms and shot him a look, admonishing, watch yourself. I like men who take it slowly.
Oh.
Afraid of choking her, Xiang Shaolong gently poured the wine into her small mouth and drank from her cup at the same time. After the cups have been emptied, Xiang Shaolong switched the cups on the table and wiped his lips of any remaining wine.
He laughed, great. In the future, no matter what I have to do for Empress, it will all be worth it. Empress Jing seldom drank an entire cup of wine in one go.
With the effects of alcohol taking over, 2 red patches appeared on the cheeks of her smooth and well-defined face. She took out a silk handkerchief and covered her face with her sleeve and wiped away the remaining wine from her lips.
Lowering her sleeve, she batted an eye at Xiang Shaolong, protesting, I had not drunk wine in such a rush for a long time. You are really. Oh. Xiang Shaolong took the chance to sit down right beside her. He is most afraid that she will slip away and some other guy will benefit from her present state. He interrupted, does Empress enjoy drinking in the past? For a while, there is a sense of loss in her eyes, like she is recalling a sad incident. Sighing softly and yet maintaining her silence, her eyes turned frosty and revealed poisonous anger. Xiang Shaolong remembered that she had an affair with Prince Xinling. He guessed that their love must have transformed into hate. Therefore, she had that interesting expression. He had no inkling about the potency of Han Shuang's aphrodisiac or how long it takes for the drug to take effect. He also did not know what the symptoms of the drug taking effect are. Full of questions, he kept quiet. For some time the little hut is in complete silence. On the sounds of magpies playing and fluttering their wings can be heard from the garden. Finally, Empress Jing coldly started, are you thinking about another woman? Xiang Shaolong was shocked and raised his head to face her. He tested, Empress is brilliant. I am really thinking about women. But it is not another woman, it is Empress Jing. Empress Jing's face turned red again and gazed at him. She proceeds to face the sun-filled woods beyond the window. Xiang Shaolong knew that the drug is taking effect. Otherwise, her complexion will not change as easily. Sliding to her back, he had wanted to hold her shoulders. Afraid of retaliation, he softly spoke, does Empress have something on her mind? This Queen of Zhao unhappily sighed, sometimes, I have no idea what I am doing. Why am I expending so much effort on an insignificant issue? Look at the trees and flowers outside. They remain so carefree under the rays of the sun. If I can abandon all my worries, life will be a paradise. Xiang Shaolong was dumbfounded. She has just taken an aphrodisiac and should be full of passion and be begging him for 5x. Why is she expressing all her woes instead? Could it be that Han Shuang gave him the wrong medication or the drug has expired and caused a different reaction? Thinking back, he realized his error. If Zhao Mu has been feeding her constantly with 5x drugs to keep her passion up, she would have developed some immunity to it. Like a common drug abuser, they need to increase the dosage to keep them high. He kicked himself for only doping her with a small amount. There is no way he can get her to drink another cup of his wine. What shall he do? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10 Chapter 6. Book 10 Chapter 6, The Deciding Factor. While Xiang Shaolong is still undecided, Empress Jing stood up. He was expecting her to storm out in a huff, instead, she walked slowly to the window and released a long breath, gazing at the trees and flowers. Xiang Shaolong followed her lead and leaned on the windowsill, scrutinizing her chiseled face. Although her face is peach red, her mesmerizing eyes show that she is still dwelling on her past. Switching between happiness, anger, sadness and pain is all alternating on her face. Xiang Shaolong is sure that the drug is taking effect, causing her to reveal her hidden and suppressed expressions. She has even forgotten her original intention to get Xiang Shaolong to harm Zhaoya. This Queen of Zhao seems to be in a trance as if she has taken some mind-altering medication. Exhibiting an unusual side of her, she seems to have lost her normal willpower and sense of preparedness. Xiang Shaolong plucked up his courage and reached out with his hand around her soft and tender shoulder. What is Her Majesty thinking about? He soothingly asked. Empress Jing appears to be immune to his touch. Shaking her head, she cried, I hate him. Xiang Shaolong was taken aback and coaxed, who dares to offend your majesty? Hey! Do you want another cup of wine? Irritated, Empress Jing scowled, wouldn't drinking wine make me feel even worse than before? She did not even turn her head and stared at him through the corner of her eye. Xiang Shaolong has a guilty conscience and dare not incur her wrath. Releasing his grip on her shoulder, he nodded, yes. If you cut water with a knife, the water will still flow on. If you drink, the alcohol entering your upset liver will be transformed into tears. Unknowingly, he sprouted a line from Li Bai, the great Tang dynasty poet. Due to his limited memory, the verse is modified and doesn't make any sense. Empress Jing muttered, if you cut water with a knife, the water will still flow on. If you drink, the alcohol entering your upset liver will be transformed into tears. Her curvy figure started to shake and she faced him with her eyes shining with coldness. Xiang Shaolong is so nervous that his hands and feet turned into ice. He cursed himself for acting like an unrefined boor and yet came up with a fantastic line like that. The chill in her eyes faded rapidly as Empress Jing sighed, what a moving verse. It is subtle but yet pleasing to the ear. For so many years, this is the first time I am touched by poetry. Ending, her face became even more reddish. Xiang Shaolong was relieved. He is certain that she was recollecting her past with Prince Xinling, causing her pretty eyes to turn cold. It appears that Prince Xinling has dealt her such a heavy blow that she is still unable to let go after so many years. Her tryst with Zhao Mu is likely to be a form of revenge. In this case, she must be ignorant about Han Xuan's and Prince Xinling's conspiracy. Prince Xinling gained her true love while Zhao Mu was all about perverted satisfaction and excitement. After they gazed at each other for some time, Empress Jing warmed up and stayed in a low voice, "Dong Quang. You are a special man, dot." Xiang Shaolong tested the waters by reaching over and holding her snow-white jade hands. Her hands are well manicured with long fingernails. Empress Jing rotated slightly and allowed her precious hand to land in this man's grasp. Just as Xiang Shaolong is about to pull her into his embrace, Empress Jing retracted her hand. Her delicate eyes show signs of awakening as she coldly snorted, "Does General Dong know why I have summoned you?" Xiang Shaolong was dismayed that the effects of the drug are subsidizing and this woman is recovering her usual clarity. He nodded, "Please give your orders and I will not fail you." Xiang Shaolong left Han Shuang's residence and headed to Zhao Mu's residence at once. The traitor is not at home and he left a message and head back to the command center to liaise with Tang Yi. After his report, he sighed, "There are bound to be some setbacks. Now, we can only rely on military might. I thought that we can seduce her and break Zhao Mu's 5 actual control over her. Who knows? AI. Tang Yi reassured, "She has not given you the evidence to plant in Lady Ya's residence. When you meet up again, just increase the dosage." Xiang Shaolong shook his head. "First, we may not be drinking. Second, I am not used to such methods to deal with women. Forget it. It is better than Yoer leave Handan City and we have one less consideration." Tang Yi informed, "Talented Lady Ji just sent word that she has informed Xiaocheng that she will return to Wei tomorrow. From what I see, her departure will stir up some debates and speculation, especially from Li Yuan and Lord Longyang." Xiang Shaolong could understand his meaning. This selfish and devious Li Yuan will not give up on an opportunity that is within his reach. Lord Longyang will suspect that she is leaving to rendezvous with Xiang Shaolong. Her leaving of Handan City will not be as smooth as expected. Tang Ti added, "You need not fret over Yanran. I have made arrangements. Earlier, I have sent someone to move the Tian sisters secretly to the farm. Tomorrow, they can escape to Xianyang with Mr. Zhou Yen." Xiang Shaolong is still worried. "How will you deal with Lord Longyang and Li Yuan?" Tang Yi explained, "Lord Longyang will not resort to force with talented lady. He will only send spies to observe in secret. He will also notify the Wei border guards to track her movement. As long as we do not allow his men to reach Wei, everything will be taken care of." Xiang Shaolong nodded at his brilliance. With him controlling the city guards, killing Lord Longyang's spies is a piece of cake. Tang Yi continued, "From my estimates, Li Yuan may resort to force when necessary. He cannot send his own men to attack her and can only ask Tian Dan for assistance. I will personally escort talented Lady Ji and Zhou Yen with an army of Zhao soldiers. We will lay down a decoy and send them to Han instead. This will take care of Li Yuan's ploy." Xiang Shaolong laughed, "Yanran is not a common and weak woman. She is full of wisdom and strength to protect herself. Let Big Brother see to this. I still need her to watch over Zhao Ming Xiong and company. We must pay extra attention to the men on Zhao Ming Xiong's name list." Tang Yi asked, "There is something that I still do not comprehend. Why would Zhao Mu want to get the Qi army involved? With Xiaocheng's death, he will be in power. Killing Li Mu and Lian Po will be easy, not to mention idiots like Guo Kai and Chang Su. I am certain that he still suspects Empress Jing and treats you like a pawn. His real trust should lie with Zhao Ming Xiong and not an outsider like you. He can even blame you for opening the gates to the Qi army and killed Tian Dan and Li Yuan at the same time. No one is better than Zhao Mu in understanding the ambitions of Qi and Chu against the three-state ally." Xiang Shaolong ran these thoughts in his head and nodded, "Second brother is right. Zhao Mu will never be satisfied with our independent attitude. But things are too complicated in Tian Dan. Li Yuan will surely have a plot against Zhao Mu. We can only react to whatever situations that arises and wait for a golden opportunity to whisk away Zhao Mu. The most pressing thing is to get Zhao Ye to leave Handan City and all will be better." An attendant reported that Zhao Mu was here personally to see him and both men were stunned. Tang Yi excused himself as the guards brought Zhao Mu in. Escorting him were the leader of Zhao Moism Juzi Yanping and 8 other elite warriors that Xiang Shaolong has seen before. Xiang Shaolong gave them a warm welcome and paid his respects to Yanping like he is seeing him for the first time. Recalling their first encounter in Zhao Mu's residence, he guessed that Yanping is now allied with Zhao Mu. This Zhao Moism Juzi has lost some weight and his eyes are more sharper. It looks like after his loss to Xiang Shaolong,
he made a lot of effort to train. Not only has he regained his wounded pride, his skills are at a higher level now.
Xiang Shaolong was in agony.
If Yin Ping and his men are Zhao Mu's bodyguards, dealing with this traitor will be so much harder. The three men were seated as tea is served and Zhao Mu's personal escorts guarded the four directions.
Zhao Mu gave a dry cough. Juzi is my esteemed guest who will be dealing with Xiang Shaolong. He has brought 300 followers who are all formidable people.
If Xiang Shaolong did not come, so be it. If he is here, he will not leave Handan City intact. Xiang Shaolong feigned happiness and said, if Juzi needs any assistance, please let me know. Yin Ping let out a solemn chuckle and commented in a low voice, after Marquis heard of his return, we have been guarding every pass and waiting for him to fall into our traps. We did not even catch his shadow, which is extremely strange.
From our sources, he is definitely not in Xiangyang.
Zhao Mu interrupted, Xiang Shaolong injured some people near Handan City and escaped.
Juzi led his men in pursuit to the vicinity of Wei but did not discover any tracks. Juzi concluded that Xiang Shaolong is still in the city and is linked to Lu Cheng's assassination.
Xiang Shaolong was shaken. No wonder Zhao Mu was generally unworried about Xiang Shaolong returning to Handan City.
He has Yin Ping as his secret weapon against Xiang Shaolong.
It is fortunate that he has regained Zhao Mu's trust so that Zhao Mu revealed Yin Ping's presence to him.
He has been too careless and neglected Yin Ping, this huge foe.
With his eyes brimming with chill, Yin Ping coldly added, we have searched all the nearby forests and villages and there is no sign of him.
The only explanation is he is hiding in the city under someone's protection. Xiang Shaolong acted aghast. Juzi's theories make good sense. Who does Juzi suspect to be hiding him?
Yin Ping looked at Zhao Mu before divulging, only Zhaoya has the ability to hide Xiang Shaolong. Xiang Shaolong declared, let me send some men to watch her around the clock. We will surely find a loophole.
Hi.
She says I am the only man in her heart. So I am only a cover while she is really with her old sweetheart.
Zhao Mu reasoned, Juzi has the same analysis.
Let him handle Zhao Ya's supervision. If you send your men, they will not be able to hide from Zhao Ya's family warriors. Yin Ping stood up and bade, excuse me General Dong, I have some matters to attend to, but... As Xiang Shaolong escorted him to the main gate, Yin Ping lowered his voice saying, Xiang Shaolong would not dare to spend too much time here. I believe he will attack Marquis within a few days. If we are well prepared, we need not fear him. Xiang Shaolong could only agree but is actually full of misery.
Yin Ping's presence will only add to the burden of his mission.
After seeing Yin Ping off, Xiang Shaolong returned to Zhao Mu and reported Empress Jing's ploy to harm Zhao Ya. He frowned, we can easily dispose of this 5 lut. The issue is she recommended my promotion to city commander. In a twist of events, or because she is not there to put in a good word for me, Xiaocheng may not give me the army seal. This will affect our grand plan. Zhao Mu is satisfied that Xiang Shaolong reported his session with Empress Jing and smiled, when we get the army seal, we will dispose of Zhao Ya.
You can delay Empress Jing's orders. HNG.
I have laid my plans well and can succeed the Zhao Empire anytime.
The present issue is Xiaocheng's precautions.
The palace guards are all controlled by him.
If we cannot use trickery, we shall have to use force.
Before Li Mu returns, we must send him to heaven.
Hearing this update, Xiang Shaolong understood Zhao Mu's schemes. Trickery is to use poison.
Xiaocheng will die because of illness and this is the best outcome. Zhao Mu and Empress Jing must have been trying to poison him but they have been unsuccessful.
Xiaocheng knew that Zhao Mu is a poisons expert and will take due precautions. Forces to use the Zhao army and force their way into the palace. After killing Xiaocheng, they will install the crown prince on the throne.
This is the worst outcome as he needs to rely on the Qi army to deflect the returning army of Li Mu. Zhao Mu lowered his voice, no matter what, I have covered all the details of either scheme.
Let's talk more the next time. You should spend more time talking to Xiaocheng. He is easily persuaded.
Who knows, he might give you the army seal after you chatted more with him. Pausing, he asked, I heard that talented Lady Ji is heading back to Wei, even before Lord Longyang.
Have you heard about this? Xiang Shaolong pretended to be astounded and cried, what?
Zhao Mu chuckled, that is a piece of great news.
Li Yuan will not let go of the heavenly maiden.
If he chased after her and resort to force, we can use this excuse to kill him. We can even push the blame to Ji Yanran and let Li Yuan be an H0RNY ghost.
Xiang Shaolong was flabbergasted.
It is no wonder Xiaocheng dare not act against Zhao Mu. This latter does have his cruel methods that act as a deterrent.
Arriving at Lady Ya's residence, Zhao Ya brought him to the unforgettable loft.
Xiang Shaolong noticed that her eyes were bloodshot and appeared to have been crying.
What is wrong? He curiously asked. Zhao Ye fell into his embrace whining, I just had a big fight with Xiao Cheng.
After Xiang Shaolong got her to calm down, she recounted, this morning, you spoke to me about Empress Jing and Zhao Mu's conspiracy. I could not tolerate it and enter the palace, telling Xiao Cheng to watch the people around him. He mistaken me for bad-mouthing Gua Kai and blew his top. I screwed him for misusing his talents and he cursed me for loving you.
Xiang Shaolong felt uneasy and anxiously asked, did you tell him about Empress Jing? Zhao Ye shook her head, what is the use of saying it?
I have no evidence and he will mistake me for wanting to harm her. Xiang Shaolong had wanted to persuade Zhao Ye to leave Zhao.
In her pitiful state, how he can bring this matter up? In that instance, he did not know what to say.
Zhao Ye raised her head and smiled bitterly, it is a good quarrel nonetheless.
As soon as I came home, the imperial decree came. I was ordered to leave for Dalian, Wei capital, immediately and will be traveling with Miss Yanran. Xiang Shaolong was mystified, what is your mission to Dalian? Are you not frightened of Prince Xinling?
Zhao Ye felt his face with her hand and loving cooed, luckily you still care for me or I'll be better off dead.
My current mission is to bring the fourth princess to marry the crown prince of Wei.
On the surface, it is to replace your Qianer but it is really a transaction.
The dowry is the original copy of Lu Gong's secret manual. Lord Longyang's current trip is also to discuss this marriage. Xiang Shaolong just couldn't figure out. Why did your brother agree? He asked.
Zhao Ye sighed, he has no choice. Xi and Chu are giving him a lot of pressure.
Without Wei's support, what can Zhao and Han achieve?
He had long wanted to send me over but I know that you are coming back so I refuse to go. Now that we have such a bitter fight, he no longer cares if I am willing or unwilling to go.
Xiang Shaolong exclaimed, this is great. You can slip over to Xianyang while traveling.
Zhao Ye shook her head strongly, I want my life too but this matter is of great importance. I must finish it at all costs before I can leave for Xianyang in peace.
After that, I will not owe Xiao Cheng anything. AI. Xiao Cheng is not like this in the past.
After Lady Ni's tragic death, he became very bad-tempered.
Remembering the exquisite Lady Ni, Xiang Shaolong's spirits took a beating and he sighed, Prince Xinling hates you to the core and will try to harm you.
Zhao Ye kept quiet for a while and softly said, does hubby know what Empress Jing and I are on such bad terms?
Xiang Shaolong guessed, because of Prince Xinling?
A guilty Zhao Ye nodded and faintly remarked, I do not wish to bring up the past.
Prince Xinling still has feelings for me.
That is why his men attacked the palace when they knew I was away.
Moreover, Lord Longyang guaranteed my safety. He will be traveling with us. Xiang Shaolong was astonished. Isn't your brother sending him off with a banquet on the day after tomorrow? How can he leave before that? Zhao Ye bitterly smiled, are you that simple-minded? He does not believe that talented Lady Ji is really returning to Dalian.
He sensed that she is taking the chance to flee and meet up with Xiang Shaolong.
Miss Ji does not know about this yet. AI. Shaolong. What should Yanran do? Xiang Shaolong's brain is throbbing with pain.
A simple departure has made everything so complicated. If Yanran knows about this, she will be furious. His responsibilities are overwhelming and he struggles to handle them all.
Zhao Ye sighed again, we have to be apart for some time and may not even see each other again. Yair does not wish to live anymore.
Why is life so difficult?
Xiang Shaolong forced his headaches aside and raises his energy, asking, does Xiao Cheng have another son?
Zhao Ye shook her head, there is only a crown prince. Therefore, no matter who badmouths that woman, Empress Jing, Xiao Cheng will not be affected.
Xiang Shaolong continued to probe, does Xiao Cheng have any siblings?
Zhao Ye was surprised as she stared at him. After a moment, she replied, there is Prince of Wu City.
Wu City is just a few days traveling away from Qi. You can reach there in 2 days if you rush the trip. Are you suspecting that he is conspiring with Tian Dan?
Xiang Shaolong's face is full of suspicions as he assessed, I definitely do not trust Tian Dan to help Zhao Mu ascend the throne without his own benefits.
If I am Tian Dan, I will not believe that Zhao Mu can control Empress Jing.
And Empress Jing is not likely to get rid of Zhao's supporting pillars Lian Pa and Li Mu. The best way is to tempt Prince Wu and get rid of Zhao Mu, Empress Jing, and the Crown Prince in one swoop.
Zhao Mu will be the scapegoat. He will then kill Li Mu and Lian Pa through Prince Wu.
Zhao will then be in his hands. Therefore, he needs to kill me first to highlight his brilliance. He surely does not believe that I will work for him.
Zhao Ye thought about his words.
Her face changed color and uttered, Shaolong, you are right. This brother, Prince Wu, of mine is a greedy fellow and does harbor thoughts of rebellion.
What can we do?
Xiang Shaolong smiled, regardless, Tian Dan can plot against you, we can plot against him too.
Do not let anyone know about this. I naturally will have a plan to counter this. Forget all your worries and leave this place tomorrow. Wait for my news in Daliang and never come back to Handan City. Zhao Ye bit her lips. You are not keeping me company tonight?
Xiang Shaolong kissed her petite face and smiled. There are many opportunities in the future.
These few days are crucial to our success and I cannot indulge in pleasures of the flesh. Do you know there are people watching you?
He shared about the presence of Yin Ping and reassured her at the same time.
He then left to visit Xiaocheng in the palace. The palace attendant reported that Xiaocheng is unwell and has retired early. Xiang Shaolong decided to see Empress Jing since he was here.
All of a sudden, he came to realize that the success or failure of his mission in Handan City lies solely in the hands of this cunning queen of Zhao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10 Chapter 7.
Book 10 Chapter 7, filled with plans from head to toe. Empress Jing received Dong Quang in that secluded pavilion in the Imperial Gardens.
After being seated, Xiang Shaolong said, Lady Ya has informed me that she is headed to Daliang tomorrow, so tonight is the only chance to make our move against her. All I need to do is find a valid excuse to head to her residence and I will carry out the task.
Empress Jing, have you prepared the necessary materials? A poisonous look flashed across the Empress of Zhao's eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she finally sighed.
She should consider herself lucky. We'll consider this matter to have come to an end now. Xiang Shaolong's heart trembled slightly. He realized that this noble lady and Zhao must have some sort of secretive yet effective system of communication between them. That's why she was able to find out so quickly that there has been a change in the situation. Just as he was considering the best way to awaken her to the possibility of Prince Wucheng's rebellion, Empress Jing mournfully sighed. When wine passes through worries, it transforms into tears.
Today, I've been incessantly thinking about this moving line. I can't motivate myself to do anything.
Based upon all the information he had gathered, Xiang Shaolong was now capable of drawing a rough sketch of the history and person of this first lady of Zhao. After being married off to the country of Zhao and becoming the empress, her task was to maintain and strengthen the alliance of the three countries. In addition, she faithfully gave the people of Zhao their one and only crown prince. Everything should have been perfect, but a problem appeared in the form of King Xiaocheng. Because of his love for other men, he neglected her.
Empress Jing definitely was not a promiscuous woman.
Although King Xiaocheng didn't keep a tight watch on her, she nonetheless followed all the rules of propriety, living a lonely life at court. This sort of woman, once she truly falls in love, becomes an even more hopeless case when compared to how promiscuous women act. The person who made her truly fall in love was Prince Xinling.
The latter was just putting on an act to gain personal benefit for himself.
For the sake of politics, he put on a show for her, while the person he really cared for was Zhao Ye. Naturally, after Empress Jing discovered this, she suffered a wound which, to this very day, had not yet been healed. Zhao Mu, seeing the opportunity, used King Xiaocheng's indulgence for all sorts of games to acquire a stockpile of many different medicines, which he used to arouse her sexual desire. He caused herself to wallow in wanton despair and become willing to do anything for him. Empress Jing harbored a deep hatred towards King Xiaocheng, and in addition, she wasn't a woman without ambition. The powerful and yet subtle relationships which developed between male and female caused her and Zhao Mu to use each other for mutual benefit, spurring each other on to greater depravities.
No one can deny that Zhao Mu was a very attractive, mesmerizing man.
He had ways for seducing both men and women. Otherwise, before Zhao Ye fell in love with Xiang Shaolong, she wouldn't have found herself unable to resist Zhao Mu's seductions and teases. If, hypothetically, he, Xiang Shaolong, was able to win over Empress Jing to his side, Zhao Mu's biggest supporter would be gone, and the task of capturing him would become much easier as well. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. To have a happy, peaceful life in this era, the only option was to stop at nothing and use any methods available to achieve his goal.
Staring at him, Empress Jing said, "Why are you sighing?"
Xiang Shaolong, when thinking of the unscrupulous, underhanded tactics he was going to have to use, felt no desire for her at the moment.
He dully said, "I don't know either."
Empress Jing didn't expect him to reply in such a manner. Astounded, she said, "You are very frank." Both of them were silent for some time. After the two stared at each other for some time, Empress Jing found herself somewhat unable to withstand his scorching gaze. Lowering her head, she said, "You really are willing to listen to my orders to frame Zhao Ye? I thought you liked her?" "All men like women like her, who know how to satisfy them in bed." Xiang Shaolong understand what she was thinking.
He ruggedly replied, "To ask me to frame the innocent really is something I am reluctant to do.
I'd rather kill her with a chop of the sword and do things neatly and cleanly."
At worst, I would have to flee from Handan afterwards and in such a manner, repay you, Empress Jing, for the kindness you showed in promoting me. Empress Jing's entire body trembled as she stared at him. Her phoenix-like eyes quivering with a fierce look in them, she replied with cold formality, so you have the audacity to act against my instructions? Xiang Shaolong used the technique of using soft to overcome hard. He let out another sigh. I, Dong Quang, am willing to sacrifice my livelihood and even my very life for you, Empress Jing. Empress, are you still not satisfied? Why is there such deep hatred between yourself and Lady Ya? Empress Jing's face turned icy. You aren't qualified to get involved in the grudge between myself and her. Seeing that she was no longer criticizing him over resisting her orders, Xiang Shaolong knew that she had already softened towards him. At this moment, he was riding on the tiger's back, with no way to get off. If he didn't use extraordinary measures to subdue her, it would be very difficult to anticipate the consequences. Zhaoya was an excellent example of how difficult it is to fathom and understand the minds of these women, who have lived in the palace for so long. Suddenly, she issued an order of expulsion. General Dong, if you have no further business here, you have my leave to depart. Xiang Shaolong rose to his feet. Taking 2 angry steps away, he spoke to her with his back turned. Empress Jing, do you know that disaster is so near that it is pressing at your eyelashes? Empress Jing's tender body trembled slightly. Laughing coldly, she said, General Dong, if you are just saying frightening words to try and scare me, I definitely will not let you off. Xiang Shaolong casually shrugged his shoulders, not appearing to care in the slightest. If that's the case, please allow me to take back the words I said earlier. Starting today, I, Dong Quang, no longer owe you, Empress Jing, anything further. If the Empress wishes to take Dong Quang's life, go ahead and give the order. Empress Jing exploded with anger. Rising to her feet, her lovable voice shouted, What audacity! How dare you speak to me with that sort of attitude? Do you believe me when I tell you that I will immediately call for someone to come and pull your tongue out by the roots? Xiang Shaolong swiftly turned around and stared at her, shooting her a gaze filled with cold electricity. His appearance suddenly became powerful without compare. He replied, I, Dong Quang, have never considered life or death to be a matter of great importance. If all I wanted to do was make you happy, it would be very easy for me to ignore my conscience and just say words pleasing to the ear. But no matter who I am willing to lie to, I, Dong Quang, am not willing to deceive my beloved Empress Jing. That's the reason why I spoke those words from the heart. I didn't expect that I would gain only your disfavor. Forget it. It's no big deal if I can no longer be the city commander. At first, I was able to carry out some things on your behalf. It is a pity that things are the way they are. I'm going to go to the king now and return to him the imperial seal for commanding troops. I no longer wish to concern myself with the affairs of Handan. When had Empress Jing ever been rebuked directly in such a way by anyone before? For the moment, she was stunned and speechless. But upon hearing the overbearing power of his impassioned speech, her heart actually softened. She only tightened her tender face and said, Fine. Since you are so straightforward, go ahead and tell me these words from the depths of your heart. I will respectfully listen to them. Xiang Shaolong secretly felt great joy. Deciding to stop while he was ahead, he disappointedly sighed, Right now, your servant's heart is dejected and downcast. I don't wish to say anything at all. Empress Jing, call for someone to come take me away. I definitely will not resist. Empress Jing was briefly stunned. Leaving the table, she came to his side. After her slender, beautiful face closely examined his own for a moment, she let out a light sigh. Why do you have to be so angry with me? Even if you don't care about your own life, you should think about the needs of your followers in Handan. Even the king cannot protect you from being punished for offending your betters. Xiang Shaolong knew that the time was right. Deep emotion flowing from his eyes, he shook his head. I don't know why I was unable to control myself either. I only felt that if Empress Jing were to wrongly think badly of me, that I would, I don't know what to say. Empress Jing was stunned at first. Then, she let out a tinkling laugh, the sound of silver bells chiming. Stretching her hands out, she pressed them against his broad chest. In a low voice, she said, No need for you to explain. Of course I understand what you mean. Feeling her precious hands gently touch and stroke him, Xiang Shaolong suddenly felt a surge of desire. He comfortably closed his eyes. In a soft voice, he said, Empress Jing, please don't be like this. Otherwise, I won't be able to control myself and will violate you. Giggling with laughter, Empress Jing said, Just now, weren't you acting so mean and ferocious that you looked as though you were going to devour me whole? Why are you now trembling with fear? Eek. No. Xiang Shaolong had waited for just such a good opportunity. It felt like he had been waiting for centuries. Why be polite for any longer? He roughly pulled her into his embrace and pressed his lips against her fragrant neck and shoulder. How could Empress Jing have imagined that he would be so rough and daring? She thought that he would be as proper as he had been in the past. By the time she thought to try and struggle free, she found herself lost within this man's charisma and his depredations of her. Xiang Shaolong ardently and fiercely kissed this first lady as his hands roamed across her buttocks without any scruple or reservation, holding her so tightly that she almost found herself unable to breathe. Only by breaking down the barriers between man and woman would he be able to break down Zhao Mu's control over her. This was similar to how Zhao Mu himself subdued her. These arrogant palace noblewomen lacked for nothing at all, but it was precisely because they lacked no material goods that they couldn't help but feel that their hearts were empty. If he could compensate for this defect in her heart, it would be the same as winning her affection. His freedom of action would become much greater, with the difference between as great as that between the clouds of heaven and the mud of the earth. Although there was some deception involved, how many times had she used the same sort of seductive deception against him? To him, this was just another battlefield. In the blink of an eye, Empress Jing began to react ardently. Xiang Shaolong's lust was tremendous, especially when he thought about her high and lofty status as the empress of the nation. But, knowing that she had suffered a deep psychological wound in the past, it wouldn't do to proceed with undue haste. When both of them were out of breath from each other's kisses, he said in a low voice, "Empress Jing, do you know about the conspiracy between Prince Wuqing, Tian Dan, and Zhao Mu?" Empress Jing, whose body was still ensconced in his arms, suddenly trembled violently. The lust in her phoenix-like eyes suddenly dissipated. Staring at him, she cried out involuntarily, "What?" Xiang Shaolong's arms around her tightened. In a soft voice, he said, "Empress Jing, you really underestimated Tian Dan and Zhao Mu. Do you think that it never crossed their minds that after the crown prince ascends to the throne, all power would be concentrated in your hands? In addition, everyone knows that you won't be so stupid as to destroy the base of your military security by executing Li Mu and Lianpa, the pillars supporting the country of Zhao. At that point in time, wouldn't Tian Dan have wasted all of his efforts for no gain? It is precisely because they have ulterior motives that they find themselves 100% confident in their actions." Their two bodies were still entangled with one another's, but Empress Jing had already totally recovered her normal clarity of thought. She calmly said, "Where did you get this news from?" Rousing his own spirit, Xiang Shaolong said, "From the first time Tian Dan met me, he wanted to win me over to his side. After you promoted me to the rank of city commander, I sought him out and held secret talks with him. I pretended to be loyal to him, to see what secrets and plans he had. That is how I heard about this secret." A sharp light shone out of Empress Jing's eyes as she stared at him without blinking. Xiang Shaolong matched the intensity of her gaze, not budging in the slightest. A slightly ridiculing tone to her voice, the beautiful woman replied, "I didn't realize that horse fanatic Dong was so very skilled at deceiving people." MMPH. Xiang Shaolong once again sealed off her lips with his own. This time, Xiang Shaolong stopped after only a quick taste. He boldly said, "For the sake of Empress Jing, it's no big deal if I deceive someone. But there is one thing I do not understand. The king is not in the best of health. I'm afraid that he doesn't have much time left to him. Empress Jing, why don't you just wait for a short period of time longer, instead of taking on such a risk?" Empress Jing had been kissed by him until her entire body went limp. Panting, she said, "If I were to wait a few more years, the country of Zhao will have been lost because of this blockhead." Xiang Shaolong suddenly saw the light, realizing that she had the same line of thought as him. No wonder she was willing to collude with Zhao Mu. With a slightly begging tone to her voice, Empress Jing said, "Let go of me, all right? There's a lot of things I need to discuss with you." Xiang Shaolong secretly thought to himself that he might as well go all out. If he didn't seize this opportunity to conquer her, he feared that he wouldn't have such a good opportunity again. Just as he was about to launch a fierce attack, a palace lady's voice came from the staircase. "The palace servant, Zhang Jiguang, has come to report that the king is waiting for General Dong in the inner palace." The two were feeling guilty due to their sordid actions. They hurriedly separated. Forcing herself to calm down, Empress Jing said, "General Dong will go immediately. Have him wait just a moment." Giving him a glance, she said in a low voice, "No matter what, don't let the king know what just happened. When dusk falls, go to Han Xuan's residence. I have business to discuss with you." Xiang Shaolong found it unimaginable that he once again lost the chance to taste the Empress of Zhao, despite her having been literally at his lips. Lamenting at the situation, he left disappointed. The palace servant, Zhang Jiguang, led him into a sturdy building within the inner palace. In a low voice, he said, "The king just woke up. When he heard that you came to visit him, he immediately ordered me to bring you to him." Xiang Shaolong knew that the servant had covered up his visit to Empress Jing. He immediately expressed his gratitude. Jiguang said, "Right now, everyone in the palace holds General Dong in the utmost esteem. If it wasn't for you quickly capturing those villains, who knows how many more of us would have met with disaster." Xiang Shaolong made a few modest remarks, before seizing the opportunity to ask, aside from General Chang, who amongst the palace guards holds the most authority? Upon hearing Chang Su's name, Jiguang revealed a look of disdain. It would of course be the chief guard, General Zhao Lingpin. His popularity, prestige, and record of service all surpass that of General Chang. But because he doesn't know how to curry favor with Chief Advisor Gua, he's never been given great authority. Xiang Shaolong didn't expect him to speak so openly about internal affairs. Staring at him in astonishment, he nodded. "Palace servant Zhang, you really speak boldly and forthrightly." Jiguang smiled. "I speak based on my judgment of the person I am speaking with. Right now, everyone in Handan knows that horse fanatic Dong is an amazing hero who does not tremble at the sight of power and influence. If our country of Great Zhao had a few more heroes like General Dong, why would we fear the rapacious predator like Qin?" Xiang Shaolong clapped him on the shoulder. "I simply must make a friend of you, palace servant Zhang. I'll probably have favors that I need you to help me with over the next 2 days as well." They stopped talking as they crossed over the threshold of the door. Passing by 2 palace guardians, they entered the room to meet with King Xiaocheng. After paying respects to the monarch, each of them seated themselves. Before he had a chance to speak, King Xiaocheng ordered all the guards to leave before saying in a low voice, "Do you have any good news to report on the oaths of loyalty?" Xiang Shaolong closely examined his face. Although he looked a bit tired, he didn't look as bad as he had imagined. The number of guards patrolling the marquis residence suddenly increased dramatically, and Tian Dan gifted him with 10 giant hounds that are particularly sharp of eye and keen of nose. Aside from forcibly entering the residence, there's really no way in. If my guess is correct, someone has leaked the news out to him, causing Zhao Mu to become wary of me. King Xiaocheng was stunned for a moment, before revealing a pondering look in his eyes. After a long time, he said, "There's only a very few number of people who know about this, and we have ordered them to guard this secret carefully. Who would dare to disobey our commands?" Xiang Shaolong said, "Maybe I'm being overly suspicious. Perhaps Zhao Mu is simply increasing his guards due to the critical time about to come to pass." King Xiaocheng's expression changed quickly. In a heavy voice, he said, "The great general is about to return in a few days' time. If Zhao Mu wishes to rebel, he must make his move in these next few days. General Dong, have you received any intelligence on this front?" Xiang Shaolong said, "He once mentioned that he will need to borrow support from the men of Qi to accomplish the deed. Based on this, I imagine he has a full and complete set of plans to allow the men of Qi to easily enter the city." "Oh. Not good." King Xiaocheng was alarmed. "General Dong, what did you just think of?" What Xiang Shaolong had suddenly thought of was Zhao Mingxiong, that internal traitor. With him acting as cover, it wouldn't be hard at all to sneak a group of men from under the walls through the Wu family tunnels. No wonder that Zhao Mu, when he suspected Dong Quang of betraying him, still appeared so confident and unconcerned. This really was not good at all. Although he thought of this, he dared not say it. He lied, "I believe that this very night, Zhao Mu will initiate the first of his chain plans of attack. He will assassinate the ministers and generals opposed to him to cause confusion in the hearts of the soldiers and the civilians. I must make preparations." This was also very much a possibility. When he thought of this, he suddenly felt very uneasy. But before they had concluded their talks, he dared not rashly depart. King Xiaocheng's face turned white. Gasping with astonishment, he said, "Make the first strike to seize the initiative. Right now, we can't hold too many scruples. General Dong, order your men to go and capture or kill Zhao Mu. If he is going to be disloyal to me, there's no need for me to be faithful to him. No one can blame us for being ruthless to him." Although Xiang Shaolong's heart was burning with anxiety, he forced himself to be calm as he explained, "Highness, you are absolutely correct. That is the most direct, straightforward way to deal with things. But right now, we still don't know how many of the palace or city guards are traitors. If Zhao Mu gets a wind of the plan and makes his move first, launching an attack in unison with Tian Dan and Li Yuan's forces, it will be very hard to determine who will win and who will lose. Today, Zhao Mu introduced me to the Mahist Juzi, Yinping. This extremely talented Mahist swordsman alone will be very difficult for us to deal with. When combined with the thousands of men Zhao Mu has under him, the situation looks very grim." Upon hearing the names Tian Dan, Li Yuan, and Yinping, King Xiaocheng's face turned ashen. At a loss as to what to do, he complained, "Are you saying we should just sit here and do nothing until he calls up his men and revolts?" Xiang Shaolong secretly grumbled to himself that all of Zhao Mu's resources and power were nurtured by the king himself. And now, the king wants to blame him?
He calmly replied, although your humble servant has become the city commander, I only have the authority to command the troops in dealing with routine matters of city security. I cannot deploy the troops as I see fit, much less command the troops stationed outside of the capital. If, theoretically, you were to give me the army seal, I would be able to strengthen our defenses and concentrate our forces within the city, while having all of the critical choke points and passageways manned by people I trust. At that point in time, we would no longer need to fear the forces outside of the city. Perhaps we would even be able to slaughter Tiandan and Li Yuan at the same time. King Xiaocheng hesitated for a long while, before saying in a trembling voice, Tiandan and Li Yuan are important officials of the kingdoms of Qi and Shu. Do not take any rash actions before I consult with generals Lian Pa and Li Mu. Xiang Shaolong secretly exclaimed to himself that this was such a pity. He knew that the king was just finding an excuse. He now better understood why Empress Jing said that the kingdom of Zhao would be lost under his rule. If you wish to accomplish great things, how can you be so full of misgivings and vacillate on what to do? King Xiaocheng suddenly rose to his feet. Fine. We will give you the army seal, so that you can act with full authority. Xiang Shaolong hurriedly knelt down to thank him. At this point in time, the hatred he felt for the king of Zhao had already become very dull and light. It had been replaced with pity and sorrow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10 Chapter 8. Book 10 Chapter 08, Sufficient Evidence. Xiang Shaolong rushed back to the command center and caught Jing Jun and Tang Yi as a secret discussion. Jing Jun has just come in from the farm. Tang Yi has a serious look on his face. Witnessing his entry, he called out, "Third brother, please listen to little Jun's report." Xiang Shaolong had the impression that Jing Jun slipped out to accompany his pretty village girl but is actually hard at work. Pleased, he remarked, let's see what his observations are. Jing Jun produced a rolled map and spread it open on the table. Although the map is slightly worn, you can catch a bird's-eye view of the Qi army formation, the surrounding forests and hills. Tang Yi scrutinized the map shortly and praised, Dan Chu lives up to his reputation of being Qi's famed general. Tall mountains covered his back and his camps lined up on two high grounds. From this, you can tell that he has substance. Pointing to the central camp, he added, a source of water is crucial to a good campsite. They are camped near the water source. Moving his hand down to the pastures and woods between three border camps and continued, and they have grass to feed the war horses. If they lay appropriate formations in the woods, it will be hard-pressed to attack them even with a much larger force. There are multiple rock formations within the camp and can be used for both attack and defense. Dan Chu is more than meets the eye. We must never let down our guard on them. Xiang Shaolong inquired, did we discover any tunneling? Jing Jun proudly reported, negative. I did question the neighboring huntsmen. They told me the mountain behind the camp is named Backwind Mountain. It nicely blocks off the cold wind blowing from the north. Just beyond the camp, there is a natural cave that goes deep into the mountain. The exit is a secret hole at the mountainside. After my investigations, I detected Qi sentries at the exit. It is no wonder that the nearby Zhao soldiers have no idea about this, but... Tang Yi pointed to a dense forest beside the mountain and checked, is it here? Have you entered the forest to see for yourself? Jing Jun answered, it is right there. The forest runs for 10 miles straight to a 0.5 miles northwest of Handan City. For those who are unaware of the cave, people can arrive at the city border without your detection. Xiang Shaolong stood up, come. Let's observe from the city wall. This beats talking over a piece of paper. As the trio ascended the North Tower sentry, city guards paid their respects. Chen Shi, the major in charge, rushed over to accept his orders. Xiang Shaolong acted uninterested and scanned the surroundings once. He made an excuse and got Chen Shi to leave. Lowering his voice, he told the two, it will be too risky if the Qi army is relying on internal traitors to open the city gates. The majority of the city guards are loyal men and the Qi army will be at a disadvantage if they queue up to enter the city. While the 10,000 of them is wasting time coming in, the border guards and the city guards can attack them on both sides. I believe that the Qi army has a secret way of entering the city. As long as they secure a few strategic locations and attack the palace, Handan City will belong to Tiandan. Tang Yi is moved, third brother speaks with reason. If they come in head-to-head, it will earn the spite of Handan's army and population. Everyone will sacrifice their lives to defend the city. The Qi army of 10,000 soldiers is insufficient to deal with such a situation. Jing Jun imagined, if I am Tiandan, I will disguise my men as Zhao citizens. When they enter the city, I will dress them as palace guards.
Collaborating with Zhao Mu, I will spread the rumor that Guo Kai and Shang Su rebelled. Zhao Mu and Empress Jing will rise to take over the court affairs. By then, Xiao Cheng is dead and third brother is his subordinate. Other officials can only accept this takeover obediently. Tang Yi became even more agitated. Xiang Shaolong watched the dense forests beyond the city and plainly said, Tian Dan will not be so foolish to help Zhao Mu and Empress Jing fulfill their fantasy. In addition, he will not trust this Dong horse fanatic or the crown prince. Caught off guard, the border guards may not be able to return in time. Thus, he will control the entire situation. When the army is in chaos and Han Dan's troops are mostly the old, weak or handicapped, there will not be a strong resistance. Tang Yi frowned. On what grounds can he prolong his control over Han Dan city? Will Li Mu let him off? Xiang Shaolong revealed his guess about Prince Wu Chen. He continued, it will fall to Prince Wu's responsibility. All he needs to do is to lead his men and the Qi army masquerading as Zhao army. He can kill Zhao Mu with a good reason and even push the death of Empress Jing and Crown Prince to him. When Li Mu is back, Prince Wu Chen is sitting on the throne with the backing of Qi and Chu. What can Li Mu do? If there is an internal strife, Tian Dan the Conqueror will lead his huge army to attack Han Dan city. When that occurs, Lian Pei is busy fighting Yan and Li Mu is fighting alone. Eliminating Zhao will be a piece of cake and Tian Dan will realize his ambition. The sun setting the west sends out millions of rays across the wide grasslands and forests. Tang Yi heaved a deep breath. It is good that we have figured out the intricacies or we might be annihilated. Even when we are in hell, we have no idea what brought us there. Pointing to a building in the city, he proposed, that is the North Command Center under the command of Zhao Ming Xiong. If I am not mistaken, there might be a tunnel which leads outside the city. Why don't little June conduct some investigations on the tunnel's entrance and exit? To Xiang Shaolong, he inquired, how you gotten the complete army seal, ... Xiang Shaolong patted his waist pouch happily, both the seal and decree are here. Let us deploy our troops now and fight to the last with Tian Dan and Zhao Mu. They may even act tonight. Tang Yi shook his head, I can foresee that they are still working on the tunnel day and night. They must keep their silence when digging or they may leak out their activities. Otherwise, they need not drag for another day. The earlier they control Han Dan city, the better can they prepare for Li Mu's return. When we can predict the day they complete the tunnel, we can predict the time when they will attack. Jing Jun suddenly warned, careful. Someone is here. Zhao Mingxiong's voice drifted over the stone steps of the city wall behind them. Assistant General pays his respects to City Commander. May I ask what instructions does City Commander have? Xiang Shaolong smiled, the king has given me the complete army seal. With such a heavy responsibility, I have to patrol personally and give my orders. Xiang Shaolong passed the burden of handling Zhao Mingxiong to Tang Yi. Chatting for a few more seconds, he left with Jing Jun. Leaving the city wall, Jing Jun made use of the darkness to conduct his investigations. He himself rushed to Han Xuan's residence to liaise with Empress Jing. Both parties are racing for time. Whoever can set their traps earlier will be the winner. This time round, Han Xuan did not bring him into the inner chamber but through the garden. They passed the rice granary where Prince Xinling's men used to be hiding and reached a hut that is used to store gardening tools. Han Xuan gave him a mysterious smile. Clapping his shoulder, he promised, General Dong will understand everything once he enters. As the wooden door was dragged open against the floor, Xiang Shaolong could see that the interior was dimly lit and the shadows are unclear. Empress Jing is actually inside. Surrounding her on all fours are her personal guards as well as Han Xuan's personal escorts. Under the light, there is a man who is tied to the wall. He appears to be in a daze and his clothes are bloodied and his face and head are full of scars. His body has burn marks which show that he has just been tortured. Empress Jing did not even turn her head and coldly said, except for Marquis and General Dong, the rest of you can scram. Everyone left in an instant. Empress Jing simply asked, General Dong, do you know who he is? Xiang Shaolong advanced to her side. Shaking his head, he answered, who is he? Behind him, Han Xuan cut in, he is one of the family warriors of Prince Wu Chen. He came to Han Dan city the day before yesterday. He came here to deliver weapon-grade copper to Guozhong. Xiang Shaolong was hit by a wave of realization. He suppressed his pity and asked in a deep voice, has he revealed anything? His heart could not stop thumping. If this guy refuses to say anything, it is the same as not catching him. Empress Jing let slips, General Dong is right. Prince Wu Chen the idiot does not know what is good for him. He has conspired with Tian Dan to revolt. Xiang Shaolong secretly sighed with relief and thanked his lucky stars. Han Xuan started, in the beginning, he is tight-lipped. We called his bluff that Prince Wu Chen was sighted in the Qi army camp that he starts to reveal everything. Xiang Shaolong was feeling relieved when he became anxious again. He frowned. Wouldn't this put them on the alert? He must people who are helping him.
Empress Jing's voice softened as she turned around and looked at him.
With her eyes full of gratitude, she said, "Relax. We will put on an act that he chickened out and dare not participate in the rebellion and has escaped in secret." Dong Quang. What should I do next? Han Shuang suggested. Sister and General Dong can return to the inner hall first. Leave this man to me.
Xiang Shaolong knew that he is going to kill him to shut his mouth. Sighing, he escorted Empress Jing into the inner hall. Arriving at the room where they last met, the personal guards stayed outside and even closed the door.
Empress Jing's expression is cold like ice.
She stood like a statue in the center of the room. Xiang Shaolong snaked to her back and stuck his body onto hers. He reached out with his strong hand and held onto her abdomen tightly. Empress Jing sighed and her icy demeanor began to thaw. She leaned into his embrace and faintly asked, "Dong Quang, will you deceive me?" Xiang Shaolong can understand her position. Her two lovers, Prince Xinling and Zhao Mu, have both deceived her, causing her to lose confidence in herself. Zhao Mu was actually ignorant about Prince Wu Chen. Under such circumstances, how could Empress Jing tell the difference? She could only believe Xiang Shaolong's lie. Empress Jing displayed her weak feminine side and cooed, "Kiss me." Xiang Shaolong will not be shy about such matters. After a hot kiss, Empress Jing resumed her usual resolute self and withdrew from his embrace. Pulling him to sit down at a corner, she asked in a deep voice, "How do they plan to deal with us, mother and son? Should we report this to His Majesty?" After a short thinking session, Xiang Shaolong managed to arrange all the complicated issues into a single train of thought. He shook his head. "If you want to tell him, it should be done before the torture of Prince Wu Chen's man. Moreover, there is no difference whether you tell him or not. If word gets to Zhao Mu, there will only be disadvantages and no benefits. The most pressing thing is to understand Tian Dan and Zhao Mu's plot. We must predict when they will act. After they make their move, we will react and wipe out the rebels in one shot." Empress Jing lowered her head and shyly mentioned, "From your tone, you seem to be aware of my relationship with Zhao Mu." Xiang Shaolong reached and held onto her clothes, gently coaxing, "Do not think too much. Empress Jing must act like everything is normal and continue to work with Zhao Mu. Leave the other problems to me." Empress Jing was worried. "Are you confident of handling Tian Dan? I have yet to see a man more devious than him. If I am Tian Dan, you will be the one I wish to kill first." Xiang Shaolong smiled. "Now, I can feel your true concern for me." Empress Jing's face reddened slightly. Shooting him a look, she stood up saying, "I will contact you via Ji Guang. He is not linked to Zhao Mu or Gui Kai and pledges his loyalty to the crown prince. He is definitely reliable." Xiang Shaolong knew that she cannot stay for too long and he himself needed a break too. He advised, "I'll make a move first. If Zhao Mu has any news, no matter how insignificant it is, please drop me a note." Empress Jing threw herself into his arms and softly asked, "Do you want to check out the loyalty letter name list? I may be lucky enough to catch a glimpse. After all, I am from the royal family and Zhao Mu will not dare to offend me." Xiang Shaolong gave her a light hug and kiss. "Then I will have more confidence. Do you trust me?" Empress Jing nodded her head. Pleased, Xiang Shaolong left. Having her on his side is truly a deciding factor in this battle. Before he could return to the command center, he was detained by Pu Bu. With him are 10 over-warriors of the Marquis's residence. They only winked at each other before he went on to meet Zhao Mu. Xiang Shaolong is certain that Tian Dan and Zhao Mu will act within these few days. As a result, he is also busy arranging his countermeasures. He is unsure of Zhao Mu's confidence in himself. Scanning around, he did notice Yin Ping's followers within the residence. They are easily identified as they all dress in hemp clothing and are barefooted. If he had not been promoted to become the city commander, or become the confidant of Xiaocheng, or Empress Jing's lover, based on his own abilities, he will hardly be Zhao Mu's match. He can only thank his good fortune. Zhao Mu personally came to meet him and led him into the secret chamber. He is cheerful and full of color. He congratulated, "Xiaocheng has issued an imperial decree that he has given the other half of the army seal to you. You have complete authority over the army now and you are tasked to improve the city defenses." Xiang Shaolong modestly said, "It is due to Marquis's good fortune that I do not lead a disgraceful life." Zhao Mu ordered, "We mustn't delay. Li Mu will arrive in a few days. We must achieve control first or we will lose this golden opportunity." Xiang Shaolong agreed, "As you instruct." The corner of Zhao Mu's mouth curled in a cold smile as he simply said, "Wu Kai and Cheng Su have been scrutinizing your every move in secret, hoping to find a weak spot. Xiang Shaolong purposely state, why not I deal with them? I will make it a clean job with no witnesses.
Zhao Mu disagreed. I have more important duties for you.
I still have misgivings about Tian Dan.
Xiang Shaolong was aghast. Marquis is not thinking of opening the city gates for the Qi army to assist the rebellion?
Zhao Mu clarified, once the rebellion is over, Tian Dan wants me to cede Wuchen, Guanjin, Wusui, Wuhong, Shuzhou and Fulu to him. These are our 6 provinces east of the river. How can these terms be accepted? Therefore, I have decided to act alone. With your input, I can still succeed without Tian Dan. Xiang Shaolong could not tell if he is lying or telling the truth. He frowned. After discounting the old, weak and handicapped soldiers, there are only about 10,000 soldiers in the city guards. Not everyone is willing to rebel with us. How can we handle Chang Su's palace guards?
Zhao Mu ordered, there are many ways to kill Xiao Cheng.
You can leave this to me. I want you to use your new authority to focus your troops on the movements of the Qi army.
I do not trust anyone else.
Long Shan, Tang Yi, and yourself must see to this personally.
Xiang Shaolong laughed in secret.
He figured out that Zhao Mu is still suspicious of him and is only making use of him for the time being. He nodded, I will follow your orders. If I leave the city, it may arouse suspicions. Who will the city guards depend on for their orders? Zhao Mu laughed, I have the perfect excuse. I will get a fake Xiang Shaolong to make an appearance nearby. You will have the best excuse to leave and pursue him.
It is only for one night. By morning, Xiao Cheng will be in heaven.
He continued, regarding the city guards, you can hand them over to Zhao Ming Xiong. He is with Jia and Li Mu and is friendly with Guo Kai and Cheng Su. With the both of you away, he will naturally take over your duties.
No one will suspect anything.
Xiang Shaolong admires his handiwork. If he did not know that Zhao Ming Xiong is a traitor or that the Qi army is digging a tunnel, he may really fall into Zhao Mu's trap. From all this, Zhao Mu must have been uneasy about himself. It could also be due to his character that arouses misgivings.
This traitor is only using him all the time.
Zhao Mu lowered his voice and sniggered, if something happens to Xiao Cheng and you are not around, you will not be suspected of having a part to play in his death.
Xiang Shaolong frowned, you are confident of controlling Empress Jing?
Zhao Mu nodded in appreciation, your thinking is very thorough. For her own sake, Empress Jing must cooperate with me. She will personally poison Xiao Cheng while I kill Guo Kai and Cheng Su. We will replace them with our own men and no one will dare to go against us. The sound of knocking was heard. Zhao Mu was annoyed, who dares to disturb me at such an hour?
Xiang Shaolong reasoned, it must something urgent. And went to open the door. An attendant frantically came to Zhao Mu's side and whispered a few words. The traitor was taken by surprise and stood up commanding, follow my instructions to the letter.
General Dong, please return first. As Xiang Shaolong left the Marquis's residence, he is very puzzled. What is the event that could cause Zhao Mu to react personally and immediately? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10 Chapter 9.
Book 10 Chapter 09, Eloquence.
Upon his arrival at the command center, Xiang Shaolong's stomach is rumbling.
He recollected that he hasn't had any dinner yet. He notified Ting Yi to get someone to cook a meal for him.
Instead, Tang Yi pulled him back to the main gate advising, third brother, please suffer in hunger for a while longer. Your wives have sent word on more than one occasion for you to go home for dinner. From now till tomorrow night, you better be careful of what you put in your mouth. If you died from Zhao Mu's poison, it will be a great injustice. I have got men to monitor our food and drink and place some fish in the well to test if the water is pure.
It is better to be safe than sorry. Xiang Shaolong was astounded by his advice and nodded in agreement. He took the opportunity to ask, any news from little June?
Tang Yi praised, there is no better spy than him. Within 4 hours, he has located the tunnel. It runs from Zhao Ming Xiong's camp all the way to the North City wall.
It is about 100 meters long.
Both sides are ready to be used.
They are now finishing the tunnel by reinforcing it with wooden panels and pillars. It should be put to use tomorrow night.
They arrived at the assembly ground and their horses were brought to them. Riding forward, they were escorted by nearly 500 soldiers, putting on an impressive display.
Xiang Shaolong noticed that only 10 over escorts are their own elite troops while the rest are ordinary Xiao soldiers. He is uncomfortable and inquired, where did these men come from?
Tang Yi smiled, I have sent our brothers to the various strategic locations to strengthen the power of the city defenses. These men are from different departments and I have avoided using those who are linked to Zhao Ming Xiong.
The background checks have been carried out and they are loyal to us.
Handan City is full of hidden dangers and it is better to strengthen ourselves.
Xiang Shaolong updated Tang Yi about Zhao Mu in a low voice. Tang Yi assessed, with such precise intelligence, it will be easier to deal with Zhao Mu and Tian Dan. The challenge is how to kill Tian Dan, capture Zhao Mu and escape back to Xianyang. Xiang Shaolong sighed, frankly, I don't think I can accomplish both of them. Tian Dan will never take part personally. Xiao Cheng, that muddle-headed king, has cowered at the last moment, ordering me not to touch Li Yuan and Tian Dan. We need his cooperation for tomorrow's night operations. If we have the same strength as the enemy, we will be in trouble. Tang Yi nodded in agreement. I realize your difficult position. Thank heavens we still have one night's time to go through our plans. Little June is monitoring their situation. If there are any changes, we can react in the shortest time. I have investigated the surroundings. The north wall is the only entrance to the tunnel. If the enemy is entering the city via the tunnel, only 3,000 or 4,000 can enter no matter how quickly they move within those hours. If we can prevent Zhao Mu from meeting the Qi people, I have confidence of annihilating them. Xiang Shaolong sighed, if not for your input, I will be busy like E11. As they spoke, they eventually reached home. Stepping into the inner hall, he saw Jiaye and Ji Yanran were present and are chatting with Shan Rou and Zhao Ji. The girls saw him entering and all eyes were fixated on him. Zhao Ji asked, where is second brother? Xiang Shaolong sat between Jiaye and Ji Yanran, answering, he went off to deploy our men to defend our residence. This is to prevent wild bees and romantic butterflies from coming in to pick these beautiful flowers. Everyone is amused by his refreshing talk on the bees and butterflies and could not help laughing. The stress and depressing mood is gone immediately. Xiang Shaolong looked over to Ji Yanran. Yanran is aware? Ji Yanran's jade-like face turned cold as she promised, if Lord Longyang is brave enough to follow me, I will kill him at once. Shan Rou asked, do you want to steal the loyalty letters again? Jiaye implored, have you verified Prince Wu Chen's rebellion? Does that woman believe you? As the three girls grilled him incessantly, he can only update them on all the latest developments. After he finished, they were all confused by the complicated and overlapping issues. Xiang Shaolong continued, Yara must head to Dalian for sure. Lord Longyang has promised to accompany her, so Yanran only needs to leave after they have set off and Lord Longyang will be unable to trail you. Jiaye giggled, I told Yanran to rest easy. You are not the city commander for nothing. I am sure that Lord Longyang will invite you to keep an eye on Ji Yanran and capture Xiang Shaolong on his behalf. She bowled over in laughter. Xiang Shaolong is bewildered, why are you so cheerful? Jiaye exclaimed, you are winning the battle with Zhao Mu and Tian Dan, why shouldn't I be happy for you? Moreover, I have a nice bodyguard going to Dalian with me. Xiang Shaolong faced Shan Rou in alarm while Shan Rou hurriedly pointed at her sister clarifying, not me. It's Ji Ji. Zhao Mu happily explained, Sister Ya has to go to Dalian alone, so I volunteered to keep her company. Xiang Shaolong was elated, that's very nice of you. Initially, I had wanted you to leave with Mr. Zhou. Facing Yanran again, he asked, does Li Yuan have any concern regarding your return to Dalian? Full of disdain, Ji Yanran chided, who is he to hinder my way? All he can say are the same old stuff. I am sick of his ranting. Xiang Shaolong informed, we rather erred on the side of caution. I will increase the defenses of Ji Yanran's residence. Yanran must instruct your men to be extra cautious. Big brother Wu Zhuo will escort you personally. Yanran will be a beautiful soldier and slip back to Handan City. I have an important task for you. Ji Yanran twinkled with smiles as she teased, what task? I am eager to know. Xiang Shaolong replied, it is to join Shan Rou and myself in bed. Shan Rou had kicked him below the table. Jiaye sighed, I am so jealous. This is the first time Ji Yanran has been teased in front of so many people. Her face turned fire red and her eyes shot daggers at him, but she is secretly joyful. Shan Rou pointed at him in annoyance, who is sleeping with you? Hugging a pillow is better than hugging you. She continues to giggle and her charm was overwhelming. Tang Yi came in and reported, the keeper of the inner palace Ji Guang is here to look for you. Xiang Shaolong was shaken. In that moment, he realized what caused Zhao Mu to react in such a frantic manner. It is Empress Jing. In front of Ji Guang, Xiang Shaolong opened the wooden container that is sealed with wax. He retrieved a secret document that is written beautifully but is unsigned. There are over 20 names on the document and even states their official position. The first name is naturally City Commander Dong Quan, followed by Zhao Ming Xiong. The third name was a stunner as it is Zhao Ling, Chang Su's assistant general whom Ji Guang just mentioned this morning. Xiang Shaolong read the list in one go and passed it to Tang Yi. Looking at Ji Guang, he checked, how is the security of the palace?
Ji Guang replied, since the burglary, arson and murder by Prince Xinling's men, the king has held onto the palace guard's army seal himself. Chang Su is only the person who passes on the orders. Any deployment of 10 men and above must go through the king. The 18,000 palace guards are camped inside and outside the palace awaiting their orders to protect the palace in shifts.
Defense shouldn't be a problem.
Xiang Shaolong thought that Prince Xinling has indirectly caused more problems for Zhao Mu, causing him to borrow the strength of the Qi army.
He continued to ask, what about His Majesty's personal safety?
Ji Guang answered, you can put your mind at ease. The king has reorganized his personal escorts.
Most of them are the family warriors of the royal family and there is no doubt about their loyalty. Some areas of the palace have been restricted to a kill zone. Whoever that intrudes will be killed without questions asked.
His food and drink is also protected. The kitchen well is heavily guarded at all times. Ji Guang stared at the name list and state, Empress Jing has ordered that this name list must be destroyed before our very eyes.
Not a single shred must be left behind.
Xiang Shaolong secretly praised Empress Jing's thorough thinking. He gave the list a second look before throwing it into the fireplace and burning it. As Ji Guang saw the name list burning, he sincerely offered, I am aware of the dangerous period we are going through.
If you have any duties that require my help, I am willing to do my best. Xiang Shaolong glanced over to Tang Yi. Tang Yi caught his meaning and nodded, I can manage the city guards.
Regarding the palace guards, we have to bother General Dong to speak to the king personally. Xiang Shaolong stood up and smiled at Ji Guang, of course we will need your assistance as the keeper of the inner palace. Let us enter the palace and seek an audience with the king.
We can chat more on the road.
Xiao Cheng got word that Xiang Shaolong is coming and hurriedly received him in the hall behind the sleeping chambers.
He anxiously asked, do you bring good news?
Xiang Shaolong replied, it is not only good news, it is the best news. I have full confidence in routing all the traitors. Xiao Cheng happily cried, have you stolen the loyalty letters? Xiang Shaolong smiled, the king has great foresight. If I can bring the loyalty letters here, Zhao Mu will know that the secret has been leaked. Xiao Cheng is in high spirits and did not take offense.
He laughed, I am so happy I forgot. He then frowned, didn't you mention that his security is very tight and that there is no way to burgle his residence? How did you get hold of the loyalty letters? Xiang Shaolong has a story ready.
He explained how he used the waterway to enter the marquis residence. He added, I managed to contact some people in Zhao Mu's residence who were loyal to His Majesty. They told me Zhao Mu was always hanging around this particular room, so I guess that is where the loyalty letters have been hidden.
Blessed by His Majesty's good fortune, I found the loyalty letters. After reading most of them, I was interrupted by the patrols and have to leave. Xiao Cheng frowned, what hasn't this traitor made his move?
Xiang Shaolong was laughing to himself. If he had acted earlier, he will not be tricked by me. He officially stated, Zhao Mu is well prepared right now. If we grab him just like that, there will be serious injuries and deaths on both sides. The best strategy is to wait for him to strike. When he begins his rebellion, we will ambush him and minimize our losses.
Xiao Cheng considered his statement and nodded, what general said is reasonable.
And who are the traitors? Xiang Shaolong retrieved a name list from his bosom. It is a duplicate list that was written by Ting Yi before he left.
He kneeled down and presented to Xiao Cheng.
Xiao Cheng anxiously opened the list for a look and his face color changed immediately.
What? He groaned, Zhao Mingxiong is also with Zhao Mu? He is one of my potential candidates for city commander. Is General Dong mistaken?
Xiang Shaolong confidently said, I am similarly concerned that the name list is a fake to throw us off the trail.
Thus, I rummaged his most prized possessions to be sure.
In the process, I discovered that he has dug a tunnel underneath the North Command Center which leads outside the North City Wall.
This matter can be verified.
His Majesty can send your men to follow my men to the perimeters of the tunnel. Inserting copper pipes into the ground, one can hear the sounds coming from the tunnel.
Please issue the order now.
Xiao Cheng eyed him with suspicion before speaking, it is not that I do not trust you. This matter is of great complications.
If you can prove your words, I will be relieved. This matter must be executed with utmost care and not alert our enemies.
Finishing, he waved 2 of his personal escorts over. Xiang Shaolong led them outside the palace and got a waiting Wugwa to bring them to the tunnel grounds. When he came back, Xiao Cheng has finished reading the name list and was letting out a long sigh, this name list should be correct. Except for Zhao Mingxiong and Zhao Ling, the rest of them are people that I have already suspected to have links to Zhao Mu. General Dong has accomplished a noteworthy mission.
I will keep this in mind.
His ferocious eyes glittered as he commanded, the tunnel is definitely dug for the sake of the Qi army.
General Dong, please seal it at once.
Next, in the fastest and most quiet fashion, round up all the traitors and lay siege to the marquis residence. When Li Mu is back, he shall lead the attack on Jiao Mu and everything will come to an end. Xiang Shaolong could guess this coming from Xiao Chang. He lowered his voice, Your Majesty, there is another important news. To gain my trust, Jiao Mu has revealed to me that he is conspiring to Prince Wu Chen. Right now, Prince Wu Chen is at the Qi army camps.
Xiao Chang's countenance changed. What?
Xiang Shaolong continued, Now I realize why Jiao Mu wants to rebel, as soon as he. Hey! That Prince Wu Chen will be able to succeed the throne and the state of Qi will gain our Zhao territories east of the river.
Xiao Chang impatiently interrupted him, I understand. What brilliant countermeasure do you have?
Using his most solid and confident tone, Xiang Shaolong proposed, If we acted first against the rebels, it is hard to determine victory.
The biggest problem is we cannot attack them at this point in time.
If someone opens the city gates for the Qi army, we can still win, but it will be at the expense of the citizens. We have to protect the palace and lay siege to the marquis residence at the same time. It will be difficult to fight on so many fronts and is unfavorable to us. If we allow the Qi army to come in from the tunnel instead, I have a brilliant trap waiting for them. He added in a deep voice, While Tiandan is in the palace, we should kill him once and for all. Xiao Cheng slowly said, This news came too late. Tiandan made an excuse to inspect his camp and has left Handan City in the evening.
Xiang Shaolong was astonished. How come I have no idea at all?
Xiao Cheng bitterly laughed. He left by the north gate and Zhao Ming Xiong naturally will not inform you.
Suddenly, the two spies of Xiao Cheng came back and present their findings to him. Xiao Cheng is even more trusting of Xiang Shaolong.
After another hour of discussion did he finally leave the palace. As he stepped out of the palace, he knows that the key to victory is in his hands. No matter how formidable Tiandan, Jiao Mu or Li Yuan are, they cannot escape from his grasp. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10 Chapter 10.
Book 10 Chapter 10, Detailed Arrangements.
Back at the command center, Tang Yi was nowhere to be found.
Instead, Lord Longyang was waiting for him.
Both of them are on good terms already, so there was no need for the usual courtesies. After dispensing his men, Lord Longyang commented, I am relieved that my king has sent an army of 5,000 soldiers, led by my good friend General Wei Bainian. They will arrive at Fan Wu tonight and meet up with us tomorrow. We will no longer be afraid of Tiandan or Li Yuan's mischief. Xiang Shaolong began, I have a favor to ask of Lord.
Lord Longyang happily agreed, Brother Dong, please speak your mind. I will do my best to help you.
Xiang Shaolong requested, please take good care of Lady Ya and make sure she can return safely.
Lord Longyang was taken aback and cried, Brother Dong, you are really in love with her.
Xiang Shaolong plainly replied, I am not sure too, but after a night of passion, she promised to be loyal to me. Thus, I do not want her to come to any harm, but. Lord Longyang was incensed as he shot an eye at him before faintly sighing with helplessness, rest assured Brother Dong. Because you asked, I will guarantee her safety and well-being. He continues to sigh, how is Brother Dong going to handle Tiandan, Li Yuan, and Jiao Mu?
Xiang Shaolong smiled, men can plan but heaven can interfere. I will do my best. Lord Longyang frowned deeply and unhappily said, I know I cannot persuade General to abandon Handan City. However, do not forget my invitation. If you can succeed, please escape to Wei. I will inform the border guards to receive you. Xiang Shaolong is moved and gave his thanks. This beautiful man changed topic, does Brother Dong wants to score a big merit? From my calculations, talented Lady Ji is pretending to return to Wei. In reality, she is rendezvousing with Xiang Shaolong. I cannot even protect myself and have to escort Lady Ya back to Daliang. So I simply cannot afford any energy or time to keep my eye on her. Xiang Shaolong had a brainwave and checked, does Lord know this man called Yin Ping? Lord Longyang exclaimed, you must be talking about Mahis Juzi Yin Ping. Not only do I know him, we are well acquainted. This man is good at military warfare and is a rare talent. Too bad he is too arrogant and difficult to get along with. From his words, Xiang Shaolong can sense that Lord Longyang has sought to recruit Yin Ping as well. This shows that Wei do harbor ambitions against Zhao. He smiled, why don't you tell Yin Ping about Xiang Shaolong and Ji Yanran? This man hates Xiang Shaolong deeply and will pursue him at all costs. I can also focus on my original work. Lord Longyang smiled, not only can focus on your work, this will lower Jiao Mu's prowess at the same time. Exposed by him, Xiang Shaolong awkwardly laughed, it is really hard to hide anything from you. Lord Longyang cheerfully said, I'll see to it, and even exaggerated my words to lend you this helping hand. AI. After this separation, I wonder if I'll ever see you again.
Xiang Shaolong gracefully mentioned, nobody will know what will happen tomorrow.
Life is only a few decades long.
As long as we have shared a life and death experience together, who cares about what the future holds? Delighted, Lord Longyang stood up grinning. Brother Dong is 1 in a million and so is your thinking.
Xiang Shaolong personally sent him to the door.
As he is turning back, Zhao Ba had come to see him.
After a few words of courtesy, Zhao Ba revealed, the king has ordered me to see you and do whatever I can to help.
Xiang Shaolong is glad that Xiao Cheng is doing his best to cooperate with him and execute his plan. After some talks, he praised Zhao Ba to the skies. While Zhao Ba is feeling high and mighty, he warned, our conversation must remain top secret.
Headmaster must not let a third party know, especially Guozhong.
Headmaster should understand his connection to Li Yuan. Zhao Bi vehemently cursed, old Gui is getting muddle-headed, desiring to be the father-in-law of that cold-blooded thief Li Yuan.
I am so Pi 55 ed that I haven't seen him for a while. General can put your mind at ease.
Xiang Shaolong start off, today, we require Headmaster's help as Zhao Mu has secretly conspired with Tian Dan and Li Yuan against our king. Zhao Ba's face changed color as he uttered, what?
Tian Dan and Li Yuan are so daring.
Xiang Shaolong explained, the king has forbid me to give you all the details.
Can I inquire as to how many top fighters do you have at the martial school and whose loyalty is beyond question?
Zhao Ba puffed his chest, at least 500 or 600 elite fighters.
Are we attacking the marquis residence? Xiang Shaolong suggested, it depends. Can Headmaster find an excuse like an army field exercise? Using this cover, secretly assemble your men at Lady Ya's residence.
Once you enter, prevent anyone from leaving so that your location will not be leaked out.
Zhao Ba is a man who loves fighting in action. He happily consented and left after further discussion. It is almost midnight. Just as Xiang Shaolong was deciding to go home and sleep or not, Teng Yi came back. In a relaxed mood, he updated, lucky we had the name list or we will be in peril.
Major Ganju and Major Li Ming who are guarding the south gate are Zhao Mu's spies as well. Zhao Ming Xiong has deployed them there with ulterior motives. Xiang Shaolong remembered these two names but had no idea they were in charge of the south gate. Thinking what a close shave they had, he analyzed, Zhao Mu was a top schemer.
First, he let Tian Dan's army come in from the tunnel and create chaos.
Then, he will open up both the north and south gates for the entire army to enter Handan City.
Their attack is focused and well planned.
Even with the entire Zhao population attacking them, it is of little use.
This is truly a top battle strategy.
Teng Yi laughed, a pity he is not your match. Otherwise, the loyalty letters will not have appeared. Patting his shoulder, he added, third brother should return first.
Leave this to me.
Little Jun and his men are actively spying on the Qi army.
You can relax and keep your wives company. Xiang Shaolong questioned, this upcoming battle, we will use our elite brothers exclusively for Zhao Mu.
Does second brother have any method of assembling a force of elite city guards and plant them in strategic locations inside the city? I want them to limit the power of the Qi forces.
Teng Yi replied, all thanks to your army seal. Earlier, I was discussing the deployment with Zhao Ming Xiong. He tried to trick me with various recommendations.
I allowed myself to be tricked and accept all his suggestions. Now that he has deployed all those loyal to him at the north and south gate, I am free to choose my elite city guards from the remaining forces. In fact, I have assembled an elite force of 2,000 city guards. The rest of the old, weak or handicapped soldiers will be sent to spy on the Qi army as Zhao Mu requested.
Better to let them leave than to hamper our progress in Handan City.
Catching each other's eyes, they held their bellies and filled the room with laughter. At home, Ji Yanran had led the Tian sisters away while Zhao Ye and Zhao Ji had gone back to her residence.
Barely awake, Shan Ro was still waiting for his return. She roared, why are you back so late? I have something to say to you.
Due to her lack of sleep, Shan Ro was slightly not in full control of herself. Xiang Shaolong carried her with both hands into his bedroom. Before he could step over the door ledge, Shan Ro displayed her prowess and bit him on the shoulder. Xiang Shaolong bore with the pain and threw her onto his bed.
Shan Ro proudly giggled and flipped to one side.
She comfortably lay down and closed both her eyes. She seems to be offering herself for his pleasure.
Xiang Shaolong is in need of a beauty to soothe his tense nerves.
Removing his shoes, he climbed onto Shan Ro. She is strangely cooperative and passionate, letting Xiang Shaolong enjoy her tenderness. After the stormy affair, they hug each other to sleep.
Shan Ro whispered, this is our last night together.
In the future, you need not tolerate my tantrums.
An exhausted Xiang Shaolong was almost asleep but was fully awakened after hearing these words. He sighed, so you are not joking and is leaving me for good. Shan Rou sighed, I am in a dilemma too. From what I see, Tian Dan will survive this episode.
Xiang Shaolong, but if you risk your life to assassinate him again, I will be worried. But Shan Rou intimately cooed, I will be extra cautious and will not die in vain.
If I fail, I will commit suicide. Who is afraid of death?
Xiang Shaolong knew that her mind is made up. He gently advised, do not pressure yourself too much.
If you know you cannot succeed, look for me in Xiangyang. Don't you wish to see Shanlan?
Shan Rou kissed him, got it, you long-winded man.
Aren't you going to make love with me one more time?
Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled, the queen has ordered. No matter how difficult it is, your servant will oblige. Before the sun is up, Xiang Shaolong was roused by Shan Rou.
Get up quickly. As the city commander, how can you be so lazy? She scolded. Today is her D-Day, so she is highly excited.
Under her teasing, he forced himself to get out of bed. Shan Rou disguised as his escort and seriously state, today, I will break all traditions and listen to your every command obediently. However, I must be at your side all the time, but
Xiang Shaolong recalled getting Lord Longyan to deceive Yin Ping.
He dared not be complacent and hurriedly washed up and got dressed. In between bites, he led Wu Guo and his entourage back to the command center. It was daybreak when he arrived at the command center.
Tang Yi is busy like a bee, but he is still as energetic and fresh. Xiang Shaolong is amazed at this Iron Man.
Tang Yi noticed how serious Shan Rou looked and teased her. He then proceeds to report to Xiang Shaolong about last night's deployment. I have assembled 3,000 men internally and externally.
They will be the main force against the enemy.
I have analyzed the attacking and retreating routes of the enemy, and I guarantee that the ambush will be successful and we will make a killing.
Zhao Ba's men are an added advantage, as the enemy will never think that we will have this bonus.
Xiang Shaolong added, at that time, Xiao Cheng will transfer another 5,000 elite palace guards under our command. With this, we will have over 10,000 elite troops which can mop up the rebels.
Divide the remaining city guards into 2 groups. Group A will be responsible for guarding the city and patrolling the streets. Group B will switch from monitoring the Qi army to guarding Handan City's borders. Let Tian Dan know that we are ready and not make any reckless attacks.
Shan Rou could not help but ask, how are we going to escape?
Xiang Shaolong teased her, aren't you a simple and obedient soldier? Your general is talking and who are you to interrupt?
Shan Rou was annoyed and pouted, staring hardly at Wu Guo, who was trying to hold his laughter at the side.
I'll get even with you later.
Her body language displayed. As relaxed as possible, Tang Yi held his laughter and replied, it couldn't be easier.
During the attack on Zhao Mu's residence, all of us died in the fight. Wouldn't that be a good closure? Shan Rou and Wu Guo were bowled over and did not know what to say. Xiang Shaolong assessed, today's first task is to contact Pu Bu. Without his intelligence reports, there are many things we cannot do.
Tang Yi agreed, and Xiang Shaolong continued to speak about Yin Ping. Tang Yi joked, he did not learn his lesson the first time round. We will annihilate him and take revenge for Mr. Yuan's own. After a detailed discussion, Xiang Shaolong led Shan Rou to the palace to send of Lord Longyang and Zhaoya.
Palace security is extremely tight.
Ji Guang noticed them and welcomed. The king, Empress Jing, Lord Longyang, Princess Ye, Miss Ji and Master Gui are having breakfast. The king asked me to send you to see him immediately if you should show up. Xiang Shaolong winked at Shan Rou and Wu Guo, asking them to wait for him outside the palace.
With Ji Guang's company, he entered the palace. In a low voice, Ji Guang warned, General Chang Su knows that there is something between the king and you. He appears to be very upset. You have to be careful when you see him.
Xiang Shaolong realized that it is erroneous to neglect him and it may cause some trouble. Although this kid is snobbish, he is not evil. As he thought about it, Chang Su appeared at the end of a long corridor under the escort of some palace guards. Ji Guang gave a dry cough and stopped speaking. Xiang Shaolong waved to Chang Su from afar and Chang Su reluctantly returned the gesture. When they are nearly facing each other, Xiang Shaolong winked at Ji Guang before approaching the uncertain Chang Su. General Chang, can I have a private word with you? Chang Su anxiously nodded in consent and they left the corridor and entered the garden.
Xiang Shaolong asked in a low voice, the traitors are rebelling. What plans does General Chang have? Chang Su coldly retorted, General Dong is handling this well. What do I have to worry about? Xiang Shaolong laughed, General Chang is too serious. I have a suggestion. If we work together and resolve this danger, it will only be beneficial to both of us either personally or officially. What does General Chang think?
Chang Su appears to be tempted, but after a reality check, he bitterly laughed. although I am the leader of the palace guards, I have no real authority. Everything has to be agreed by the king. I think General Dong had better speak directly to the king instead. Xiang Shaolong reasoned, the king cannot wear his armor and fight the war personally. In the end, General Chang is still required to manage the palace guards. Let me speak to the king first and discuss with you again. He added after a sigh, I, Dong Horse Fanatic, is not used to an official position. After this episode, I will quit my post as city commander and focus on horse breeding. If General Chang can score some merit later, you will be the new city commander, but... He stretched his hand towards a disbelieving Chang Su. If I do not honor my words, may I die a horrible death and bring shame to my ancestors. Recalling the days when they went through thick and thin, his eyes became shining with sincerity.
Note, Chang Su was with Xiang Shaolong on his trip to Dalian to steal the Lugong secret manual.
Chang Su was moved and reached out with a great force, grabbing Xiang Shaolong's hand tightly.
He embarrassedly confessed, General Dong is more generous than I can imagine, I.
Xiang Shaolong held his hand for a while before letting go. Patting his shoulder, he returned to Ji Guang and waved with confidence. Chang Su continued to daze in the sun, amazed that there are such people who love animals more than power.
No wonder he is called Horse Fanatic. Reaching the inner palace, breakfast is over. Xiao Cheng and Empress Jing are accompanying Lord Longyang towards a large group of men on horseback.
Xiang Shaolong caught up to them. Zhao Ye, Zhao Ji, and Empress Jing stared at him with different expressions. Empress Jing is full of love and warmth while the two other ladies are full of sadness at the thought of separation. Xiang Shaolong knew that it is not a good time to talk in confidence. He appeared in front of Xiao Cheng and Longyang, bowing deeply and bade farewell to Lord Longyang.
The sadness in Lord Longyang's is not lesser than the two girls.
Standing beside Xiao Cheng, Hua Kai sniggered, if General Dong visits Dalian, he will be Lord's most esteemed guest. Xiao Cheng appears to be ignorant about their relationship and looked over to Xiang Shaolong when he heard this. Although he knows that he will not see Xiao Cheng after tonight, Xiang Shaolong still feels uneasy under his stares. After some fanfare, everyone boarded their carriages. His old friend, Jia Yuan, has been promoted to a captain of the palace guards. Leading 500 palace guards, he is tasked to protect the convoy. When they leave the city, Xiang Shaolong will assign another group of city guards to protect them till they arrive in Wei. Halfway, they will meet up with the Wei army. As a result, safety shouldn't be an issue. Tian Dan and company will not stir up trouble and attack Lord Longyang at such a critical juncture. While boarding, Lord Longyang chants upon a short moment of privacy and informs Xiang Shaolong, Yin Ping has been tricked. When I told him that talented Lady Ji refused to travel together, he left at once. Xiang Shaolong dare not reply and bade his farewell to the two ladies. When he was about to leave, Xiao Cheng summoned him into the library and Hua Kai was left out in the cold. After the attendants have left, Xiao Cheng revealed, Prince Wu Chen is really rebelling. I brought in Lady Li for questioning and she confessed that Prince Wu Chen came to Handan secretly a month ago. After a few days, he left. He must have been liaising with his spies. Xiang Shaolong has no idea who is Lady Li and guessed that she must be from the royal family. Because of her close ties with Prince Wu Chen, she was embroiled in the scandal. Xiang Shaolong is glad that Xiao Cheng has personally verified this matter. He remembered his promise to Cheng Su and added, presently, spies will be watching every move you make. If there are any slips, they will be alerted at once. Due to these circumstances, General Chang Su becomes valuable as he is not under observation. If you can secretly bestow some military authority to him and get him to work closely with me, we can destroy the enemy's plot together. Xiao Cheng was surprised, are you sure he will not mess things up? Xiang Shaolong reassured, at least he is not connected to Zhao Mu or else Zhao Mu will not get me to harm him. Zhao Mu wants Cheng Su out of the way so that Zhao Ling can take over his position. Put your mind at ease, my king. General Chang is a talented man. His last mistake is not made on the battlefield. Who knows, it may even be Zhao Mu who leaked the secret of the palace tunnels to Prince Xinling's men so that you will remove Cheng Su from his post. Xiao Cheng pondered and agreed that it makes perfect sense. Summoning Cheng Su, he gave him fresh instructions and ordered him to work closely with Xiang Shaolong. If they succeed, huge rewards await them. Cheng Su was moved to tears. The three of them had a detailed meeting regarding tonight's counterattack, after which Xiang Shaolong galloped non-stop to Lu residence where Ji Yanran is staying. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10 Chapter 11. Book 10 Chapter 11, Attacking and Defending at the Same Time. Even before he could reach the Lu residence, Xiang Shaolong and his men had a big surprise. Horse carriages were promptly lined up in front of the residence, blockading the entire street.
Any empty spaces were filled with Ji Yanran's well-wishers and common folks who there to witness the spectacle. Upon his sighting, everyone began pointing at him and cheering, "That is Dong Horse Fanatic." While others shouted, "That is a true hero." Xiang Shaolong can only laugh bitterly and got down from his horse with the rest of his men. Shan Rou laid down her conditions first. "I am not waiting for you outside no matter what you say." Xiang Shaolong cannot win her in an argument. Instructing Wu Gui to maintain order in the streets, he squeezed into residence with Shan Rou. The servants of Lu residence have been informed of his arrival. They welcomed Xiang Shaolong and led him into the inner chambers. The waiting Tian sisters saw him and their eyes shone with happiness. Leaping into his bosom, they wailed in tears. As Xiang Shaolong was busy pacifying the two girls, like a magician, Ji Yanran managed to evade all the attention and slipped in. She angrily cursed, "I am bored to death." Scrutinizing the escort soldier next to the three of them, she recognized Shan Rou. Embarrassed, the Tian sisters left Xiang Shaolong's bosom with their eyes swollen with all the crying. Shan Rou showed the gentle side of her, pulling the Tian sisters to a corner and continued to pacify them. Xiang Shaolong joked, "How did you slip away?" An annoyed Ji Yanran responded, "I got Godfather, Zhou Yan, to handle them." "I am not interested in such activities." She added in a low voice, "Han Shuang just notified me that Li Yuan is leading 500 of his family warriors to escort me back away. They are waiting for me outside the city wall. What should we do? Xiang Shaolong coldly snorted, "Relax. He is simply using this as an excuse to leave Handan to avoid any connections with tonight's event. After tonight, he will come back to check on the end result." He went on to share about Yan Ping. An attendant came to report that it is time to set off. Ji Yanran got her men to send the Tian sisters secretly into one of the horse carriage. Xiang Shaolong, Wu Gui and hundreds of city guards were leading and protecting the convoy as they rode towards the east gate. Before noon, the entourage has left the city and proceed east towards the state of Han. The number of city guards has been boosted to over 1,000. Xiang Shaolong instructed Wu Gui on how to deal with Li Yuan before hiding with Shan Rou in the same carriage as the Tian sisters. Together, they traveled with Ji Yanran. After traveling for half a mile, Li Yuan and his 500 family warriors rushed over from the west gate where they had been waiting. Ji Yanran commanded the entourage to stop. When Li Yuan reached her carriage side, she asked with discontent, "Why is Imperial Uncle chasing me?" Li Yuan jumped down from his horse and went to her carriage window asking, "There are many bandits on these roads and Li Yuan cannot help but be worried for Mississippi. Therefore, I wish to personally send you to Wei." "AI. Aren't you going back to Wei? You seem to be traveling in the wrong direction." Behind Ji Yanran's carriage, Xiang Shaolong peeped out from his carriage. Li Yuan has an incensed look on his face and must be thinking that Yanran is deceiving him. Ji Yanran's sweet and gentle voice sounded from within the carriage, "Imperial Uncle is mistaken. Yanran is sending Mr. Zhou back to Han before going home to Wei. Imperial Uncle, please do not send us any further. Yanran is capable of taking care of herself." Li Yuan coldly smiled, "Is Miss Ji really going home to Daliang? Ji Yanran's voice turned cold and she hissed, "None of your business." "Men." Wu Gui gave a loud reply and rode over to her carriage. Ji Yanran calmly ordered, "Kill whoever that follows us." Li Yuan was ashen-faced, exclaiming, "Miss." Wu Gui shouted his command and gestured with his hands. The carriage convoy continued to move forward while he led his men and detained Li Yuan with the family warriors. Mad with anger, Li Yuan flew up his horse and swore, "Even if your king sees me, he has to show me some courtesy and respect. Who dares to block my way?" Wu Gui cannot be bothered with his antics and icily challenged, "Feel free to try your luck. But if you continue to follow us, do not blame my weapon for being merciless." Li Yuan is so incensed that his face is turning red. He could see that Wu Gui is very determined and his army is twice as big as his own. He has no confidence of winning. After Ji Yanran and the carriages have gone far, Wu Gui yelled a new command and chased the entourage with his army, leaving Li Yuan and his men dazed at the same spot, watching the dust kicked up by the galloping horses. Out of a sudden, Li Yuan knew that he has lost this top beauty forever. Initially, there are grasslands on the two sides of the official road to Han. After an hour on the road, the grasslands are replaced by forests. Hugging the Tian sisters, Xiang Shaolong coaxed, "Be obedient and listen to Mr. Zhou on the road. Very soon, both of you will be back at Xianyang. From then on, we can live happily together." The two girls held their tears and nodded in consent. As he spoke, the horse carriages began to slow down and came to a complete stop eventually. Xiang Shaolong and Shan Rou got out of their carriage. Under Wu Gui's cover, Ji Yanran is now disguised as an escort soldier and got out of her carriage as well. Xiang Shaolong went over to Zhou Yan's side and wished, "Mister, please take care." Opening the curtains, Zhou Yan laughed, "There is nothing under the sky that cannot be accomplished by you." The entourage started to move off again under the leadership of another elite brother. Another 50 elite brothers continue to protect the carriages back to Xianyang. Xiang Shaolong has prepared all the necessary travel documents for them. Without needing to go through Han, they can easily cross the border between Zhao and Qin. As long as they avoid the military passes, they can return to Xianyang effortlessly. Even in the 21st century, it is easy to enter a country illegally. In this age where the land is plentiful and the population is small, it is not worth mentioning how simple it can be for people to move around. Under Wu Guo's command, the remaining army of 1,000 city guards entered the thick forest and based themselves in various strategic points. They had barely concealed themselves when Wu Zhou appeared and reported, "Third brother's guess is correct." Yan Ping was tricked when Yan Ran unexpectedly exited Handan City via the East Gate. They are trying the best to rush here and should be arriving soon. Ji Yanran laughed, in their wildest dreams, they will never imagine that they will be attacked by the Zhao army with the consent of Xiaocheng. Shan Rou asked, "Did Li Yuan return to Handan City?" Wu Zhuo smiled, "He left for the Qi army camp but got 10 over spies to continue to follow Yanran. I have killed all of them." Sounds of urgent hoofbeats can be heard from the grasslands. Xiang Shaolong swore in a deep voice, "We will not hold back and kill every single one of them." Wu Zhuo reassured, "Relax. We have 1,000 men against 300 of them. Moreover, we have the element of surprise. They have no chance of surviving. Even if anyone manages to get away, they will still be killed if they go back to Handan City. They're here." Shan Rou signaled. Wu Zhuo left their company and gave fresh instructions. Everyone prepared their strong bows and their sharp arrows. Hiding in the forest, they await Yan Ping and his Mahist followers. Ji Yanran whispered into his ears with delight, "My torment is over. From today onwards, I will fight alongside hubby and share every joy and sorrow until our deaths." Xiang Shaolong has gained her true love and replied with sweet words. Grateful for her love, he did not hold back and kissed her pretty face. With the sun high above them, the landscape shone like a scene from a movie. A huge troop of riders came into their view, stirring up clouds of dust. When all of them entered the ambush area, a horn sounded and 1,000 arrows left their strong bows and shot out like rain towards the enemy. Men and horses alike began to tumble down and there was blood and flesh everywhere. In this first attack, over half of the enemies were felled from their horses. After the second volley of arrows, there was nobody on horseback anymore. More than half of Yan Ping's men had been killed by now. Their forces were in a state of disarray and panic. Xiang Shaolong knew that this is best time. Pulling out Bloodwave, he charged at the enemies. Shan Rou and Ji Yanran were like two tigresses on his left and right, killing whoever that is in their way. A peaceful forest has transformed into a slaughterhouse. The city guards have been specially trained by Ting Yi day and night. Every Zhao citizen admires a hero. Everyone is bravely using a shield to protect themselves and viciously attacking the enemy with lances and heavy swords. Although the Mahist warriors are highly skilled, they have lost their morale and most of them are injured. With the smaller numbers, how can they withstand their attacks? Xiang Shaolong evaded a thrust of an enemy sword and flipped his wrist, chopping down on the attacker. He caught sight of Yan Ping under the protection of several of his followers. They were trying the best to retreat into the center of the forest to escape from the city guards. Energized by the thought of Yuan Zong's revenge, Xiang Shaolong signaled to the two girls and charged forward like a wild tiger, chopping down at the outermost man surrounding Yan Ping. The man forcefully met his chop and was shaken by the strong arm strength behind Xiang Shaolong's sword. His entire arm went numb and he staggered to hold onto his sword. Shan Rou took this break to kill him with a strike of her long sword. On the other side was Ji Yanran. Unlike her usual gentle self, Ji Yanran let out a shrill cry and advanced with her sword flashing with brilliance. Another two men were felled by her. Xiang Shaolong broke the sword of another man and sent him off with a flying kick and turned to face Yan Ping. Yan Ping roared, "Dong Quang! What the he-11 is going on?" In this sentence, another 3 of Yan Ping's men fell down with their clothes soaked with blood, showing the intensity of the fight. Xiang Shaolong laughed, "Juzi does not know what is good for him. The king has ordered me to kill you for conspiring with Zhao Mu." Yan Ping defended himself from the 2 swords on his left and right. He then realized that he is the only one standing from his side. Fully surrounded on all sides, he knows that his time is up. He roared, "Dong Quang! If you are a hero, kill me with your own sword in a duel." Xiang Shaolong agreed to his ploy and got his men to step back. Raising his sword, he promised, "Let me grant your death wish." His sword flashing, he zoomed forward like a wild madman. Yan Ping is exhausted and cannot handle his strong blows. Whenever their blades meet, he will step back to maintain his balance. Out of a sudden, Xiang Shaolong stood completely still and his hands, blood wave is vibrating slightly. Everyone present can sense that he is at one with his sword and the forest is filled with his killing aura. After all, Yan Ping is a master swordsman. Taking this chance to catch his breath, he advanced and swept over with his sword. The sharp whistling of the sword as it cuts through the air penetrates the ears of everyone. Xiang Shaolong is aware of his swordplay and remains calm. He counterattacked with the third supreme killing skill of Mozi, attacking and defending at the same time. In their last duel, Yan Ping lost out to this stroke. It may be due to Yuan Zong's divine intervention. When Yan Ping saw this move, he felt somewhat familiar. His spirit is shaken and he seemed to have guessed that Dong Horse Fanatic is in fact Xiang Shaolong. When he was about to call out, a white flash of Xiang Shaolong's sword sped towards him, crushing him like a brick wall. Yan Ping held his tongue and defended himself. Just as he barely deflected the blow, he felt great pain in his stomach. Xiang Shaolong has taken the opportunity to kneel him in the stomach. Yan Ping steadied himself and did not retreat. Gritting his teeth, he attacked Xiang Shaolong without any reservations. Xiang Shaolong had a good laugh and deflected the blow. Dang! A loud noise was made when the weapons clashed and rang in everyone's ears. Making use of this opening, Bloodwave shot forward like lightning and embedded itself in Yan Ping's chest. Yan Ping's sword fell to the ground and he is shaking uncontrollably. He cannot believe his own eyes. Buried in his chest is the enemy's sword and fresh blood is pouring out from his wound. He groaned, "You are." Xiang Shaolong could not afford to have him call out his real name. He replied in a low voice, "This is for Yuan Zong." He ferociously pulled out his long sword. The forest is full of cheering and morale is sky high. As Yan Ping fell down in front of him, Xiang Shaolong looked up to heaven and silently prayed, "Brother Yuan, if you can hear me, you can rest in peace now." In his heart, he is feeling ironic. He has completely uprooted the Mahist organization from Zhao. Will it really make Yuan Zong happy? When Xiang Shaolong is back at the command center, there is only an hour to sunset. Every street is peaceful and on the surface, one cannot sense the turbulent and rough undercurrents. Everybody gathered in the quiet army study to listen to Tang Yi's latest update. Tang Yi started with Pu Bu and has successfully communicated with him to act according to the grand plan. He added, "There are many redeployments among the city guards. I purposely messed things up but actually, only Zhao Mingxiong's army is in a mess. Our men have already been assembled at the strategic locations. I have also purposely situated huge numbers of our soldiers outside the city. Besides myself, there is no one who knows what is going on." Ji Yanran laughed, "With second brother in charge, everyone can put their mind at ease." Tang Yi described, "When the sky is dark, we will take immediate action and capture all the rebel leaders. Using third brother's appearance as an excuse, we will impose a citywide curfew so as to avoid harming any innocent citizens." Xiang Shaolong frowned, "When am I supposed to appear?" Everyone was tickled and had a good laugh. Tang Yi laughed, "Jing Jun has a clear picture of the North Tunnel. Zhao Mingxiong has removed all the city guards at the tunnel exit and replaced them with his personal escort guards. He is sitting alone in the North Command Center. Even if we killed him, cooked him, and finished eating him, none of his men will have the slightest idea. In these ancient times, the city gates are of utmost military importance. The city gates will also house barracks, offices of military leaders, and command centers. They are well defended at all times. Handan City's biggest command center is situated at the East Gate, which is where they are based at." Xiang Shaolong inquired, "What news does little Jun has?" Tang Yi answered, "After lunch, the Qi army has started to move through the cave and back Wind Mountain and secretly entered the forest. Little Jun dare not enter the forest to spy as it is too risky. However, we can imagine that at nightfall, Zhao Mingxiong will cover their advance. The Qi army will first cross the moat and enter Handan City through the tunnel." Ji Yanran joked, "If the Qi army discovered that their cover is actually our spy, how will they feel?" Xiang Shaolong chuckled, "They should feel honored." Wu Guo entered the room at this point, exclaiming, "The Zhao lieutenants have spotted Xiang Shaolong's tracks." Everybody was initially shocked by his outburst before having a good laugh again. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10 Chapter 12. Book 10 Chapter 12, In Complete Control. The huge army left Handan City via the East Gate. Under the glowing rays of the setting sun, the grasslands shimmered with their brilliance. Xiang Shaolong and Tang Yi personally led the army to investigate the sighting of Xiang Shaolong at a village 15 miles away. This army of 5,000 city guards is just a cover.
When they reach a thick forest with adequate hiding places, they will stay hidden until night time. Wu Guo will assume command and march them to the appointed spot where they will engage the Qi army who are trying to enter Handan City through the south gate. Xiang Shaolong and Tang Yi slipped back into the city and resumed control of the city guards. Hiding in the study, they receive intelligence reports from their spies. After the sun eventually disappeared into the horizon of this ancient city, Handan City is soon filled with lights and everything is as per normal. When Xiao Cheng got word of Xiang Shaolong's sighting, he acted accordingly to the plan and commanded Zhao Mingxiong to assume Xiang Shaolong's responsibilities at the command center. Chang Su and the palace guards went on to impose a citywide curfew. Everyone knew that Xiao Cheng is terrified of Xiang Shaolong and no one suspected that it is a ploy. From this moment, Zhao Mu is cut off from the outside world. Neither Zhao Mingxiong nor anyone could communicate with him. Zhao Mingxiong did not suspect foul play as he led hundreds of his personal escorts to the main command center. When he stepped into the main hall, he was surprised that all of his escorts had been locked out. With a bang, the huge door was closed behind him. Zhao Mingxiong was alarmed and he cried, "What is going on?" The city guards on two sides walked towards him in one smooth movement. Lowering their lances, they held him in position. On the other side of the door, bows were heard firing and tragic shouting can be heard. Xiang Shaolong and Tang Yi came out from a side door and faced him. Zhao Mingxiong's face is drained of any color. He angrily yelled, "General Dong! Why are you making things difficult for me? I did not commit any wrongdoings." Tang Yi coldly hissed, "Does conspiring with Zhao Mu to rebel count as a wrongdoing?" Zhao Mingxiong's expression became more deathly white. His voice shook, "How dare you slander me?" Adopting a sit-and-wait attitude, Xiang Shaolong interrogated, "A grand tunnel was newly constructed right under your command center. Don't tell me you know nothing about it." Zhao Mingxiong thought of his pretty wife and his lovely son at home. Both his legs turned soft and he kneeled down. Tang Yi detested men without backbone. He called, "Tie him up." The city guards put their weapons aside and surged forward, tying him up. Xiang Shaolong went up to this kneeling figure and promised, "If you will obediently cooperate with me, I will spare your life and send you and your family away from Handan City. If I speak a word of untruth, may I die a tragic death." Zhao Mingxiong was trembling and raised his head, disbelieving what he had just heard from this towering godlike hero. Tang Yi cautioned, "But you must first tell us how to communicate with Zhao Mu. Once we verified your information, we will send you out from the east gate and supply you with horses, provisions, and travel documents. Men, open the door." As the giant door opened, Zhao Mingxiong's entire household of over 100 people were herded into the hall. His immediate family and servants were all present and panic is written on their faces. Amazingly, they were all dressed in traveling attire and carrying their own luggage. Zhao Mingxiong is extremely touched. He gratefully thanked, "I do not know how to repay you. I am convinced to carry out all your orders." Xiang Shaolong knew that he has won the psychological battle and ordered, "Release Brother Zhao at once." The ropes binding Zhao Mingxiong were severed immediately. Zhao Mingxiong stood up and Tang Yi smiled, "Escort Madame Zhao, young Master Zhao and the rest into the horse carriages first and send them into the forests outside the city first. Do not be impolite and cause any worry to Madame." The city guards received the order and herded the Zhao family out. Xiang Shaolong took out the travel documents he had prepared and handed them to Zhao Mingxiong. He sincerely advised, "Handan City will be in peril in these coming days. As long as Brother Zhao can travel day and night, he can leave Zhao and spend his remaining days in peace. Brother Zhao surely knows this better than me." Zhao Mingxiong is moved to tears, "I will tell you everything I know." Xiang Shaolong and Tang Yi smiled at each other. With the full cooperation of Zhao Mingxiong, who was knowledgeable about Zhao Mu's rebellion plans, the Qi army and Zhao Mu will fall into their well-planned trap. Accompanied by Xiang Shaolong and his men, Zhao Mingxiong made his way to the North Command Center. Gathering all his conspirators in the main hall, he proclaimed his new loyalty to Xiang Shaolong. These men knew that their rebellion has failed. Kneeling all over the place, they begged for forgiveness. Xiang Shaolong announced, "If you can accumulate merits to atone your sins, I will not inform the king of your betrayal. No one will know about this. However, you must follow my instructions with absolute obedience. Otherwise, you will lose your head and cause trouble to your household." Everyone hurriedly pledged their loyalty. Earlier as they rode to the North Gate, Zhao Mingxiong had divulged everything about the entire rebellion scheme. With the North Gate under their control, victory is in their hands. Realizing that their families are in the hands of Xiang Shaolong, and admiring their morale and thorough planning, they know that their rebellion has collapsed. Everyone did their best to cooperate and see to their duties under the command of Zhao Mingxiong. Xiang Shaolong got Tang Yi to assume command of the North Command Center.
Leading Ji Yanran, Shan Rou and his elite brothers, they left the North Command Center. With Zhao Mingxiong, they rode on Handan's long and lonely street. The air is tense with the anticipation of a big skirmish. As they turned into another long street, Jing Jun and his army of a few hundred men met up with them. The two forces merged together in the center of the streets. Jing Jun joyously reported, Ganzhu, Li Ming and Zhao Ming have been captured by Changsu's palace guards. Now, we are in control of the entire city. This is the brilliance of Xiang Shaolong and Tang Yi. If they handled everything on their own, they may arouse Xiao Chang's suspicions. But if they distribute some of the tasks to his own palace guards, Xiao Chang will have less considerations. Zhao Mingxiong saw that they were one step ahead in every encounter and experienced deep regrets. He agreed to help Zhao Mu as he hated Xiang Shaolong for snatching the post of the city commander from him. In addition, he is confident of Zhao Mu's rebellion. Now, the rebellion has failed miserably. Xiang Shaolong spoke to Zhao Mingxiong, I will send someone to escort you to meet up with your family outside Handan City. When the rocket signal is shot into the sky, my men will release your party instantly. Zhao Mingxiong shamefully sighed, no being able to work with you is my greatest regret. Xiang Shaolong intimately patted his shoulder and smiled, please take care brother Zhao and have a fruitful journey. He continued to ride forward. Ji Yanran rode beside him and spoke with complete elation, General Dong is full of creative and brilliant strategies. Yanran is bowled over by your extraordinary abilities. I fully submit to and admire your ingenuity. On the other side, Shan Rou pouted, this man only has some simple tricks up his sleeve, why is Yanran so fascinated? Xiang Shaolong and Ji Yanran exchanged a loving glance and smiled with mutual understanding. Under the illumination of the street lamps, the long streets of this ancient city are filled with the blowing of cold winds. The singular galloping sounds of the horses added to the mysterious feel of the night. With two great beauties at either side, Xiang Shaolong fantasized that this is indeed paradise as compared to the first time he came to Handan City. Even in his wildest dream, he would never have thought that the entire city will be at his beck and call. The future of this beautiful city is in his hands. His thoughts drifted into the future 21st century. As he is busy daydreaming, the sound of footsteps brought him back to reality. Zhao Ba stepped out of the shadows and greeted him. Xiang Shaolong dismounted from his horse and greeted, Hi Headmaster. Ji Yanran is afraid to be recognized and hid behind Xiang Shaolong. Zhao Ba gladly announced, everything is taking place as planned. The marquee residence is fully surrounded and not a soul is able to leave without running into our arms. Xiang Shaolong informed, I shall have to trouble Headmaster with the attack on the marquee's residence. When the first rocket is shot from the city North Command Center, Zhao Mu's men will pour out from his residence to attack the palace with the Qi army. That will be the best time to ambush them. But no matter what happens, do not attack the marquee residence until you have seen my personal rocket signal. I have special orders by the king to slip into the residence and capture Zhao Mu the traitor alive. Zhao Ba realized that he is fully in charge of the attack. It is equivalent to Xiang Shaolong giving him full credit for this effort. He was jubilant and agreed to wait for the signal. Xiang Shaolong added, tonight's password has been changed from the Qin shall fall to long live our king, do not show any mercy to our enemies. Wonderful. It is almost time. Let's put on our identification bands. He gestured and his men brought out pieces of red cloth from their pockets. The cloth is tied around the right hand of all their followers. Zhao Ba agreed to his suggestion and left to distribute the red cloth bands to his men. Xiang Shaolong and his men walked over to a site where he can overlook the entire marquee residence. His army of 3,000 elite city guards and Zhao Ba's martial warriors have fully surrounded the marquee residence and are in full battle mode. The point of contention will be on the main road that leads to the palace. Everyone has a red cloth around their right arms to differentiate between friend and foe. Xiang Shaolong sighed to himself, Zhao Mu, you are trapped like a bird in a cage. Revitalized, he called, Little June. Jing Jun bowed and answered, at your service, city commander. Xiang Shaolong could barely hold his laughter and smiled, go, Jing Jun muttered a reply and led several of his elite brothers away. Zhao Ba has finished instructing his men and came to find Xiang Shaolong. Ji Yanran was shocked and hid herself within the crowd of elite brothers. Zhao Ba arrogantly boasted, I have brought 2 siege vehicles with me. I guarantee that Zhao Mu's perimeter wall will fall in a few blows. By then, death will be too easy for them. Xiang Shaolong is wary of his thirst for action and repeatedly reminded him to act according to their battle plan. Zhao Ba has always admired Xiang Shaolong since the duel at his martial school. He did not mind the nagging and promised to follow his plans strictly. After a few hours, Xiang Shaolong estimated that the appropriate time has come. Giving his last order to Zhao Ba to hold his position, he personally led his elite brothers towards the water channel where he and Shan Rou had used to slip into the marquee residence before. All these while, Jing Jun and his helpers have been using sandbags to divert the water source away from Zhao Mu's residence. As Xiang Shaolong was visualizing about the sinking water levels within the residence, he heard a loud bang. From the north of the city, a single rocket is shooting up into the sky and exploded into a burst of golden yellow fireworks. The fireworks continue to float down like a shower of rain, lighting up the sky in an enchanting manner. Ji Yanran stared until the sky returns to darkness and sighed, the Qi's vanguard is here. A unique splashing sound is heard as a half-drenched Pubu emerged from the water channel. Jing Jun hurriedly pulled him out of the water. Pubu reported, Zhao Mu is tricked. He is complete unaware of what is happening outside. Xiang Shaolong quickly asked, will he personally lead the attack on the palace? Pubu despising replied, this coward will not risk his own life. Otherwise, he need not hide in the inner chamber. There is a secret tunnel there that will bring him out of the residence. Shan Rou inquired, are there any guards on the other side of the water channel? Pubu answered, everyone is assembled at the parade square and are ready to assault the palace. There is not a single guard anywhere near the pond. Xiang Shaolong checked, how is our brother's situation? Jing Jun came over and gave Pubu a fresh change of clothes. As Pubu got undressed at the spot, the two girls quickly turned their backs to him. As he changed, Pubu smiled, they already knew what to do. The best thing is that Zhao Mu actually grouped them together and put Lu Chao and myself in charge. Therefore, we can attack and retreat as we liked. Although the marquee residence is complete quiet, everyone knows that Zhao Mu's family warriors have set off to attack the nearby palace. The warriors have disguised themselves as palace guards and are well trained. If not for Xiang Shaolong's well-prepared counterattack and as well as reports from spies, they do have a high chance of success. Xiang Shaolong noticed that the stream is fully diverted and the riverbed is showing, he exclaimed, let's go. Upon hearing his order, the impatient Jing Jun dived in first while the rest of the elite brothers swam after him. Pubu could tell that every man is highly skilled and expressed his admiration. Shan Rou gave a short battle cry and squeezed in as well. Xiang Shaolong wrapped his hand around the thin waist of Ji Yanran and joked, is talented Lady Ji willing to accompany hubby to go swimming in the drain? Pubu then realized the real identity of this soldier. He was dumbfounded and could only stare stupidly at her. This belle gently consented, I will gladly accompany you to the ends of He-11. A little cave like this is nothing to be afraid of. Xiang Shaolong checked his time and could foresee Zhao Mu's men walking into Zhao Ba's trap. This is the best time to sneak into the residence. He sighed with relief and sounded, it's our turn. Sounds of killing reverberated from the north of Handan City. It must be Chengsu's palace guards and Tang Yi's city guards ambushing the Qi army who are coming out from the tunnel. If the Qi army is led by Dan Shu, Tian Dan will have to lose his favorite general tonight. Except for capturing Zhao Mu, his elite brothers are not involved in the fighting. To capture Zhao Mu back to Xianyang and not losing a single man in the process is a feat that he himself could not have imagined at the start of the mission. Ji Yanran shoved him lightly and he snapped out of his mental reasoning. Focusing on the situation at hand, he jumped into the stream. When Ji Yanran and Xiang Shaolong were pulled out of the dried pond, all the elite brothers have readied themselves for battle and all the crossbows are loaded. Lu Chao and their band of 50 brothers were awaiting their arrival. Everyone is exceptionally happy. Now, Xiang Shaolong is a world-famous character. To have such a good master, they are naturally over the moon. Shan Rou impatiently hissed, hurry up. Xiang Shaolong was about to say something when battle cries and killing sounds can be heard from the direction of the palace. Like a tidal wave, the cries come in surges. To keep it short, Xiang Shaolong commanded, no one is to kill any servants, women or children. Pubu will lead the way. Let's move. Pubu drew his long sword and charged ahead with Xiang Shaolong right behind him. As they turned into a long corridor after passing through the garden, they ran into several family warriors who were guarding the inner chamber entrance with ferocious dogs. The warriors are astonished to see such a large number of trespassers. Before they could move a muscle, crossbow arrows fell like rain and there were no survivors. Xiang Shaolong's forces grouped into an attacking formation and killed their way into the inner chamber. Zhao Mu's family warriors are unable to defend themselves and are mainly killed by arrows even before they could draw their weapon. The servants have been posted to other parts of the residence on Zhao Mu's instructions, making the assault easier than expected. Every human they came across was killed like chopping vegetables. The speed of the operation is beyond imagination. In the blink of an eye, the 200 family warriors guarding the inner chamber were slayed. Anxiously waiting for news of the rebellion's success, Zhao Mu was still unaware of the impending danger. As he saw Pubu leading a pack of formidable intruders and forcing their way in, he stood up in panic.
Under the stinging sound of the crossbow firing, the several family warriors in the same room collapsed to the floor.
No one was spared. Zhao Mu frantically pulled out his sword.
Seeing her archenemy, Shan Ro's eyes reddened and she shot forward. While he is still in shock, she disarmed him and kicked him, sending him sprawling across the floor. 6 elite brothers leaped over and tied him up securely.
Pa! Pa!
Shan Ro slapped him on both cheeks and pointed at him scolding, "Traitor!
Can you recognize who is your mistress?"
I am the daughter of Chi's master Shan.
Do you remember how you wiped out my entire household?
Both of Zhao Mu's cheeks turned swollen and red with marks of Shan Ro's palm. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he looked at Shan Ro in a daze.
Xiang Shaolong came to him and joyfully greeted, "How is Marquis doing?" Zhao Mu's entire body was shaking.
He furiously cursed, "Dong Quang, you are really good."
Xiang Shaolong plainly said, "I am not Dong Quang." "Aya!" Zhao Mu cried.
Shan Ro gave him a hard kick and he looked really down and out.
"Wang Zhua!
I knew that you are an ungrateful traitor, but..."
Xiang Shaolong leisurely laughed.
Using his normal voice, he states, "I am not Wang Zhua." Zhao Mu was taken aback as he stared closely at him. His voice shaking, he said, "You are." Xiang Shaolong removed his mask and handed it to his men, instructing, "Proceed as planned." When Zhao Mu saw his real appearance,
he tragically groaned and did not know what to say.
Xiang Shaolong icily laughed, "When you raped and killed my women, did you even dream that such a day will come?" Jing Jun went up to him and punched him hard on the stomach. Zhao Mu kneeled down in pain.
Ji Yanran shouted from afar, "We have found the tunnel entrance." Xiang Shaolong faced Jing Jun, "You check out the tunnel first. If it is unblocked, we will follow you. Aren't you going to remove your mask?" Piak.
Zhao Mu received another kick by Shan Ro and fell down. The look on his face is ferocious and fearful. Jing Jun removed his mask and handed it to his men. Leading another group of elite brothers, he entered the secret tunnel. Xiang Shaolong held onto Shan Ro to prevent her from beating Zhao Mu further. Shan Ro mournfully wailed and fell into his arms and cried her heart out. Xiang Shaolong could understand her state of mind and lovingly held her shoulder. At the same time, he told his men, "Fix the 2 masks onto 2 men whose build is similar to myself and Master Jun. Then set this place on fire. Be careful not to alert those men who are guarding the external halls of the residence." His men left to carry out his orders.
Shan Ro stopped sobbing and swore, "I want to kill Zhao Mu."
Xiang Shaolong was stunned.
Shan Ro madly laughed, "Look at the sight of you. I am only trying to scare you."
She struggled and left his embrace, her face red and awkward about losing her composure.
Ji Yanran returned to his side. Together, they can hear loud sounds of frantic killing from the direction of the palace. Lu Chao and his men are familiar with the residence.
In a short time, they have accumulated a large amount of wood and dry grass and placed them all over the place. Once a fire breaks out, no one can even think of coming in or even putting the fire out.
Jing Jun sent someone to report that the tunnel is usable. Xiang Shaolong was elated. He got someone to stuff Zhao Mu's mouth and ship him into the tunnel.
Under his command, everyone threw their torches into the stacks of dry grass and wood. In these times, buildings are mainly constructed out of wood. When a building catches fire, even the immortals are powerless to intervene.
Before he entered the tunnel, Xiang Shaolong shot out the rocket signal.
It is time for Zhao Ba to attack the Marquis residence. When he reaches the inner parts of the residence, he will discover that it has become a sea of fire.
Countless corpses will be recovered and it will be a challenge to identify which body belongs to Zhao Mu.
He may find Dong Quang's and Little Jun's bodies and mistook them to be trapped in the fire and perished with Zhao Mu. As to why the fire is so strong, it must be Zhao Mu who had placed these dry grass and firewood in the first place. If the rebellion fails, he will burn himself to death. Unexpectedly, he ran into Dong Quang and his men and they are all consumed by the inferno. Everyone in Handan will mourn him, not Xiang Shaolong but the Dong horse fanatic who enjoyed a short burst of fame. If the people of Zhao ever learn that the real Dong Quang is still in Chu, they will find it hard to believe. With regards to Tang Yi, he will fake his death on the battlefield. Unless someone is disrespectful and tear at the face of his scapegoat, the truth will be hidden forever. The tunnel exit is at the back garden of an unoccupied villa nearby. Everyone joyfully followed the traveling directions and avoided the palace battleground in the area north of the city. Undetected, they arrived at the north gate. Leading scores of their elite brothers, Tang Yi met them at the city gate. Catching sight of a bounded Zhao Mu, he laughed, "Marquis is indeed thoughtful to join us." Leading everyone, he got on his horse and rode out of Handan City. He even commanded the leader of the city guard as he left, keep a close watch on the city gates. I am bringing some men to search for more enemies." A huge force of riders galloped mightily onto the wide grasslands. The sky is filled with stars and could only increase their high spirits. Only but shouting out loud can they express their extreme delight. After riding through the grasslands, everyone looked to the west where Qin is. Traveling for another 5 or 6 miles, Xiang Shaolong rode his horse up a little hill and looked back towards Handan City. Many parts of the city are in fire, lighting up the sky. Hoofbeats can be heard as Wu Zhuo and Wu Guo caught up to them with the rest of the elite brothers. They cheered upon witnessing Zhao Mu, who was trussed up like a chicken on one of the horses. Xiang Shaolong looked to his men smiling and roared, "Is everyone here?" Everyone reported that they are safe and well. Xiang Shaolong gave a big laugh, "Then let's go home." He raised his horse whip and gently smacked his horse. The warhorse reacted to the smack and galloped downhill. Everyone cheered and rode after him. Everyone speedily rode across the beautiful plains under the glittering stars. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.